019er come in. Do you read over? We got a cleanup aisle 5, aisle 6, aisle 9. They skipped an aisle 11. We got a lot of cleanup. Get your bucket, get your mop. So I'm going to be dropping some scripts today. I have this account. I've made $150. This is the small account project. And I'm going to specifically be writing scripts for this broker, Trader's Way. I'm going to bring them customers and they're going to pay me. Because there's no way I'm going to spend any more time writing a script here for free. So, the double clicks. I want to work on the double clicks because you can launch these. We're just going to pick slots of. So the trade plan is the. I guess the trade plan is going to be. We'll do $1 cost. So if I write comments in the code about what is the total cost of this button press, because Sally and Heather and Lacey. My favorite girl names Heather, Lacey, Bethany. They're all going to want to know, what do I do when I see the market dropping really fast? And I would just have a fast drop button for them. So how much under the hood does somebody even want to look into these things? You know, are you going to drive the car and not even fill the gas? Like they used to have these full service gas stations. Can you believe it? I've come a long way. I guess they printed a lot of money. Because if you go back in the old days, we're talking 34 cents a gallon, self-serve, and I think when it got to people blew people's brains out. One time, gas went from 34 cents a gallon to 50. When it got to $1, you got to understand. Back in the 70s, the psychological shock of seeing it $1 was very disturbing. So for the moment here, I'm just going to drop these non-detailed scripts. But here's one of my favorite 4-hour drops. So we're committing to a 4-hour exposure of $10 to make $7. So if you put it right here, you want to start right at the my first drop. Some guy's asking me in the Discord. He's asking me about, well, how do I do this? Okay. He said, let me read his exact quote. We don't want to misquote this listener named Defy Dutch. So here is the classic question, and this is really the most important thing, right? He says, I want to learn the $20 a day trade plan for dummies. Never made money in forex. Heard you guys talking about the $100 a week from a $500 account. That sounds impressive. My question is, what's your order bank? What if your order bank blows out? Do we stop trading for the day and place new order bank for the next day? So right there, I can kind of see how you're trying to mend these two things together. About you're referencing when you say, do we stop trading for the day? That is the classic framing of risk management, that you pick if you're down 2% on the day or you're down $100 on the day, what's your tap out? You stop trading for the day. Well, I guess so, right? I would make that number. I guess so, but I don't know. Like, how do you set that? It's like they'd say, well, you can't have more than 10 rounds in your gun, or 3 rounds. You better be a good enough shot. If somebody's trying to kill you, when do you have a knife in your pocket? Is it like the movies? Well, to be honest with you, if you listen to Trader Dante, I don't know if there is a limit. I mean, if I had a let's say you start with a $500 account and you make $300 that week. As time goes on, you're going to expand that. But yeah, I guess for a starting static point, sure. If you say I'm done for the day, we'll take a break. I mean, it's not a hard rule. Like it's a stretchable thing because every day is different. So I got this order bank pending here. I'm looking to get filled now. What's easier to think about, I think, is like if you risk $100 a day, so when you say your order bank's blown out, you're already kind of making it as if there's just one order bank. And here's the other thing. What if your order bank doesn't get filled? That's even more bigger heartbreaker. Because now, I didn't make any money today. You didn't lose. I got you. You didn't lose. But I didn't make any money out today. So if you're missing out, you're trying to create a fade in. So I'm trying to fade into this trade. I'm saying I will risk $10 today to make $7 if it does not blow out the bank. And I don't know if you can see my stops because I almost have to go with a background that's going to, so you can see my, I don't have the best graphics here. Oh, please hold. Please hold. Your trade is very important to us. So the color scheme's a big problem. I mess with it all the time because it's not like it's not like paint. These are all just LCDs so I'll take this down so you can maybe see the exits. Here's my stop bank. Okay. The market, this is actually I think I'll put a bad ratio in here. Here's an example. If this was an 8-hour script, I'd probably put it down here like this. That's the whole fucking trade plan. So the market comes down. What is it like? What is the chances that you could risk $13 on a continual basis, getting in unique places? Right. I'm saying this trade plan here. If you get filled on that, I almost guarantee you could take those scalps off. You need to have your exit at the floor. You're going to get in here. Here's your stop. It's $13. Do you have $13? This is the ultimate question. Now, now this could last 8 hours, and I would just go to the 8-hour racks. So I'm gonna put this together in a little bit more. Somebody said I should organize it. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try to put this in. So far, what I've decided to do is go with how long do you want to be exposed to the torture of blowing out the bank and in the crushing heartbreak? Are you done for the day? Just first criteria of these scripts is how long do they last? It's the most critical thing is your exposure. The most powerful the most powerful aspect of the script trading is time. This is 8-hour drops. So you're risking $4 to make $4. Do you have $4? Now I can make ratios, and what you really want to do is pick a handle. You want to buy this area? We're only going to buy here because we know this is where they're going to revisit. We're going to buy an area. Let's put this in. Here's a scalp. It's not the same. Here, you got to fix the scale because we're scaling in. So you got to fix the scale. Now you stretch this out. Now we're looking for our trades. And what I'm going to do here with these brokers, some of these brokers like Trader's Way the spread is at 1 pips. When the spread goes to 5 pips, half a pip, it'll go to half a pip during the crush into this rack. Watch. Now, if I have an exit, now we just started to get filled, and we're coming out, news is coming out. In 40 and 30 some minutes, right? I mean, it's like 38 minutes. Let's get in front of it. Let's not duplicate. How do you not duplicate the entry price? You're allowed to buy a 10K in a 1-pip window. It's a 5-decimal broker. So I come like this. I got $4. You got $4? I got $4 to make $10. This is what I do. These are 8-hour tickets. These will fill. I mean, if if these were 15 minutes is shorter drop you can do. These aren't the double clicks, but I'll get to that later. I just want to show you how to run these static linear grids. I can see the structure. I can see this big vacuum down here. What I'm going to do now is say I will risk 5 to make 9. This is a great ratio. I'm going to place this at the bottom. I'm going to start at the bottom here. I'm going to get in here. I'm going to get out as we slam back. I'm presupposing if we come down here, ripping down, we're going to slam back into the floor. The floor we're going to come back into now is that we fill up. We're only in a 1K. I'm 1,000-to-1 leverage, so it's easy to keep track. This is the dollar yen. It wouldn't matter what it is. Like, this is a good trade. I just came across this. I could do the sell side, or you could just, you know what, you could have sold the pound here on the same, what I just showed you. This is a 15-pip window. If you have a rack sitting up here, top tick Tommy, this is a dumb shit. This is a scalp. This is almost the highest probability trade, really, but it could keep rocketing up. But why won't it probably rocket up on the British pound? Because this is fair value. And now the trade here is like, here, I'll trade this one. Now the pound, I'm going to use a wider stop. We'll do 12 to make $12. That's a 6K. That is a 6K. $12 is 20 pip stops. You could set it and forget that. I would set it. I would put a bad ratio in too, so you can make something for certain. So you can risk 20 to make 10. So you have to interlace this in because I don't even know. I gotta find that script. I don't think here. I'll just do singles. Here's the better thing. If you only have a few dollars in the account, I'll fix the scale. I wish there was a hotkey for that. So let's take a look at this. Now I'm trying to be serious now. We're in 4K. I know we picked up that yen trade right now. I can see we're getting filled on that. Let's do this trade. But let's go one further. This is $1 to make $4. This is $2 to make $4 for 8 hours. If you start trading like this, this is what I'm going to do on the double click. So this is what the double click is going to look like. When I press the button, it's going to come in and it's going to put in, oh shit. So these are all single drops, right? That's a buck. That's $1.50 to make $2.50. But you're gonna put them different ratios in the same spot, almost the same spot. You're going to create a hot spot down here. And to me, this is the ultimate because if you back it up on these ledges, or if you pick a ledge like this, I know I got this linear rack in, but I'm going to layer on top. This is a 1 week expiration, so I would almost delete that because if I start grabbing, this is a 1 hour expiration. So this ticket lasts for an hour. So if I'm scalping, I'm going to go to the store for an hour. I would trade the British pound just like this. I'm not even kidding. Like you could do it, but you kind of want to double click for that because you're going to get a little tendonitis. I'm doing it with a trackball, but you're going to get sore. Here's an 8 hour. These should all be in separate categories, but I wrote these on and on. I've been writing. These are singles. So a cluster here on this account, I'm probably risking about, God, how much am I risking there? I'm getting filled on again right now. And I'm willing to put some of these drops in, these little, and just populate this area with these custom singles. The bigger question is, the harder question is not if you blow out the bank, but what if the bank starts to make money? At what point do you take profits? So let's see what we're doing here. We're in about, let's see how much money we got going. So waiting for the news to come out. There'll be all sorts of like this might come ratcheting back to the floor, and now it's hard to see the floor a little bit because it changed colors, but let me, I'll show you the floor on the 1 hour chart of the yen. What I described, the last lonely wick. this guy here. So, before news, can we make it to there? I think so. Now I could either take all profits here. That lower yellow line has to make it to that line, and bang, we're out. Technically speaking, in a really, being very exact about it. And we also just took out this supply. Let me get rid of this thing. It's taking up some space. We got this price, which is so this whole area here, and then when you look in the landscape of the whole picture, right? So you continually, this is the 1 hour structure. This is hard down. Now you could have done a top tick Tommy sell here, just like the British pound. This is a classic. Goes after the lonely wick. The only problem is we never know how deep this is. This is about 18 pips or something. Here's a doji. HedgeBot's coming on that. Great. That's a great trade. But then what's the next trade? I say let's buy this possible destruction down here, and then to be on the safe side, you could put the 8 hours down here. So you're going to populate this, because we might just crush through that. I don't know what's going to happen. I just picked up the pound. I see my margin change, so we're buying the pound on a plunge. And same thing here. I wouldn't feel any kind of fear about putting orders, creating a cluster of unique exits down here. So we're at $925. We opened the account this morning. We're coming into the big jobs report, or it's just a report, So this is going to be a prime real estate down here. Yeah, when I'm doing the demos, so people are complaining that, my order bank gets blown out. This is the thing. Well, how big am I in? So now I'm picking up some margin. I'm in about, 10K roughly. So let's just look at the chart. I just want to see what happens here on the account now. So I'll look at my phone now. I put all that shit in. I just walk away. So let's see what happens. I probably won't take all profits. Now, the other thing, if you take all profits and then you re-rack everything, you'll make more money. So if you really are conscientious, like any other thing, So it's really no different. But having execution is the way to go. Like having the tickets, the double clicks. You're in your car. You see the market's dropping like a whore. And so I don't know if that answers your question, but you also say over trading. Yeah, so you're over trading naturally, just sticking the tickets in the front of that. How do you decide? It really depends how much money you consider. So I'm going to risk. So right now I'm down 5 cents. Okay, I'm up 5. I actually look at that. The reason why I don't like to commingle these instruments, because I can't tell in my mind's eye what, if I see my balance changing, I know the orders I placed. I don't have to look at the chart now because I can see it in my head, thinking, well, this is, this is where we're at on this trade. So I'll open up the phone lines here, so to speak. I'm going to put this Discord link in here. How do we do this? Oh, shit. Yeah, still haven't figured that out. One of these days. Too busy having fun, I suppose. Yeah, all right, so I'm in roughly a 10K. Waiting for it's now 8 o'clock. Start to see some drama. Half hour till news. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, so I got the this other account I'm working on with singles. This is a fixed pip broker. I think I've got some various expirations in here. This is another small count of $776. I'm at a 5K. Euro only here. So Euro only. If I had another account, I would. If you had a bigger account, I would just trade the pound there. But so the reason to trade the euro is that you can kind of have a more spectrum of risk. So I could put all these guys down here and just be like, oh yeah, this is a 5-minute chart, by the way. So you want to zoom out. Yeah, zoom out that 5-minute chart. And this 5 minutes, this account has $776 in it. So this isn't like, we should be able to make $50, $100 today, you know. This is so you're kind of coming off the edge of the abyss right now, as far as we know. A lot of people will not want to trade this until we come back into fair value, and then we can judge the structures with some type of, okay, so you hit me. This is the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp market, to be honest with you. So you just took my fingertip off here. Like, so if you stood in front of this crush with your limit grids, you know, it's the guy with the 300 pip stop that's saying, oh, just give me about 5 days in the single retrace. If you go to the larger time frame, you know, at some point, do you think that the euro dollar can crawl back to this? I suppose, you know, the guy that's holding into this crush, let's just imagine this giant swing trading guy. This is 100 pips on these big black lines, and the nearest floor I can think of that a lot of people are going to bail on, which some of them already kind of did as they approached it, but this is really that. And the only time it was safe to get back in the water, so to speak, is after you made this mind-blowing low. If you put buy limits down here, they didn't fill. If you took the bold, it wasn't too bold of a speculation that take this lonely wick and put your rack in here. Now this is a 20 pip window. If you martingale in, so you're going to sell. Man, I wish there was a drawing tool for this. I wonder if I overlay the other software on top. Yeah. Yeah, I might be drawing screen shit, but I'm just going to use a box to tell you where I'm talking about on the chart. We always assume the other people know what we're talking about. So I'll just change this to a bright color so I can be painfully obvious. So so after this big rocket up, right, we bust out, like this is that ding, 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 ding. I mean, it's triangulations, right? Triangle patterns do work out. They resolve. We drift, wicks down, does the Asian wick, explodes 40 pips up. If you were clever and you knew, like you put really good ratios down here, risk 20 to make 40, 20 to make 60. Boom. There was one more price pulse. So here's the measured move part. these all look a little different. This is the 1 hour chart. So this is classic trading 101. They wick down a little stop hunt, so to speak, for the guy that's long. Accumulation, congestion, triangle, flag, what the fuck you call it. It goes after this vacuum, cuts through that. If you're selling this lonely wick from here up, that's we never make it to this floor, then you could have easily bought the retest. So here's where if you did that trade, right, this big, like that was great, it just made 40 pips. Well, you just have to come back and put your tickets right back to the starting gate because they're going to retest Asia. Typically, you will retest Asia. If you have all your clusters in here, you're dropping these guys in like this. All you have to do is build your capture window with good ratios, bad ratios, big targets, small targets, scalps. Everything's in there. It's a cluster pack. Right now, you would be up. If you hand placed all of these guys in this window, they stab it, they rip it, you just made 30 pips and you weren't there to see it. If you did not get out of that trade, I consider it a loss because right now you're back to where you fucking were. You could buy at the market with a sloppy 50 pip stop now and build a position long, but I wouldn't do that. I'd come in here and start putting my good ratios, my bad ratios right in. This is the new vacuum. There's always a trade. Those are my targets. Let's go back to the other account. So I'm going to do multiple. I'm going to be doing about 10 brokers. I've had 20 brokers. I could load. So what I'm going to do, write scripts for these brokers, and because it's the only way to get people to trade is if you're afraid of, if you've ever lost, if you're ever afraid of trading, if you can't take a $500 account to $2,000 in a month, then you can't take a $10,000 account to 40 grand. Maybe if you're bragging about these big, you're not going to be able to buy your Lamborghini. So I'm in 21K. We lost $1. I'm up. I'm not even looking at the chart, and I'm up. We're waiting for news to come out. And I'm just letting it go through the news. So I'm let go and let it just happen. And whatever happens, happens. I think we're probably risking about $50 today. But I'm also trading the British pound. So it's not part of it's not an isolated examination of one instrument being traded properly. So as you commingling this with the British pound, it's really unfair to, so people that are doing trading competitions, I mean, I could actually, that's the other thing. There's a lot of NASDAQ guys out there that don't want to pay, they want more leverage. So in Hugo's way, I can have a system. So I just picked up some more margin, but I haven't got stopped out. I just saw my margin go up. So we're getting hit hard here. We're filling probably the pound or the yen. So I'm happy I haven't got stopped out because I'm going to accumulate, and I'm only down $4, and I just picked up a few more K. So this is so many tickets that I can't watch the chart. I'll put this on a separate vertical monitor and watch a column of the account. Or I watch on my phone. Pretty good. I'm picking up more margin, and I'm not really down. So to me, that's a win. Like I'm winning right now because I'm picking up more positions, and I'm only down $5. The truth's going to come in about, in 8:30, and then into the next. I just got stopped out of 1K, but I picked up another. Now I just lost another K. So now I am taking a loss. I'm about to get hit. Notice the pound's the one that's going to get crushed. These are really tight stops. So if I'm really going to do this trade, I put too tight a stop in. So if you see this on your, I shouldn't be near getting stopped out. But this is risk management in a way. You're asking, what do you do if you get stopped out of that bank? Well, how tight was your stop on the bank, really? So if you put your stop in at 100 pips thinking, well, that's great, I won't get stopped out of this trade, but that means you're going to be in a drawdown. So now I'm down $6 on my equity right now. My balance, I lost on my balance, but I'm in a lot bigger position than I was. And the pound may not get stopped out of that. That may be like the perfect, but it's very difficult to get a performance rating on your trading when you, in my opinion, when you commingle in one event like this. You're trading the news on two currency pairs. I mean, come on. It's pretty tough to, because if it was one currency pair, I'd see, okay, I'm in this much margin, let me put another rack in. So if I'm trying to catch a falling knife and I see, oh, I haven't even reached the better question is, how much margin do you want to, how many thousands of dollars, if you want to be in a standard lot, roughly a standard lot every day, 20, you want to be in 5 standard lots, whatever your thing is. And then you're going to have to make the tickets 2Ks. So all you have to do is change that rack to a 2K, and then you just drop less racks. That's all. But you don't get the you defeat a little bit of the purpose of having the diversification or that high resolution impact. So you just have to wait for the news to come out. But if I get this account up to about, if I can make $150 today on this account, I just got stopped out of something, or maybe I took profits. My margin just went. Some couple K. I think I got stopped out of the British pound. I mean, it's 80 cents, or about. I'm gonna lose $2 on those trades. Those are 20 pip stops. So you got to put a 50 pip stop if you want to be in a swing trade. But it depends what you want to be in, Yeah, most people are probably take their boat. They're taking their yachts out to the. Where's the customers' yachts? And then we got till 9:30, so got a long wait. Okay, let's peruse the internet here. Let's find another live streamer. Let's eavesdrop on another. My stream's just too boring. What do we got here? Forex. Filter by live. New York session. Boris resigns. Is anybody really doing anything? New York session gold. Free education.
Next 5 closes too, I guess. If the A20 candle closes outside the range, we may continue that direction for the COMEX Open. Our day closed bullish, so next stop is closure above 74.4 and a 5. And once you close above, you can look to drive up.
Oh, this guy's jonesing, man. Yo. New York session, yo. Free education.
Yeah, because you can say that this support is being respected on the 5, and you have a strong bullish closure here right at support. As long as you respect this low here, this next 5 should likely drive up. But the issue with that is that it didn't have a lot of range to drive up, right? Your next resistance is right here. or right here. And that's where price kind of tapped, rejected. So like it's just in a range. You can't really predict where price is gonna go just yet.
See, you can't predict. This is range.
Today's pretty boring, I know. Pretty like there's nothing going on, but hopefully NY will pick up some volume. If not, we'll just chill.
So this guy's got 1,200 people watching. He's in New York and he's just trading the market. Pretty decent. Yeah, subscriber mode only. All right. Well, he's got people subscribing. I guess I have to subscribe first. Only channel. 5 minutes longer, send message. I don't understand the rules of that chat. I'm up $8. So we're back. We're up. We took the account back up $1, and we'll let this trade play out. When the news comes out, we might be out of half this thing by the time the news comes out. So let's take a peek at our charts. So the yen trade. Let's take a look at the yen. Okay, the yen. Great trade. Great trade on the yen. The pound. I think we got crushed. Let's take a peek. Not bad. Not bad. I like both trades. I say this is a perfect plunge rack. That's definitely beautiful. So far, so good. Very good trading. Very good entry points. What happens from here on out, I do not know. Okay. So, we could go to the 5-minute chart, and this is the floor on the 5. I could go to my take all profits keeper symbol right now. So if I switch from the 1 hour, see the 1 hour, 5 minute, 1 minute. 1 minute guys are probably getting out. We're looking to engulf to here. And we're up $10. We peeled off a couple tickets. Same thing here. Down, 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 down. Finally gets into your capture window. And up like a zipper, maybe. We could put a buy rack here on the euro. That's the daily euro. The CAD. You know, you could have sold the CAD up there. You could be buying the CAD here, but I would be very... this is a giant vacuum that there's left behind on the CAD. But this is an easy trade, I think. Just put about a buy limit grid in here, walk away. It wouldn't matter. Let's see where we're going here. Let me tile them out. And let's step back. We're not going to trade anymore. We're going to take profits, though. So let me get my key ready to take profits per symbol. Per symbol, so I can actually come in and go. Just to get that one symbol. So here, this is profit symbol on symbols. Let's tile it up. We didn't have a trade on that. That would have been too much. We went for the pound instead. Here's a retest. So see how tight the spread here? The spread here is going to go to, for just a millisecond, it's going to super tight. So here's the 4 hour. With the scale fixed, you got a custom. So this one I'm going to cash out. I'm taking the pound off, and I got one ticket left. I'm going to let the yen go. That's the 1 minute pound. This is the 30-minute yen. This could be a winner. If it does, I'll take it off also again. So I'm up $11, just holding the yen. I'm looking for the yen to come up a little bit into the closing floor, which is the closing prices here. Anything up in that. But I'm going to wait till news, because if they rocket that up, then the news comes out, and I still got a bunch of exposure that I left behind, and I'm going to leave those tickets behind, because that'll be not a rinse and repeat. It'll be a new crush zone, and I kind of want to see what happens there, because I still think those are good. Those are good deals. Those are great prices down there. Like that never changes in inventory of anything. It never changes. Those are good prices. Okay, this looks like it's going to be a winner. So I will take this little baby trade-off just to be clinical about it. This is the 1 minute chart on the pound. This is the half hour. We're long here on the limits. We're up $10, waiting for news. So I can go to the 5 minute chart. I'm at the Canadian. I would be buying on limits there, but so I'm going to put a rack of limits in here, so it's going to cut into the performance a little bit of the account. This looks like it's going to be a winner. That's the 1 minute chart. Let's look if we come back into this little sell window, and I'm just going to cash out just to because it's about execution. So as soon as we get to that thing, I'm going to pull the trigger and cash out if we get there. It's like, uh-oh. Can he do it? Can he make it go a little bit higher? I'm long the 5 minute yen, waiting for one more price pulse up. This is dollar CAD. We're going to put a limit grid here to buy. Let's go looking for some and these got to have wide stops. So I'm going to put in these big ass swing trades now. I got to get some room here on my platform. I ran out of size here. This is going to be a 40 pip stop. This is a 3K. This thing buys a 20 pip window. So this is the appropriate. Here's a bad ratio, 30 to make 40. So I don't want to buy too much on the way to that price. If I do, it's going to be a bad ratio scalp like this. I'll put a little baby iceberg in there. And here's another bad ratio interwoven between these big giant swing trades. So it's all happening at once. This looks like it's going to be a winner. So I'm going to cash out of that and let the yen go. So I have no more pound. And I'm going to go to the 1 hour chart on the pound. And it's like, so here's what we did on the pound this morning. I put a limit grids here, really close. And so you can take a screenshot. This could be your journal, so to speak. Those are the racks I put in. I got stopped out of a couple, but I just layered them in on that. So you can see the drops. I did them just before that crush. Right, you can tell on the 5. These never filled, but that doesn't mean they couldn't fill, and it's still a good trade. Because if we scream into this thing, you might lose on that. You might start losing on the top part of that rack. The yen looks like it's destined to hit this supply zone or pivot, or whatever the fuck you call it. Fibonacci. This is Robinacci's up here though, but there'll definitely be a big contention up in that. I think I went too far on that background color. Let me just brighten it up a little bit. Robinacci. Okay. So I'm going to say this is the top, become a bottom here. Okay. So right there is your classic top become a bottom on the 5-minute chart. Looking for a push here. Start to clear out these highs. We got to pop through these highs, smash into the L line. And then hopefully this is going to happen just as news coming out. Or we're going to rock it down. And if that's the case, if I'm going to judge how much I'm in 16K, I'm up $10 on the day, or I'm up $8 on the day. Do I want to get into a, well, I'm going to build buys down here right now. What if we rock it down here? What was possible scenarios we could prepare for? These are 4-hour expirations. I wouldn't do this with real money. Real money, I'd put a 1-hour expiration, which means the market has to, you're setting up your criteria for entry. So if the market can drop this deep in, that's the half-hour chart. So I'm trying to say, I'm giving it 15 minutes. I would put 15-minute orders in here because this 15-minute wick is worth, when the spread gets tight, which is about 0.8 pips here, it's a wider spread than the euro, but it moves bigger. See, I'm only up $3 now. Right, it's starting to crash. It's not going to my target. So I'm going to buy more. These are 6Ks. We got enough money. Now the scenario is news comes out, rips down, then it rips up. So it's like we're not going to hit that target. And the pound's going up. So I could have said, well, I should have stayed in the pound, but I just want to trade one at a time. I still got this trade. We got racks in super deep, and then I'll put these really wide coverage tickets because this is the Canadian dollar. I'd love to see this punch in and rip back out. That's the trade. Oh, they did a little stop hunt there. I could have picked up a few more tickets if I put them in tight. Okay, news in 1 minute. Let's see what happens. We're waiting for that moment. All the stars align. Here's the euro. Let's fix the scale on this thing. So we can see like beyond. This 4-hour chart on the euro. Let's put some buy racks in here. This is a completely different account. I'm up $5 on this, but I'm going to close all profits right now just to. If I don't know what I'm in, you can always get out. So I'm going to cash out or whatever. I think I'm in the. Let's see. Oh, I got this. I'm just going to get rid of it. I don't want to have to pay attention to it. It's a little bit of yen left over. So if you're going to buy down here in no man's land, I come in wide. These are like probe trades, so to speak. You'd see these fill on your phone. That means the euro's got to drop another 100 pips today. Wow. This is a staggering structure issue. You are under the floor by almost 200 pips. If that is going to be the swing trader's target, so how could we leg into this thing? As the market starts to lose momentum, you kind of have to get close to it, even though you may be shell-shocked from the last sell-off. But it's just something you have to do. Like the last girl that took all your money, doesn't mean all redheads take all your money. Yeah, they do. But no, they don't. Actually, I had a redhead that was like loaning stuff out to people, and she didn't care if she got it back. And I'm like, don't you even care? She had like this $800 camera. Oh, my friend Jamie's got it. Your friend Jamie's like dropping acid, though. I mean, really? So this is a super deep trade plan. I'm saying, come on down and get me. I don't think it's going to happen. So let's get right up against it now. I'm just going to go for a retest. Trade plan on the euro on this account at $928. The other account, I don't even know if that's okay. We got this account. There we go. Hugo's Way. Hugo's Way coming in here at no, that was the one I'm in is Trader's Way. So totally cashed out. Oh, I cashed out the wrong account. Oh well, that's okay. We're up. We're up $2. I wanted to. So let's put another trade on. Let's buy the pound. They'll probably retest this before we go up. So let's try to get in the trade we missed out on. I'm going to go for a wide stop of 30 pips to make 20. This is 6K. I'm just going to stripe this. I think we could retest. Unfortunately, this trade is hitting the target, the yen. So this is the thing, I accidentally got out of that account on we should be up $20. So that's another thing, multiple accounts. I clicked out. I thought I was in the other broker because I'm doing multiple brokers. The sellers are here on the yen. The news came out. It's not a big deal in the news. But now we could come underneath that, or we're looking for the yen to crash. I mean, the euro. I'm looking for the euro to maybe sell off a little bit. Here's the 15-minute view of the euro. So this could be a killer scalp. Let's load the wagon down here. Like, what if they make another attempt at making another historical low? I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm ready for the attempt. You may make a new low here, and that'll be bottom tick Bobby. So here's the only trade I see left, is buying this plunge here. So these are all euros now. I'm a price action trader. Let me put my little scalp operators in here. I'll come in with these. I'm going to put the proper timing in. Okay, here's a 1 hour drop. Risk 10 to make 30. That's a 1K. We got it. If we come down here, we'll feel like 50K right now. So I'm gonna come right up underneath the market. Instead of trading at the market, I'm gonna do this. These are 1 hour drops. 10 to make 20. 15 to make 30, but that's a 2 hour drop. Let's see if we can't pick up some trades here. So right on the edge of the abyss, this is the new abyss. Here's a lonely wick, so we want to be big buyers down here. I'm at a 12K, roughly. I'm still holding something. I'm getting filled on the pound. So here's this pound. Look at the pounds working out. So, like I said, that pound, right? I re-wicked. I'm getting a re-wick fill here. Picking up a little pound. I put the juicy stops in here. The Jussie Smollett stops. And the pound's probably going to be my biggest winner. These are the biggest winning trades because the pound moves big. Yeah. Huh. I got $3. Still feel like we should buy some more pound here. So I'll put some singles in. 2-hour drops. I didn't write any singles for half hour 15, but I'm reserving it for the double clicks. The euro yen, you would need to have some serious. This is 400 pips down this week. Right, this is so many pips. You need super wide stops for this. Like your targets here are like 1,000 pips. That's a daily. Here's the 4-hour. This thing I'm gonna have to run these 20 pip. Here's a break even. Risk $12 to make $12. 20 pip window. I can't think of another trade there, other than just really putting your tickets really wide apart. You can't drop. This is a 10 pip grid. You can't drop, or that's a 20 pip grid on the skinnies, and this big fat one's 100. You can't drop a rack like you would on the euro, because you this 40 pip window, just the retest of that wick right now. You'd be in and out of that trade already. Like, look at the 1 hour. If you bought this, you could do it. But you're talking about 20 pip window that's a winning trade, right? You bought that vacuum, or you just bought this 20 pip window. Maybe your target's up here, but I'd be cashing out along the way. If you were to start selling the breakout of Asia, like you put your sell limit starting here, that's almost an 80 pip commitment to make more than 80 pips coming back. But you have to have wide stops and wide targets, because otherwise, what's the point? Here your target's going to probably be right back to middle fair value there. The pound looks like it could hit those stack again. And the euro's kind of a snooze fest, really. They trade very heavy on this to make money. I need to trade heavier size here, so I'll put another rack in for the 10 pip winner. 4 hours. Here's a nice, look at me, 14 pips down there. And now Dow Jones is going to be the final. Here's a sell we could have done. We could have put a sell rack up here. We'd be short right now. There's so many trades you could do. And then it's going to be the whole day today. And your targets that are 80 pips. I don't have any 80 pip targets that I set. You know, if you're scalping, you wouldn't think like that. In this way, if you're going to just let things go through the day, I could have let that trade go. Sure. If this is a whole rack of, I've been dropping continuously this rack of, I don't recommend doing this because the expiration should be about 30 minutes here. Every time you're risking 13 to make 5. So here's a more logical position down here. This is going to risk 13 to make 5. You're going to buy the stops down here, and all it has to do is come back a little bit. But the better trade, the more logical trade, and the probabilities are in your favor, is to place this rack down here, because it's the exit that matters, not the stop. The stop is just for money purposes. So it's on this shelf, this void lonely wick. See my exit to the floor. We're going to buy here, and it's not going to go any lower than this. Let me turn on this. Let me turn on the colors for the stops. You can see that a little better. So the whole trade plan is, I don't think it could happen because they're so far from there. I'm doing that trade plan here. I'm saying, okay, I'm going to start buying here to get out at the bottom of the floor, the previous floor that we take out. So I'm planning ahead. Comes down, rips back. If I was going to trade the short side off the ceiling on the yen, it's going to look like this. Let's pick a rooftop up here. The exit is going to be the rooftop. So if I sell here, I'm going to get out there. My stop is here. If I'm going to sell top tick Tommy, I'm counting on an engulfment. The rack comes in here. The exit is back into the fold a little bit. It's not like it's going to engulf. The trade I just did earlier was I bought this thing, I bought this. I put my orders just like this, and I wanted to start buying that. But if I was going to exit, if I was going to buy this area, I got to have my targets. It's the target that's critical, not the stop. And the ratio doesn't. The ratio matters for how many times can you do that trade, but the entrance and the target's really important. The stop could have been tight and you could claim good ratios, but sometimes you had, I'm using the bad ratios, risk 13 to make a high probability 5 because, or risk 20 to make 10. This is a 30 pip stop to make 20. Now I've written so many of these scripts, I can't even begin to tell you. I'm still writing them. What it comes down to is I had to put these in categories of 4 hours. So let's focus on 4 hours, because the most critical thing, I can't tell you enough, the most powerful thing in trading is time. How long? People say, I want to make money. How long? You want to make money in 5 seconds, or 5 hours, or 5 days? Well, of course people want to make money quick, get rich quick. 5 seconds. Well, you're probably really close to the market, because if you're waiting 3 days to get filled on a ticket rack that's going to play out and make money over the next 5 days because you saw the structure, because you could see the vacuum, when you got orders here that last all day or all week. And this is imagine this is a 4 hour chart. We'll just go to the 4 hour chart, for God's sake. For God's sakes, man, lower the gas prices. So the 4 hour structure is like, okay, man, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, who psychologically can handle buying this vacuum, scalp to the floor, and let it try to engulf? That's a lot of money. That's the yen. These are 20 pip handles on these hash marks. That's a lot of money, man. I mean, that's good, right? But you have to go underwater by 60 pips. Also, I would be buying based on things like this. Every one of these old lows on the 4 hour chart is deeper liquidity because it goes back farther in time. It's all about time. The deeper the vac, the bigger the reaction. Right? The deeper the vac, the lonely wicks are a big deal. This is a lonely wick. Look at this drama down here. Now, if you're a trend trader, this is disturbing because you say the market's going up, so you loaded the wagon down here, right? In this thing, and you're like, dude, I let my profits run to here. You didn't see the sell window there, so you're like, oh yeah, my indicators say this, that, and the other thing. Dude, you're all the way back to the starting gate. You left all that money on the table. So on the yen, let's put a 1 hour expirations in. I should have some 30 minutes here. I should just save as 30. So you save these scripts as you come up with your trade plan, take one of these, and just rewrite it to your taste. I don't have time to write a 1 hour, so I'm going to put a 4 hour in here. I'm trying to make $7. 18 pips stop. All I'm going to do is rebuy the 4 hour wick on the yen. Another rack interlaced. I'm risking out the door $10 to make $7. So I could make $14 here if they don't take out my stop. Here's what it looks like it looks scary on the 15th. So when you look at the wick on the 4 hour, I like that trade. You look at the wick here on the 1 hour, you go, uh-oh, that looks kind of weird. On the 15, you're like, damn, that looks dangerous. On the 5, it looks perfect because there's a vacuum on the 5. See, on the 5, I like that. We're getting in this little vacuum on the 5. 4 hour looks perfect. In fact, the 4 hour makes me want to put this order in for the scalp. So I have an inclination to do that. I'm like, oh, you know what? That really, wow. And look at this. This is setting up for a crush possibly on the dollar CAD. So I'm going to put stuff deep in. I'm super close to the market on the pound. On the 5 minute, it looks like I'm going to get annihilated here. But coming back into my buy limits on that pound. Whereas if you go to the 4 hour, it looks scary as hell. Like this is top tick Tommy. People are already short off of this thing. They're waiting for it to crush down now. So I could get annihilated on that. The 1 hour looks like a perfect trade. Makes sense. Let's just put limits and limit the wick again. And so this is the riskiest trade I got going here. I'd have to babysit that. If this thing comes down, smashes up, and I'm like, we're up $50, I get out. But that's it. Where we're at here. Sorry, it was about 20 minutes delayed on this one. Oh, really? $20. Yeah, so it's it looks kind of tame. These stocks are going to open a little bit. Let's take a look at the stock market. I got crude oil up here too. Crude oil's really getting pounded there. So I did this analysis on crude oil that if you're buying this haul, I put up this geometry just for the momentum. So all these lines are based on closing prices. Never draw a trend line on a wick. So if you're ever going to do this stuff, this kind of you're setting yourself up mentally to accept the trend, so to speak. I mean, this is the place that you would sell at the market. You'd need a stop of at least. This is crude oil, so this is a buck a handle. Your target's going to be here if you're long right now on the crude scalp. But this daily chart's going to take you a few days to get paid for it to make it back to. This would be the scalpers exit. They're already out because this is the floor on that wick. That's a daily crude. Those guys are out. But the guys with the deep pockets are probably holding till here. And I suppose in this window here, from the close to that wick, so the wick window, close to the wick, a lot of sellers up in there, in that area. So the 4-hour view. People that trade this, they would have taken their $3 of crude off the table. It's starting to engulf. So 1 hour drifting out. The daily's a pretty big view, and the weekly is like, holy shit. Now, the weekly, it looks like crude oil is going to, well, we're in trading range. So it looks like crude oil is in a trading range. If you look at the weeklies, you're kind of, it would take quite a bit to tip it into so-called crashing. Let me take off this stuff. Take off my lines. Let's go back to delete and re-rack here. Analysis-wise. Yeah, this is quite the void. I just don't think, being this weekly chart, we're just trapped in this nonsense for a while. So now it's a trader's market. That was the big monster wick. Closing prices haven't made it past that. And you have to go to daily for your trades if you're trying to make $5. So how many dollars in crude are you trying to make? I'd be chasing it, I think, to buy it here. But of course, if you're just trying to buy it right now at the market today, you could have got a couple of dollars cheaper, but you'd be overpaying. And you're saying, oh, it's starting to come back up. Last known low. I'm going to get out. That was your $1 window of tagging that, running up. Been a lot of counter trend trades, so to speak, great ones. And then we have this one. We tagged that window. And the deeper the window, the more reaction. So I expect a heavy reaction once you took out that one. Yeah, let me take a look at gold. Okay. Let me turn on my what do you call it? View Market Watch. Yeah, I should have them all up here. I took them down. I was doing a little crypto experiment. Okay. And luckily, I've built all these templates now, so I can trade gold in any handle you want. Here, let's take a look at what the fuck is it? Okay, here's there's a dollar grid. Yeah, so I was talking about gold taking out that vacuum on the weekly. And it looks like we crushed into it. I was thinking this thing is so built up. Like this, this is the weekly chart. So this low here, I was like, shit, man. And when you saw this on the dailies, you're like, holy shit. Like you had to know something bad was going to happen there. At least there was going to be a crush. Because this is so deep. And then there was this. And as you go back, you're like, holy shit. I'd certainly be a buyer on the gold as if it come back on this part. Let me get a better view here, broad view. So the buyers are coming in like crazy, I'm sure, because as soon as we got into this hole, they're like, holy shit, that is like the best prices since December. The problem I have with the gold bugs is that this is the weekly gold chart. And this thing should be, with all the hell going on, with all the supposed, crude oil being high, and I think this is down Fundamentally, it's down because crude's down and it's cheaper to dig the gold out of the ground. Look at this rip. Man, look at this. Look at this weekly smash and grab. Comes back, revisits the accumulation window hard. Now, if you were some guy here, Matt was talking, some guy was telling, go trade gold. Hey, you know what? Are you on this chart? You know, if you're trading gold here, this is the a 1 hour gold chart. If you're really going to trade it, I think you got to fix the scale. Get the right script. It didn't quite work out, did it? Oh, wait. Okay. So we're going to go to the 15-minute chart. Look for a trade on gold. Well, that's a dollar handle. And the spread here looks like 14 cents. Wow. Shit. Why aren't I trading gold here? Man, that's a tight spread. Yeah, I have to write some gold scripts. I have to figure out. Let me see what a forex script looks like in gold. I think they might run actually. So I don't have to rewrite too much. Oh no, that's not going to work. So this is a 20. That's a 60 pip stop. So I have to save that. We'll save that as a gold. We'll rewrite that script. So it'll be like this. We'll save it as oh, that's not right. Well, no, that's okay. We'll do this. I'd rather do a single drop, but I think we'd have to make that 400. Yeah. So we have to make that 400, I think. Or maybe 4,000. Oh yeah, 4,000. Because it's just so insane. So that's the thing about these, is that you got to have the right, and then I have to save as gold on that. Okay. I'll just call it gold. And I'll name the stop. I guess 40, 60. Or maybe I'll make it 4,000. So to be what the script says. So when you're in the building phase, you might want to have that saved as I compile it. It should show up on our rack. So here's my gold. Let me delete these guys. So just double click close ticket and it'll take those off from the bottom. Then delete the objects. Let's trade gold here. That's still too tight a stop, isn't it? No, it's too wide of a target. Wait. Oh, I kind of fucked up. So see, that's too crazy of a target. So I think I overshot the runway on that. Let me just rewrite the script. I'm not going to rename it. So it needs to just be 1-0. I got carried away. I thought for some reason. I don't even have decimal skills, let alone math skills, so decimals matter. So let's start over on that. Clear off that ticket. And then go like this. Delete the objects. Drop the gold ticket. Above it's a sell and below it's a buy. Now the spacing is too tight. We got to change that. Because we're trying to canvas an area. We're trying to make this so it's convenient. So when I make it let's see, I'm at How about 50 apart? Yeah, we'll have kind of a master stop, so 50 and 100 spacing. I'm going to drop this one with the other one. So I have two versions. I just rewrote it, but I should have renamed it. Oh wait, did I fuck that up? Yep. Nope. Pips apart. Yeah, I'm not getting the proper fill there. Wait. Here, that's how it's. So here's how many pips apart. I want to sell gold. Oh, why isn't that? Oh, am I dropping the wrong one? Why isn't it coming in though? Oh, I didn't change pips apart on the both sides. Okay. Fuck. It's harder than I thought. So there's a sell when it flips to the sell side. I didn't make the sell side that many pips apart. Okay. I'm not going to delete those. Let's see what happens. I want to see how much margin it takes to trade gold. I don't think their leverage is as high on gold as currencies because the currencies are cross rates. So I can handle this. We're going to buy right in here like this. So I'm asking to get filled, I guess. That's going to be an expiration of 4 hours on that. Yeah, that's crazy. This is quite the sell-off, though, isn't it? On the 15-minute gold, like just shear your brains off there. The scalper's window before the crush had to be this. You take out Asia's low, people buy for the bounce, and then the wheels come off the train. I'm trying to see where that was on the longer time frame when the wheels came off. Well, it's before this one. Here's the true crush zone. People started buying beneath that. Boy, I just sheared that thing off. Oh, it looks like I'm going to get filled. Great. So let's do this. Let's buy the retest in gold. It could go lower. So that's just one of many. And you can just be a gold trader. That guy, I think his name was Matt. Yeah, just start writing gold scripts and just trade it like this because what's the other, you don't have no choice there. Let's see if I'm getting filled on the, I just blew up my terminal. There you go. I want to see what. Okay, I got one gold trade here. We bought the plunge. I'm going to take off these trades. I want to see how much margin I'm using. Okay, so it's going to cost you. I think it's. No, you're still at. I think you're still at 501 leverage on that gold trade because I'm only using $7 to have two positions in gold. Yeah, that's pretty good. So I'm filling on that rack I just wrote on gold. That doesn't seem bad at all. It's not NASDAQ. Using a lot of margin, down $2. These are good ratios. Yeah, maybe gold takes out the low of the day. I got 4 hours to take out the low of the day. Let's see how much money we can make here. I buy more heavily down, deeper. These prices won't last very long down here. I mean, I'm looking for the spike. So my exit again. My exit's not proper here for the scalp because this is really a big target. Like if you're trying to get in here and get out, your target's supposed to be here at the last known low. It will be the last known low if we crush lower. So to cue that up, it's going to be like this. Based on that, it's going to be like right about there. Your target's coming back in. So if you're going to just layer this in, you're going to actually absorb. You got way more absorption, but you don't have like, maybe you're not making enough money. So you're going to have to come in with maybe stuff like this, different targets, and some of these will be scalps. This is a gold drop. That's prime real estate there, man. We come down there, my God. Who doesn't want that trade? Look at, they crushed me. I told you they crushed me. Look at that. Look at how they blew me up. They're blowing me up on. I told you. Buying this pound. I'm in about 40K a pound because I wanted that trade. And these are still in because I have wide stops. These are still in. Stocks are going to open. But that's all right. So we're down about $30 now in a monster position. 5-minute pound. So I bought this thing, that whole thing. I bought it. That is really aggressive trading. I had a video called Aggressive Trading. I got a lot of views on that. I'm an aggressive trader. Let me show you something. Come here, son. The yen, we got filled on the yen. Picked up a couple tickets there. Just a little bit. I'm going to cash that out. So it's pure pound now. Now I'm going to come in on the pound to buy like this. Buy super deep into this thing. I think it's pure pound now. Oh, there's some euros in here. Because I really aggressively put stuff on the euro too. So I can see that's another thing. And the euro, I stood in front of the train on the euro. I put all those tickets in. So you can see when I dropped them. And I dropped them starting at this vacuum all the way down. And I even put more below. So we might make $200 today. If we let this whole thing play out, let this whole thing play out. Stocks open in 20 minutes and this will be a big deal. So we could actually make money in the next 2 hours. That's probably my favorite time window. And we're up on that gold. We bought the Lonely Wick on the 30-minute gold right here on limits, and we're locked in. We got sell limits above. I'm going to get rid of those because I don't think that's going to be a good trade. I think gold's going to go up. So I'm going to close them out by dragging this guy over. I'm just going to pluck off all this exposure. These are 4 hours. This is a bad trade. This is going to, if you sell at this price level, I think gold's on its way up. For the day, I think it's going to attempt to take out the high of the day. I don't know if these things are really going to happen. We hope. Hope and pray. But I think we're going to go after this price, But first we got to get through this floor we fell into on a 30-minute gold. Hey, I'm up $7. Look at that. Okay, let's go back to this mega risk. We're buying more euro as it drops. It looks like the euro is going to attempt to take out the historical floor. So this should be fun. I'm going to go full retard on this. Look at that. We're up against the abyss again on the euro. Does it ever end? So until you get back, like I said, I'm buying the attempt. I stated earlier in the stream, all these drops. So now we're in the scary zone. The Dow's about to open. They typically bid the euro down into the opening of the Dow Jones. Typically. Or up. But usually down for some reason. So this bid down process, they've taken out the low of people are just dying here. You know, look at the 1 hour structure. And I'm sure you're like, holy shit, look at that. All the way back to the starting gate? Really? Oh yeah, you know. After the big rally. Wah, wah, wah. Okay. It's all in the Dow. The pound trade looks like I'm underwater on these guys for sure. But I said that going in. I'm like, we're going to stand in front of this train. At that time, I was buying the wick. Oh, the re-wick of the 4 hour. So here's the 1 hour chart. The pound, like a giant exposure down here. And the other trade I got is the yen. I got out of the yen and the dollar CAD. This was the scalp that you could have taken. It was a structure like a void fill thing. Is you would place your rack here and your exit needs to be there. You'd be out of that trade right now. Looking for the engulf, and if euro takes out the floor, dollar CAD's going up again. The pound is in a different world, but the euro, that's the one that's just, you know, it had exploded. Now look at the 1 minute euro. We're banging around under the floor. We got to go screaming through this and take out the high of the day. 1 minute euro coming into the opening of the stock market. Let's check on gold. Gold's winning. Let's see if my targets... the targets don't always change color here because some instruments are based... It's based on 10 pips. So I think this is going to be a bullish day for gold. I'll let it hit its targets. I'll get out before it attempts to take out the high of the day. What's the other one? This trade here. Here's another account I'm running on the euro also. I got 13K running here. We bought this plunge. We bought this pocket. You took out the lows of Asia just now and the lows of the day. We're long on limits entries. I'm underwater on these guys because I got in early, so I bought in midway down to the plunge. This looks like it's going to make another attempt. 1 minute chart's ready to crash, right? Ready to pull down. So yeah, things are getting rocky into the end of the starting off. The next 3 hours here are going to be quite the win or lose, win, lose or draw. Consolidating in this window. One minute euro dollar. We gotta go ripping through this. We're close to the recent history lows. That's the 4 hour. There's the edge of the abyss. Came back to that. If you're still in these trades, you're probably like, really? Coming back to that price again? Like, how many more times, you know? Led Zeppelin. How many more times? That's the 100-yard line down here. Wow. So we're going to be riding the storm out. The yen looks like a good buy if it comes back into this bank. The CAD, I'd be out of that CAD already. That trade's over. We would have scalped to that. I wouldn't exactly sell there, but you could sell at the market there, I suppose. You want to do that trade. I'm just not into those trades. I guess I like this, the probability when you plunge into this thing, the rip back, and like this one I set the targets earlier in the stream. I was talking about your targets need to be from this place down. If you're going to do the dead cat bounce trade into the floor, so your target's from here all the way down, and you typically want to buy super deep. This is a little too close to the market here, so I would take these off and say I only want to buy new lows today on the so it's trade management. Most of trading, risk management and trade management, I guess some order management here. We only want to buy fresh lows. Right? There's probably a way to do this so I can just take off the top of the rack by double clicking, but I want to start buying down here because if we smash into this thing, and maybe it takes tonight, it's tomorrow's Friday, so the week's kind of closing up here, but that's still a great trade because that's the same kind of trade that I did here. You got the rack here, so I just moved that rack over. And same on the sell side. These are good sells. Anything above this price, I think, is pretty decent. That is the high of the week. That's the week, though. That's a 4-hour chart, and the week started here. So you see how they just retested the beginning of the week. But I like to buy on the way to that because I don't want to miss out on. So the swing trades have to start at the beginning here because you're going to go underwater. So you're accepting up front the loss, so to speak. If you buy this area, you've got a 100 pip stop or a 70 pip stop because you're going to look and get out here on this trade and withstand the crush down here. So this pack has to be swing trades. The next pack can be scalpers that are going to get out where the swing traders got in. The next pack that never filled, so you have these packs and these banks, and you have the clock trades. So if you're going to trade on top of this market orders, every 4 hours is down, you buy at the market. So you would have bought here at the market. You would have here at the market, then you stop buying at the market, it rips up, maybe you cash out. You get the whole trade. You're not waiting to get up in this thing because, probably pull back. How are we doing on this account that I overloaded? This is starting to come off the floor. Then the euro is teetering. That's pulling off the floor now. It's pulling away. That's the 4 hour. Here's the 30 minute. Here's the 1 minute. So the 1 minute's got to just go crushing, and it just reject this whole thing and just go zooming up to the round number, and that'll be a great trade. At least it'll be how it's supposed to go. The euro to the yen, I don't know. This thing, like I said, you have to be. I don't have scripts for that. You need 50 to 100 pip stops. I don't trade that currency because of that. It's just not even worth it. I mean, to rewrite all the scripts just to base it on that. Hugo, how's my gold trade doing? So gold's back to fair value. I'd almost cash out right now, but I think they're going to make a run higher today. But I'm going to crash out for money management. I'm going to get out right now because I kind of want to re-rack it. So cash out. We more than hit the targets. It looks drifty. It's going to take a lot of energy to kick it over the thing. So let's come back with the same trade. And I'm going to buy the rewick. Because if they kick it out and then it goes up, you'll be like, wow, man, it did go up in the end, but the pullback, so getting out here is perfect. The sellers are coming in there. We want to re-rack. Semi-aggressive now. Same trade plan. We never made it down here, so I got a lot of exposure down here for a crush. And these were the ones who had a different target, too. Now we're waiting for the stocks to open, and then is there more news coming out? Probably there's some news at 10 o'clock. I don't know. Isn't there? No? Typically? No. I think there's news coming out. What is the amount of people working or something? All right. CAD news at 10. Not high impact. Unemployment rate's kind of steady. Trade plan. The numbers are flat. I don't see anything. Bubba's going to speak at 1:30. Natural gas, pretty boring. Is that an NFP tomorrow? Maybe. Non-farm unemployment. So tomorrow will be insane. So tomorrow will be a lot of fun. We'll trade that NFP tomorrow. Gonna need some wide stops for some of that. We get the double clicks. But yeah, you only trade one instrument at a time. Dollar CAD. Here's dollar CAD set up to trade. I said I would definitely cash out on that dollar CAD long, but I got more buy limits below. I'm going to come in with these swing trades. So I make 30 to make 60. Here's 40 to make 25. This is like the biggest bad ratio ticket I got. One minute chart on the euro. Stalling out, can't get its head above this threshold to save its life. Oh, here's a nice little pullback. Getting ready. Gearing up for a rip north. It's getting postured here. There's a little buy zone. Here's where we're hoping to see some drama. Five-minute warning. Go to the 5-minute chart. Check the 5-minute. Got a little top bottom action there. Coming back. Okay, we just closed the 5-minute. We got a setup. Looking for a lunge north. High America set. A rip north. Yeah. This looks like it's going to make some money. The pound is in the same position. The pound's stronger. The pound has more. But I got it pretty aggressive fill. So the size matters. And so you could say all stuff like, oh, it's an uptrend. Yeah. I started getting long right in and heavy, and I got that wick. I got the best price you could possibly get is buying this old price right there. Now I think we can make about $150 now. Ride this until 10 o'clock when the news comes out. And that's going to be amazing. No market orders, except for getting out at the market and cashing out and taking profits. This looks like the dollar yen might crash, so that's a 4-hour chart. If it crashes into this, I'll buy that plunge zone. The CAD's backing off of that floor that they scalped to. They're even backing this off. People have already taken profits on that. I think I might have a little bit. Right, that pop, that's the scalpers have got out on the 5. Now we're going to go to the 15. The scalpers of the 15 have gotten out for the dead cat bounce into the floor. There's the 30. Here's the 1 hour. Now the 1 hour, you can see the broad view. This is giving you that we're aiming to take out the high of the day here, although my targets aren't set like that. So what do? You move them. Now, if this is real money, what you do is you say, I like that entry. My targets are like I have to get greedier, so I'm going to move all these up. So I'm kind of technically breaking with the trade plan, but it's all right. I'm looking at my size I'm in. I'm like, this could be worth some money today. Let's move my targets up to this top of the rooftop on the 1 hour of that wick. The top of that bar. Just keep moving your tickets now. When the scale's fixed, what I did is I turned on, this is not the default, I turned this on. In charts, use the Alt key to drag trade levels, because all the drawings that I'm doing on here, every time I draw something, you'll accidentally pick up a ticket and move it. You don't want to do that. So I have to hold down the Alt key, and then see this arrow show up. That means I'm over the take profits. So I got 2 minutes to news. I got time to move my targets. I will scale out, so I'll leave some of them there to scale out. It doesn't. It actually go down. It could go smashing down too. Look at 1 minute. The 1 minute people sold that. Now it's going deeper. This is going to be a crazy open. Here's a buy limit double click. 15 minute. This is 15-minute double clicks. That you can run these from your tablet. Anything with a Windows platform. So I'm going to keep racking these guys up. Wait for the market to move and then drop it. That's a 15-minute expiration. It's putting in 2Ks. So it keeps putting in these 2Ks. 2.2 pips below, 4.2 pips below, 10 pip stop. This one has a little bit, this has one more pip of stop. The target is 2.6 pips above current for this bottom, but this is the greedy one, 16 pips on the top. It's a bottomless pit of writing different versions of this with different expirations, but the 15 expiration is because I don't want to keep on dropping this manually. And on the tablet, I can just double click this and say, buy me down here. Buy me down here. 10 seconds till news. 10 seconds till stocks. Let's go to the big picture. Let's look at our balance. So we're up, we're almost up on the day. I did not move my targets on the pound because I have giant targets already, because that is a big mover. Let's wait for this to play out. 4-hour chart. Euro dollar. We bought rock bottom prices. This is the 30-minute pound. We are now above water on that aggressive entry. We're waiting for stocks to open. They are open. Let's let that cash out. Let's let this cash out. I think we can make $250. Is the CAD going to crash? So the CAD's on its way to crash. We will buy this big giant vault. And the 1 hour. Here's the 1 minute. 1 minute euro. Go ripping north. Get the account up to $1,100, maybe $1,200. Or I could scalp out of this right now. So if I'm really like, wow, we're up like $300 right here, I'll probably cash out because people are cashing out there. I think some people have already gotten out there. But the nice 1 hour chart says we're in an uptrend. And this was the retail. This is the top become a bottom. If you have your tickets sitting on this area, it's a perfect setup, so to speak. Classic 1 hour setup. Cliche. But that's most of the world's built on a cliche. And there's a 1 minute again trying to crawl out of the hole. So in about 3 minutes, the 5 minute charts are going to update. So all the people that want to sell would sell that wick floor. That'd be there. The trend traders are the bearish trend traders are selling there, I suppose. But yeah, so who's on here? Trading loss. Good. Good morning, punters. No, baby. Yeah. No super chats. Yeah, we got super chats. I don't know how to set that up. No, you can just donate to my Cash App. Bad Pips. I'm Bad Pips on Cash App. But so this is what we're just going to hold this 5 minute. We still got the 5 minute guys have to update. Look at the 1 minute stuff. This pullback, another pullback. This is like a baby trend crawling out of the hole. Oh my God, come on, people. We need to make like $200 today. I gotta pay for my baby mama. Baby mama. Whatever the fuck is that? That's a new thing. So are you using MT4 or are you saying MT4 doesn't like you? Oh God, I can't be fixed with this. What do you mean fucked, or you mean you're trying to say? Okay, we got to get to $1,200 in this account. We started at 9:26 this morning. I started streaming about 7:30. I don't know. Okay, look at the 4 hour chart. They're hitting my targets, so I moved my targets up. Not too greedy, but I did move them up 20 pips from what they originally. I turned some of these scalps into intermediate targets. How my gold trade doing? Did we get a refill on gold? I got one gold refill. So that was, but I cashed out. We still have a bunch of pendings going for about 8 hours here. 4 hours on gold exposure. All right, man. Let's see a serious auction here. Make a run. We're cashing out into this. We already cashed out some stuff. We're approaching $1,000. This is worth another $70 here or $50 on the pound. I'm leaving those targets as the original. And the yen survived the attempt to take out the abyss. I mean, the euros survived that 15-minute, half hour. So a lot of people are selling right here because now we're in the half-hour structure floor. And I can see that probably back off there. So I could scalp that right now, but I do believe the long run to hit our target, because we're holding on to 30K right now, so we kind of got to hold these trades through their target now. We're scaling out. We could have held the whole thing, but I just don't think it's prudent. Now we hit 1,000. Another $100 maybe, so $1,100 for the target on the account today. Dollar CAD should be tanking. So dollar CAD's coming after my limits, but I'd rather buy super deep here for the probability of cashing out than to sell here or even buy here, because this dollar CAD, and they're coming out with news at 10 o'clock in dollar CAD, which could crush, it's not big news, but it could crush it down there, you know. Yeah. So this is the crush pancake stack here. Dollar CAD, and we're riding this pound we bought on limits, and we're going to let the targets play out. We're peeling off the targets. The euro it looks like it's going to play catch up and engulf. And I move my target. Let me move my targets up. Since I see that I'm not in that big a position because of that, I'm going to move these to turn these into swing trades. I'm just going to grab the take profits and put them up higher. Let me turn on the color. You can't really see too well. So I changed the color of everything, so now it's like so I'm going to grab these targets and put them all on the upper rooftop of that fractal to the round number, basically. Now these, I can still move these. These are about to cash out, but we want to turn this into instead of being a scalp. So I'm intervening on top, and this is just, I'm using the limit grids to get me in the trade, so I can manage the trade after I get in like this. We're about to cash out. I think I'm not going to be able to get these out of the way fast enough, so you got to move fast now. You really got to move. So I'll throw them up. If this is real money, I throw them way the fuck up there. Like I start doing this shit. All right, so if you think, okay, you know what, I can't buy again. I'll never get a price like that again. So take what you have and start moving these tickets as soon as you see the arrow, holding down the Alt key. So I selected an options Alt key, because if you don't, every time you do this, you'd be grabbing tickets. The default is no Alt key enabled for the moving your orders. So right up in here, this looks like a sweet spot. I'm not going to wait all day to get paid. There's so many sellers up in here that when I see this this pocket, there's tons of sellers. You could put sellers too. Before they even come after this, I'm going to move these up. So we haven't got out yet. The longer it takes, the more time I got to move my targets, the longer this thing weasels here. So we're still in like 20K. The pound's probably cashing out right now. Every time the euro moves up, the pound's moving up. The only problem with this, some of these targets I'm moving, they may be targets from limits that I have below, like I'm from Canada. And the thing is that I may be moving targets that are for tickets that I haven't filled, especially the ones that are underneath, because they would have cashed out. So I'm not even sure what these are connected to. So there are sellers there. The pound is making me money. It's cashing out. And I'm not going to, I'll move these targets too. So I'm going to move these targets because I'm not in a big enough position. So I realize the size I'm in, and the pound still got some ways to go. Still got some. We took off half the position already, so I feel like I can turn this into a swing trade, what's left, and move my targets up. All right, so get these guys up in here, and I'm not going to try to sell the top of the day. I'm not going to wait that long. So another 20 pips. The gold trade is probably going to take out the high of the day. We could have stayed in that, but I did cash out. Like I said, I cashed. I'm in one. Look, I'm up $3 here on gold. So writing this gold script, very tight spread here, 17 cents on this broker. This is a $1 grid on gold. I'm sorry, that's it. It's $10. It's a $10 gold grid, I think. Yeah, right, $10. So the $1, I could put the $1 grid on top here. I think I gotta oh shit, I just kind of blew up my I have to wait for the 5-minute chart to update. Gonna blow up my grid there. I have to wait for the data to come in. Anyways, yeah, I gotta take that indicator off. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I put the wrong. Yeah, that's not right. Let's get this guy off. How do you do that? I must have put a temp. Oh, I put the. Yeah. Oh, I see. I gotta find the right template for that. That's too tight. So it's gonna be. I can't get that. It's $10. I can't get it to be $1. I have to go check what I did there. Anyways, it looks like we could take out the high of the day here easily on gold. There's a 15-minute gold. I'm going to sell it though. I think I'll sell into the high of the day actually. It's too late for me to buy. So here's my gold drops. We'll just sell above the high of the day for some kind of scalp. I have to babysit that a little bit. These are really, it's better to sell up here with the targets I'm using. Okay, so we're about to cash out that gold. I think into the top of the hour we should be getting out of that trade. By the end of the day, we should be up trying to get through the high on the euro and the pound. So let's just sit back and we were trying to get to $1,100 on this account. We'll be up 170 on the day. $1,150 would be probably, if we get to $1,150 or $1,200, then we'll be up about $250 there. So the hit rate, if you trade manually like this, you're going to make like $1 on $1, I think. If you can see the market coming into your order bank and you're like, oh, that's not good. If you really trade properly, you'll outperform any churning bots, any robots like that, you know. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. Yeah, that is a good trade there. I just have to wait now. I don't think I want to chase anything or add to a winner, so to speak. Just let the pound go up and let the euro go up. I know there's sellers up here, so that's my exit. And I think I'm going to take that gold trade off because I think it ran out of gas. I think it's just not worth hanging out in, so I'm going to hit the take all profits on the gold chart. Cha-ching. So this is why manual trading makes more money than just throwing in stuff like that, because I'm actually on this gold trade. If you look at my history today on gold, so look at my account history of the day, like time wise. How do you do the time on this? I don't even know where the categories are, honestly. Here's execution time. Okay, sell. Okay, 6. Here's today's trades. So those are the gold trades. Not one losing gold trade. Thank you. Thank you very much. Here, I lost a little bit on Euro there. See my win rate just for today. Now, this is the rack. Got too early. This is a stop out of 40 pips. That is yesterday, though. So this is yesterday. So today only. Now, these are just blind racks. This is why this kind of shitty trading in a way. This is just insane. So usually when I'm doing demonstrations for the scripts, it's for execution of the script, not how you're supposed to trade and not how to make money. It's just execution. It's raw. It's like saying, this is a guitar amp with gain. What you play through that guitar amp is up to you. It's an amp with gain. It's a tool. So you can either chop, you can either use your tools for good or bad. And you see that in horror flicks, where people take kitchen knives and do weird stuff with a kitchen knife. Like, I didn't know you could do that with a kitchen knife. Well, I'm doing it right now. Can you feel me? Can you feel me, brother? Cha-ching. So that's my history of the day. On this little, but that's not bad really. The margin wasn't bad. See, here's a stack that could have been, if I was babysitting this, I would have moved my targets because this got out too early. You can see your performance right here. I only made $1.70 on that. I bet that would have made $5 a ticket. This is a scalp though. But maybe that's just to pad your account. So that's the bad ratio. Maybe now here's a good $1.80 on these trades. What's my biggest winning trade on history? How do you get that number? Not very much. So my biggest winning trade is only 29 pips. That's not too good. So this is a scalper thing. So right there, that's a problem. So I'm going to sell the gold. I think they're going to go after I think they're going to take out the high of the day, but I just want to play around with this little gold drop I made. So it's creeper gear to profits here. Where the pound's about ready to pop. It's going to take these tickets off here. We're coming up on that target. So in the 4 hour, it looks like, really? Yeah, so the time frame matters. Like the setup here, you're like, okay, well, we're getting near that. The window that the half hour top tick Tommies are just that 1 wick. On the 1 hour, you're like, yeah, it's reaching. On the daily, you're like, what the fuck? You can't even see these trades. On the daily, you're like, gosh, maybe we should sell. 15-minute looks like a sell window. I'm sure there's sellers here. Might see a pullback. How are we going to get that final destination, That's always the question. Yeah, so here we'll come out on targets. I moved my targets. This is not the way the script was written. And I could still move them. I say, you know what? Let's sell the high of the day. So just like you'd be moving your sell limits, I'm going to move my targets up. So sometimes what I'll do is move them way up to here, and then when I see the market's not going to make it, I'll just cash out. But also going to scale out. So everything's scaled out here. It's not going to be a hard exit. I didn't have a hard entrance. All my entrants, these are my entry prices are in, what is that, aquarium color? The laggard here is going to be the euro. Now I am going to move my targets up here too. I'm going to go for above the high of the day. So I'm going to get greedy. Because I think by noon, we might be screaming through the high of the day. This would be not an auction in the sense of the day, but if you consider this buy window down here, this buy trench, we will engulf this section. So the engulfment's going to take out from there and then it'll take out this high. So I'll move my targets up. This way I don't have to re-enter any more trades today. I scalp the floor and I'm going to go for the huge structure greedy target up here. I think after a 300 pip sell-off for 3 days in the euro, we could easily take out the high of today. Back into the seller's window is this void up in here. This big void left behind. The obvious, everything above here. This is the giant sell pool now for people. I'm certainly going to get on that train. So this is a 30-minute chart. You know, there's a lot of great trades on here, man. If you're willing to put your sell limits up here, write it down, put your buy limits down. It's back and forth, and it's just if you can get to the platform every 4 hours, you know, I mean, this, look at the 4-hour chart. If you're going to do this, so here's your entry on the 4-hour chart. You got that doji, this blah, blah, blah. If you buy this, everything in here, and you're looking for it to take out this, you know, you're really stepping way back. So let's put all our exits up in that where we know the sellers are, and we'll be out of the trade. So we're at come up $1,100 almost. I think we could hit $1,200 if they do come into this price. I'm just going to move all these guys up. I'm usually faster at moving those, but let's get them all above the wick. And then we don't have too much exposure now. We're only at about 18K. It's between the pound and the euro. So we get this up in the sell window. Check the pound. I'm going to cash out the pound. I think we hit it. Like I'm over the pound. It's just taking too long. So they just hit this sell window there, and I think the sellers come in. So I'm just getting out of the pound. And I just got the euro left. There wasn't much pound left anyways. I don't have the time for that. Like I'm trying to make $200 and then I'm done. And we could sit back and put some buy limits. Like if I was going to sit back and say, well, let's just come in and lightly trade that same trade plan. I'd put like 1 hour expirations in there, or here's a 2 hour. You know, let's buy down here. Let's do this trade, right? It's probably going to come back and retest. I ain't got time for this shit. I mean, it's not, for us to get to the high of the day now, it's just like a distant, it's ridiculous. Even this thing's struggling. So you may have a vision for a target, and that's like really what you're wanting to have happen, but the likelihood may be unrealistic. But that's like anything else, you know. I thought her family wouldn't be a bunch of assholes. She's hot, but man, her family. I'd rather have Amber Heard be. So that's going to take forever to hit that target. If it even does. In fact, this one I want to buy more. For 2 hours, I will retap this area because I'm not in that big now. So I don't think I'm going to hit my $1,200 goal now. I'd have to buy the retest. I have to re-rack now. 2 hour trade plan now. 5-minute chart. Right, so big sellers up in this. It's not like it can't keep going, but why not? Let's add to this trade on limits coming back. And I'm not going to change these targets. This 2 hour drops now. I could walk away on this trade for 2 hours, come back, watch a movie, come back. kind of hard to blow up the account. But most of my position is actually in the euro because when I took off that pound, I noticed my margin only changed a little bit. So we really didn't get that. Watch this thing go up and take out the high of the day right now. Prove me wrong. But like I said, I just didn't have I can't focus on both. And this was not that much. All right, so here's your 1 minute chart. So you just got out in this chop. So I would definitely buy a plunge back into this fair value nest of tickets. I'm still holding this one though. This is another small account. Now it looks like I'm getting filled on my sell limits on the gold. So gold's coming after the high of the day. I just filled on the gold. Shit. I gotta refix the scale. Every time you put a template in, you gotta refix the scale. You can't save a fixed scale template. So here's my top tick Tommy gold trade right now. Where the fuck is it? Oh, I'm in the history. So here I'm up $1.40. Using $6 a margin. So I can cash out of that. Those should be bigger tickets. I'll wait for it to pull back a little bit more. Try to make $3. Got my finger on the cash out tickets. I got a hotkey for that, so I don't know where it's at, so I got my hotkey. So I just cashed out. Now I can come in with this buy limits here, 4 hours. So that trade's over. Try to get this account up to $1,300. Just for curiosity, take a look at crude. So crude trade worked out. That's the daily oil market. Back into the floor. You had to be willing to go underwater and buy this plunge. Here's all the supply zones that would have been. So the reaction's very hard because of how deep this one price is. Look at this. This is a $10 grid. Heavy reaction. That's it. I mean, look at the screaming move on the 1 hour. So, pretty wicked, huh? Wicked crude move. Dow Jones is on a rally, right? Dow Jones up. Euro up. So I got out of that gold trade. That's the scalp. Now it could keep going up. Yeah, I'll put sells way up here. Still waiting for this. Here's the euro. Struggling. That's the pound. So the pound is, what's a 15-minute chart? The pound looks like it is going for the high of the day. But I said it wasn't a big enough position for me to, I didn't want to hold on to it and think about it. So we're holding the euro. The euro's going to pick up the rest. I moved my targets way up on the euro. Oh, I'm buying more on the euro right now. So there's a 5-minute plunge on the euro. Perfect. I just picked up a few more K buying the pullback. Beautiful. Because I don't think we're going to be able to take out the high of the day on the euro without pulling back some. Here, the high of the day is being right up here, way the fuck up here. So these targets, I will not move the scalp targets. I'll let that scalp out, and I still have my original position I'm holding, and that's that crop. This is the crop of exits I've been dragging. So I'm trading around this swing trade. And I can still put these scalps in for 2 hours to just make $6 to make $6 here. It looks like they're going to try to make a run for the low of the day, but I just think this is the easiest trade in the world, is to put these short-term scalps in. 18 pips stop. I mean, come on. 24 pips stop to make 42 pips. So I would start thinking about, this is going to be my greedy 2-hour entry. Those are 3Ks. So risking 9 to make 12 would be $120 if it's a 10K. Risking 90 to make 120. The pound's pulling back off of that. It's just, I mean, look at this 4-hour chart. Who's buying on a 4-hour chart there? It looks like a sell. The dollar yen's plunging into my order bank, at least coming near it. The 4 hours is certainly a broad view of that supply zone. And we picked up a little scalp here. I'm going to leave the scalp be, so I'm going to take profits on that. It's too hard to move the targets because with all these tickets, if I start moving these targets like this, I don't know if I'm grabbing a filled order or an unfilled order. So there's a big problem there. There's not different colors for filled and unfilled orders, so there's really no, if you know what I mean, Vern. Vern, what happened to Vern? 5 minutes. Five-minute chart. Natural gas news is out. I suppose the market's quiet down and there'll be people coming in to get into a position now. Here's the 1 hour. I got buy limits here. I got to get rid of these. These are too tight, too close to market. So I will come in deeper. Buy back here in fair value. These are too tight to stop. You need a 30 pip stop on the pound. Dollar CAD's coming after my buy bank. Does look like the momentum's dried up there for that move. I gotta get rid of this chart. I don't even trade that shit. I tried trading that on a demo. My scripts don't even fit. Not even. Okay, here's a broader view. You got the euro working in the corner here. We got the yen plunge team. We got the plunge team here. Both dollar pairs we're going to buy heavily. These are the four majors. Well, I'm taking the Swiss franc and putting the CAD in there. The normal platform that comes with forex would be your Swiss, euro, pound, yen. Yeah. Euro, pound, yen, Swiss, 4. And the Swiss is like ridiculous spread suck and it barely moves. Yep. Spread sucks, the market barely moves. What a combo plate. Wow, I can't wait to do that. That's not going to be a very boring way to make money, is it? It's not very boring at all. All right. Alrighty then, so what's the story? Looks like a great setup on that 5-minute euro. We're already long. So if I didn't think I wasn't big enough here, I would buy at the market. got here? Waiting. The waiting game. So nobody wants to call into the How to Blow Up Your Account show? See if that link's still on my... Let's see what else we got here. And a pig's eye. It's 7-7. Do people only... Do you think this is a lucky day to trade 7-7? Can't tell whether you're European or American with that 7-7. Europeans be putting the day first. Day, month, year. That makes sense. But Americanos are worried about what month is this? Deep pullback on the... They're not done with this. They're not done beating the shit out of the euro yen. I mean, the euro to the dollar. 5 minute. 4 hour plunge rack for dollar CAD. Same with the and the 1 hour pound. I kind of want to buy a retest. If we retest that, so it's a good thing we got out of that pound trade, because guess what? It's just not really making it to target that quickly. Loving that this looks like the best trade so far today. I'm not going to chase that pound. The pound looks itching to take out the high. Got 4 hour pound here and the 4 hour CAD there, and I'm getting in kind of early here. It's not as strict. So if it's to be a strict entry window, I'm going to take off all the pendings. So that only left with the pendings below the wicks from, that's like a daily low. If I go to the daily chart, you want to get your tickets below the low of the day. Because we want to buy new lows. Looks like CAD's about to plunge. Euro's about to take out up. Pound's going to go ripping up. That looks like the final price pulse of the day. So I'd be going into the Asian session a little underwater if we get filled on this dollar yen. I'm going to pluck off all these tickets, because this is something that a robot, I don't think a robot can manage the way I'm managing. It would take you by the time you built that robot, you'd be dead. Your fingers would fall off, I think, trying to write the code. This is such a complex array of... humans just outperform. You know, unless you're talking about a bulldozer. Right, you want some bulldozer to pick up. I'm going to put the 8 hour tickets down here. Create a break even. Here's 12 to make 12. So what I do is I would start building my entries below the low of the day. So it seems like that's like never going to make it there, but you got, I'm giving you 8 hours to get down there. And I'll do the same thing here, which is when I put some complex. Here's a wide stop to make 10 pips, 8 hours. So this is quite a commitment for the next 8 hours. I got just crazy. If this thing makes $200 and then this thing comes down and it goes underwater by 50 to make $200. So that's the only way you can see trading multiple currency pairs is like this. Here's the 4 hour. There's a 5 minute euro, 4 hour. So stuff that you're going to swing trade, you probably got a 4 hour chart, and it takes a while to get filled, really does. It would have taken you, when the market was up here, I don't know how fast it got back here, but kind of range trading it. So that's like the bookends. $15-minute pound. So I feel like these are premium. On the 15-minute chart, this is premium deep. If it's stabbed down into that. So if the news is coming out, I could see it stab and rip into that, and you just cash out on that bank. The stack would be gone. I feel like I'm a little too close to the market still here on these early entries, and I think these are at least, everything's almost 4 hours to 8 hours. I did drop some 1 hour drops really close to the market earlier, but still pulling back on this. Look at this, more pullback. So this is still not a done deal. 5 minute euro dollar. Nothing's certain. Look at this. I picked up a sell limit I left behind on gold. So I think I'm going to let that one go maybe. I don't know. Like, look at the 5 minute gold chart. I think that's a keeper. Let that one come down to target. So this is the 5 minute gold. We just keep punching higher and higher. And anybody that's committed to, they're still underwater on their first sell here. That would be the scalper's exit if you're just going to sell that very top of the gold market. This buyer should come in here, so I'll hold that till we crush back. No, I'm just going to get out now, so. Because I want to put buy limits in now. Look at these you see how fast those tickets all came in at once there, because, you know why? Because the broker went offline for a little bit. So those tickets were holding in a buffer, so they all came in at once. Boom. So this broker goes offline occasionally. Oh, there's no tick coming in, actually. If I drop this and there's no tick, see, it's not going to come in, but it'll come in all at once. When it does, next tick it has, they'd be boom. Waiting for one more tick in gold. That's what's going to initialize the launch of that ticket. Oh, they came in sequential that time. Oh, well. The other one didn't. Man, I got mouse-itis in my hand. I got to do hand exercises, but that's fun. That's a kibitz, that gold trade. I just can't believe it. It's underwater now on my other account. And now we're taking some heat here on the plunge. We're getting it. We're back into a big position using $90 a margin now. Just not enough buyers on the euro train. Can't come back, sell off, and pick up some more buyers here. Well, I'm in heavy. I'm not going to change my targets now for sure, for certain. We still got till noon o'clock, so another hour and 45 minutes. 15 minutes charts just updated. So go to the 15. We should see a spike down on the 15. The 15-minute at-the-market robots should be buying now. Or the people that want to buy a pullback. I think you just got a great pullback. There's the inverted hammer just before the smash. I'm not going to change my targets unless, well, the thing is, you could change your targets now, and you could say, we can really make some money now. If it was late in the day, so when there's still plenty of energy left because we haven't hit noon yet, and it's only Thursday, so you might want to move some of your targets up, but it depends on It really depends on you, because if you want to build positions and get amazing ratios, you will have to move. You'll have to turn your 15 pips stop to make 15 pips, you're going to have to take that target and drag it up to 40 pips. And the nice thing about that is that you don't have to run a trailing stop, because if it comes back to the starting gate, you're only going to lose 15 pips on that. It'd be a disappointment that you left money on the table or you didn't get out when we were up. But it also is, with this many tickets, it's degrees of pregnancy. You know, you're not pregnant, and you're not pregnant. It's all incremental. The pound's pulled back for one more lunge on the 15, trying to get over the goalpost and the Sellville. I don't know if I'd be a seller up there, though. We could put some sell racks up in there really wide. We have to use these 20 pips apart ones. I'll go with the 40 pip stop. It had to be so deep up in here. So 15-minute, the Euro's do or die now. We plucked off these guys' stops, the bear stops. Came all the way back to the middle of the road here. Yeah, that is some boring shit. No drama today. Not every day's a circus. Although you wouldn't really know it. All right, so what do you think? Is the world going to come to an end yet? Man, I'm really in big on this trade. Let's go broad view here. 1 hour Euro, 4 hour CAD, 15-minute. This trade's going to take forever for that the yen to plunge. But we're not risking any money until it plunges. Dollar CAD looks itching to plunge. Very itching to plunge there. She can't wait to plunge. She's funny that way. Oh, my girlfriend, she just, when she starts drinking, she wants to day trade. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It'd be tough if your girlfriend wanted to trade. Can I trade too? She goes, I bought $1 worth. Honey, I want to show you this trade. I bought $1 position. Yeah, I bought 1.00. Oh, honey, that's $100,000. Whatever. Look at this crush. I'm taking some heat. At $800 of free margin. God, what a terribly boring day. 1 minute chart on the euro. I do believe I can draw a trend line on that. What we got here is a triangle. We have the 1 minute floor. Big juicy buy window. Oh, they're buying, they're itching. Oh, something's going to give here. Uh-oh. Gird your loins. We take out that trend line. It's a beautiful thing. Oh yeah, all the way back to the starting gate. Okay, 1 minute charts are updated. 5 minute charts are updated. Gotta break this trend line. I make this trend line fat so there's more resistance. So when it breaks it harder. Hard break on that trend line. Right there. This whole thing is still tanking. I'm getting clobbered here. I'm in about, geez, it picked up a few more K. I'm going to take out the low of the day here. Gosh, I don't know. We're making a run for it. Look at this. Fucking A, man. Let's buy that. That guy put so many tickets down here. Oh, my God. Look at this crush. Even the pound's giving up a little bit. The dollar's going up. Dollar CAD. Here's the yen on the 15. I pulled back. I'm in about 57K over here on the yen. I mean the euro. Oh, major fill. Look at this thing. They're going after the abyss. Wow. And I'm racked and stacked to about 3 standard lots down here if we fill. Wow. See, it doesn't matter. There's no certainty at all. It's just probability. Huge stacks. We just picked up a few more K here on the euro dollar. One-minute chart. Big trend line to break. Where's my fucking tools here? Let me move this.
Good morning,
Channel
Simple.
trading. Hey, what's up?
Man,
What's up?
I said it's all good. I had got the alternator fixed, you know,
Oh,
all
yeah.
the day-to-day stuff that has to happen.
Yeah, that's you need one of those. Yeah. That's
This is the time I could have used those drops because I had to go to the back and forth to the garage, so you can't watch your screen.
Yeah,
The
that's
drops
tough.
come in handy, man. Yeah, that's the technique.
So it's 25 after. Look at this accumulation of the euro. Man, they pulled that thing back. I picked up another 50K on the pullback. So this is a way better trade than.
Right.
So actually having that kind of small swing trade position left behind enabled me to load up on this pullback. Here, let me turn on the screen here in the Discord so you don't have to stare at the fucking.
I don't have to look 15 seconds behind.
This is the chart. I'm actively trading the shit out of this account. We just got to overcome this. This is the new floor on the 1-minute chart. It kind of has to pull back before it has enough fuel to make a big run. Like it just has to retest. These are all the phases of accumulation is to chop. And it's just so annoying when you're in one of those accumulation phases waiting to make X. Like look at this 4-hour inverted hammer that's forming right now. That won't complete until 1 o'clock, but I mean, just a pullback, just how it just rips back is just mind-blowing. On the 15, it looks like a reasonable pullback, you know?
Right. No, but how do you gauge it for yourself in terms of the number? We were talking about this, me and the gentleman, the poker player guy. We were just talking about the general principles for, you know, the beginner person, and I'm wondering, I was going to ask you this morning, like, sorry I came late, but how do you determine how many drops to have in a certain area when you're canvassing an area? Do you mentally keep track of how much money's going onto the racks, or is there a way for you to...
Yeah, I guess if you're really going to be diligent or whatever you call it, or you really keep track of this stuff, what you do is you say, okay, this is $15 to make $15. For the next 4 hours, I'm going to drop this down here. Now, you could tally that. I think there's a program. There's an EA that'll go out, look at all your pendings. What if they all filled? So you probably could have I'm sure there's got to be an EA that looks at all the stops and says, okay,
sure.
And it just gives you a running EA. You can see, okay, I'm risking about $120 today, $128. If all the tickets fill, and if my ratios are break even, then I'm looking to make $128 as expectations, so to speak. And if I have greedy targets, this all presupposes, though, that you let the whole trade play out. Whereas if you're babysitting the market like this, you're definitely on it, in and out, in and out. I'll make more money than the guy that puts in a big, deep 100%. Swing trade. But yeah, I would 100%. Say, in the end, it's going to be like my feeling when I drop them is let's say this is a fast dropping market. I'm like, could I risk $12? Maybe I have to risk 50. Too tight a stop here. I should be doing single drops. So when the market's really fast, if you're dropping single drops with a 100 pip stop, you can see how you'd have the ultimate confidence that you're risking $10 per trade to make $10. It's a 100 pip stop to make 100 on singles. Right. Now, you could pepper that all over your screen. So deep in the market, at the end of the week, you never got a fill. You never lost any money. There's the envelope between never getting filled and getting overfilled. Yeah, what is the sweet spot, and how much do you decide to? I'd say the bigger the vacuum, the market's telling you if there's a 50 pip vacuum on the pound that goes back 3 or 4 days or 40 hours, whatever you're looking at this shelf, Right. So here, the one I'm looking at right here. On the yen, I'm like, holy shit, if we ever crushed down into that, so when you were building, say you built, this is 20 pip grid, so a 40 pip window of, you're going to populate this thing based on the 4 hour, this is a 15-minute lonely wick. This is a day trade, so you missed the sell. So you're going to do the buy. You missed this selling top tick time, so you put your buying grids in there. Now, if your targets are set to get out of the box, all those trades cashed out. You could rinse and repeat that on the 15, or you're holding for it to engulf and take out the high of the previous day, which it does. High of the day, which it did today. So here, conservative as opposed to aggressive.
The discretionary trade is going to be better. I agree with you.
Well, 100%. Aggressive trading would be, I'm going to drop an order right here to try to, I'm just trying to make, okay, I think I have it here. We're just trying to make like 9 pips. The script is going to be, I'll put in singles here. So to make it really overly emphasize the, I might have it in here. I'm going to risk 12 pips. I'm going to risk 16 pips to make 12 pips. This is risk $5 to make $4. This is a 6-hour expiration. It really should be tighter than that, but I'm going to start right here. So I'm going to buy this. It's an early lead into the big crush, so this would be aggressive to start buying on the way to this giant vault down here, which is where most of I must have at least 3 standard lots on individual tickets down here. The broker allows 1,000 tickets.
Wow. Is that a lot for a $500 account, just in general?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't go, like, so if I was at $1,000, I wouldn't realistically trade past a standard lot on singles because you could kind of breathe easy, If you got clobbered and lost $250, you could still make it back. And not every ticket's a loser, so that's the other thing.
Right. Well, we were discussing with the poker guy. He's got his friend Gloria from or wherever she's from. She wants to learn how to trade.
I thought you were making a fictitious name. Now I feel bad.
Well, it is a fictitious name. I have no idea what her name is. Okay. We're just calling her Gloria.
Oh, because you said you had a friend from Canada. I'm like, well, like I said, what does she look like?
I have no idea.
Nicer next time.
The idea was we were just talking in general. Like, she wants to go on with her life. She's played music. She's got a lot of stuff she wants to do. She's not going to sit in front of the computer for 9 hours like us maniacs. So, what would be the drop that we were discussing? You want to have maybe the deeper drop for her, and she can, let it sit for 4 hours or 8 hours, and don't expose her to more than $50, et cetera, et cetera.
She'd have to trade more than one currency. She'd have to trade more than one currency. So she would have to go trade other stuff. Because if you're looking to do that particular trade, and if she's an end-of-day trader is what she would be. Her orders last 24 hours. She looks at the things. Now she's got to trade more currency pairs because you're not going to.
She make $5 a day. That was our question was, can she make her $5 a day? That was really what we were looking at.
Well, yeah, 5, 10, 20, 100.
Okay.
She could lose. She knows her losses.
This is it. This was what my question for you was: what's her maximum loss going to be on let's say the ticket she's going to canvas an area for 8 hours, 12 hours?
Well, she just keeps track of the drops. So every time you drop I put the dollar amount on there. Try to include the spread. So 20 pip stop is really an 18 pip stop, and in other words, when you put a 20 pip stop, it's going to cost you 20. If they stop you out, it's going to cost you 22 pips. It says 20 here, but same thing on the profits. You're going to be shy 2 pips on your profit target because
they got to get their VIG. I got you.
They got to get the spread and the commission. So I try to lowball it. Like this is here's a ticket that says 22 by 22, 15 to make 15. That's not right. It's about 17 to make 13. If you put slippage in there. So I was trying to calculate 2 to 3 pips of cost, and you can tell when I did because it would say, it was one of those, how am I going to do this kind of thing? How do I the hardest thing about this whole project is, what do I call this ticket? And is it going to call out so much detail in the name of the ticket that it describes the whole trade plan there? And actually, the tablet ones, the double clicks, what I'm trying to do here is make it so that when you're on a tablet, you can scrunch this down so that you have the most efficiency in the platform. And you just need to, like these market orders, like sell limit. This is just sell M. So here's a double click. I know that's a double click because it's 30 minutes and 15 minutes are typically double clicks. So I'll run it right now just to show you. That is a double-click 30-minute script you could run from if you had. And now that doesn't mean the market's going to go up there and hit that, but this is what here's a very close to the market sell limits. That is going to start selling 3 to 5 pips. Here's the 8. So I could hit all 3 racks. Inside that script, you figure out how much that costs, and you could call out in the title how much it cost. You can't use a dollar sign. No, you can't use dollar signs on the labels here because I think that's unacceptable character. But you would just know that number. The last number is typically the actual dollar cost. I got one here. I know I've got one here that has the, maybe not. But certainly these kind of like these big giant tickets like this is stuff. I wouldn't give her a raise. I'd just give her single drops. That's the best way to trade a single drops because whether 2K or 1K or 10K is because you're putting them in very precise shelves and you have the scalp built in, and what you want to do is on this euro, had I done it, and I didn't do it, but so stuff like this, when the market drops into this hole and chatters around, embedded in here, you want to have those scalps and you have those long targets. And now in the 1 minute chart, which kind of matters, Look at this rip down. So I bought this whole plunge. I'm up $3 on 60K. That's to me, that's a winning trade already because I'm actually absorbing the commissions and the spread.
It's take the money and run. I agree with you, man. You're up nice. Then
I'm just saying that I'm in a big position and I'm slightly up. That means that that's a great trade so far because I should be down at least commissions and spread and drawdown. But if I'm holding my head above water coming into 25 minutes before the closing of Europe, The euro's about to make a serious pounce at the high of the day, and it'll be a rip. It'll be 1.5 hours screaming into 12 o'clock. And after 12 o'clock, it's really not. That's why trading like this for 6 hours in the morning, you make a lot more money than, some swing trades. You may wait all week to get paid, and you're like, oh, God, this structure here. So look at the 4 hour. Would you sell on the 4 hour? Your target would have to be on the euro right now. I'm sorry, the daily euro you're looking at now. Who the fuck is selling here? You'd have to be looking for a target of 20 to 40 pips. You're down 200 pips under this major structure on this.
Right.
This is last month's low. Dude, you're 200 pips. So the whole trade for me, the rest of the week here, is going to be trading from the long side. Not that I think it's necessarily like it can't go down here and just blow people's minds and just take out the low. And if it does that, I think it's just going to dip in the window. I don't think it's going to crush anymore.
Okay.
There's the 4 hour. It's retesting, and you could have your order banks down here. You're never going to miss the fear of missing out. It never really is a true thing because, trust me, if you think you missed the rally from yesterday, all you had to do was pack up your orders and put them in here. Now the daily drops or the weekly drops, they would have filled that, and they would have cashed out. And you're not going to get if you're not there to see it. But yeah, if somebody's going to be end of day trader. You just go to the daily charts and you just call it the trades, You have to trade multiple currency pairs, but it would look something like this. Here's a daily euro.
Right.
And if you go into previous stuff like this, what you're going to be doing is, like this is a hugely rich place to have your buy limits and sell limits. This doesn't last like when the market rips, but this whole thing, that's like 10 days of just mining the range. Then when it crushes, yeah, you're going to get but the longer it goes sideways, just like, any robot that's making good money, when he really starts making good money, it's time to close him down because he's about to get annihilated. And it's going to be something like that blows him up. And when he comes in, and when you turn on your range bot, if there was such a thing, this is a bigger range than this range that you milked. So this is going to be, so it's always changing the dynamics. It's pretty close to the same chop. The range traders are cleaning up here, and then they get destroyed on the markdown here. It's just,
the market pulls all the way down. Yeah.
So the guy that steps in front with the grids here and goes, why did I blow up the account? Well, guess what? You didn't if you could handle that because, look, we made it all the way back up. So you have to have very deep, you need a 100 pip stop, 200 pip stop to make 150 pips on that. And it took you days to make it back.
Right.
And here, are we ever going to make it back to the floor? I don't even know. I think we would make it back to this floor. But look at what's the most striking thing is, wait, you fix your scale, and people do a visual back test, fix your scale one day and go, okay, let's scrunch out. We're on the daily chart. And imagine that all you care about is how many pips you're going to make. This is a 20 pip grid. And now look at the market from this perspective. You'll shit your pants. You're like, holy fuck, where's the fucking trade? Jesus, go to the 4 hour. Okay.
You can't see shit.
You can't see your trade in there. Now, this is the 4 hour view. You can come up to any, let me just turn off this.
It looks like someone's having a heart attack on one of those machines.
It is nuts. Here, let me turn off the walk forward auto scroll. And just go back in time and just ask yourself, somewhere in time on this chart, but you're just trying to make 20 pips, dude. So you got the 15-minute chart. Where's there a trade setup? No, I just lost all perspective here. I got to fix the scale to find out where I'm at. The market's so deep. That's how deep the market is that it's just mind-blowing. So if I fix the scale now, and now that it's not going to auto-update, and then you just kind of, you're looking for your trade on here, and you're like, okay, dude, it's going to be like this, right? Like, this is really what the market is. This is what it really looks like to somebody who's trying to make 20 pips. Now, this is somewhere
ridiculous.
in time. This
Buddy,
is like this is February. Dude, this is February. Now,
Yeah, it's crazy.
now
Crazy.
I'm kind of back testing. Here's Asia. This is 30-minute
Okay.
chart. I got a buy bank in here. I don't think I put a big enough buy bank on that one. Like, look at that fucking move. But by the
Probably not.
same token, if you don't mind being a seller, here's your sell rack. You cashed out every ticket, and even this loss leader on the beginning. I put your rack a little higher if you're nervous about going underwater. Every one of those trades are a winner. You have a 20 pip target. It's just unbelievable. Somewhere in time, every Asian. Now look at this. This is another setup where you're going to just. So this is the floor. You have to be a structured trader to do what I'm doing. So you have to say, this is the floor. I want to buy that like crazy. But I have a fear of missing out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start buying the Lonely Wick. I'm going to put a 10K, 20K, 30K, 40K, 50K, 60K. I'm ready to buy all the way down
All
to...
the way. Yeah.
In other words, I'm willing to commit to all the way down here. Now, these are all great trades. And you could be the guy that goes, I'm just going to put a fucking $1 million position on top tick Tommy on the top of Asia. So
Right.
you see, that trade is real. Now, that is the ICT trade, so to speak. This is a smart money trade, right? Is it not smart? You're going to sell top tick Tommy, and you got to load up on that ticket, and that ticket is worth boom. And at the end, it's worth boom. So if you say he held it all the way down to here, holy shit, what's the ratio on that? But by the same token, I'm going to do this trade all day long. This is everything from here. So this is the daily chart, but I'm looking at this is a daily chart to me because of the fact I have these separators. This is 1 day. If I buy the low of the previous day, how did this work out? I bought the low of the previous day. That is a great trade. That's 40 pips with a 20 pip stop. That's 60 pips if I hold. If I do bookends, I know for certain this is the high of the previous day. That is a total auction engulfment in February 10th of last year. This shit goes on all day long, dude. Now, people don't believe it. So they're like, well, I'm not gonna spend time putting a bunch of orders, but if you put a cluster, now if you drag and drop singles into here, you know, if Mary Beth can put her singles in here, she's going to be like, I can't fucking believe it. Because she scalps her 20, her 40, her maximum target is 60. You give her a cluster with 20 pips, everything got a 20 pip stop. $2 risk per trade, dude. It's like scratching when shit. The same fucking thing happens. Now I start getting pissed because I'm like, can't you see this shit? Now, granted, this is a deeper risk. This is a deeper risk, but is this not an auction? It didn't do full auction, but holy shit, here all you're doing is buying to lower the previous day and beyond. I get it. That's a deeper, and this is when you got to have a blend. Actually, you got to put tickets in that aren't going to fill. So if you here's when it goes terribly wrong. Okay. I'm going to do what you just said. I'm going to do that trade. But here's also where it's terribly right. If you have a scalp built in and you buy the new low, you could have scalped that for something.
Yeah, you would have cashed out.
Yeah. So if you step back and you say, well, I've got tickets down to China. The reason why this trade is dangerous and people have to be aware is look at the fucking vacuum, dude. You are standing in front of an abyss from Abyssville.
Yeah.
If you're not aware of this abyss, you are screwed. You are screwed because look at that. Now, if you're a big heavy hitter, you love the abyss because you got tickets on the 20s. You're buying every 20 pip handle, and you're a big swing trader grid guy. You can't just throw scalp scripts in front of that because I'm sorry, you're dead. You're dead meat. It's just like this one here. If you sold into this top, sure, those tickets are going to make X by here. Can you handle that amount of drawdown? Look how much money that trade made. If you would have sold that and held it, you'd be in such great shape, right? Look at the total. I'm going to switch time frames so you can see this. You sold this and you got out down here. You only made I know you got 100 pip stops, but you made 500 pips in like 20 days here.
Wow. So it's doable if you're going to do the long monthly trade on the daily.
Here's the thing.
routine.
I think if you do singles, you'll never get in trouble because you'll be thinking, I got 100 pip stop. It's $10 to make $10. $10 to make $7. $7 to make
Right.
$10. If you
Right.
have your favorites list, or so to speak, yes, because what you'll be doing that every trade will be a learning experience, and you'll say, "Oh, I get it. I get what's going on here." They're going to hit that price at some point, and you're really what you're putting if-then statements. You're being a logical trader. There's no moving averages. There's none of that. So you're going to save yourself indicators galore. You're a structured trader, which means you just trade raw dog inventory warehouse. This is a warehouse full of imagine that somebody. The analogy for a warehouse is you own a warehouse, and it's got a bunch of stuff in it, and every now and then you get robbed. So you got to restock. Because the market's robbing. When the market smashes in and just clears out, and the forklift just clears out, it's not a real warehouse in the real world because nobody could dump that many items.
Right.
This is a virtual warehouse, and there's a clearinghouse, and there's a when
It's
stuff
like
goes
Amazon
on sale,
has a
man,
fire.
it goes on sale, and you sell that, you're totally inventory out, and then you've overstocked. Now you got to dump. So the overshoot the runway thing is so dramatic. The market does not come down to some okay and then comes back. No, it can overshoot and go further, and that's what people can't understand. Why is the market crashing so hard? Well, it's going into the path of least resistance, which is a vacuum. It's being sucked in to these fresh prices. So it's really, I think I had to make that kind of connection in my head. Otherwise, I couldn't trade this with any kind of, I have to make some metaphor or analogy to get me through what's going on here. Because when I got away from, is that a good signal for my indicator? That's kind of like lughead. That's like saying, I hear a beeping sound. Shoot at the beeping target. You got one bullet. You got one target. It can't be like that in a world in a world that has this many fucking price levels, and there's all this drama. But
well, we chatted about that last night. I guess you were out, but
I think
we were chatting about the fact that
all day.
It could have been. We were just talking about the fact that everyone's trained, especially the gamer guys like the E-mini crew. They're all gamers, so they're all about point and shoot.
Right.
So when they get to trading,
absolutely, it's
they're all
the
point and
sniper
shoot.
mentality. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
I got to get that entry. I want to hit the buffalo in one shot, one kill shot. I got you.
But this is housewife trading. I mean, this is like, in other words, this is approachable for anybody that can understand what $10 is.
This is fisherman with a net trading, and go do your nails. I said to her, listen, you're not going to get her in front of the computer for all that long. She wants to write songs. She wants to do music. I mean, she's got her passion. What you could do is figure out a way. You know what I did? I said it in a funny way. I said, ask her how much, does she drink latte at Starbucks or something, or Tim Hortons here in Canada? Does she get a double? What did you get? What does she drink every day in coffee? And the analogy for a new trader is, okay, add up. You're going to have a coffee a day, so that's 365 times whatever, a coffee. Take half of that money right now and do a simple, 8-hour drop, 4-hour drop, and go.
If you're writing a song and you're in front of your computer, I do that all the time. I mean, I could play my guitar and I could have a pending.
And what she has to go get her nails done, and she's got to go get a pedicure. You know how girls are. Girls are always doing something, and they don't want to be stuck in front of a computer.
Right, so if you leave, if you leave a half-hour pending rack, or you're in your car, I don't know if some chick's going to tether a tablet to her phone, but that's what you do. You tether a tablet to your phone, and in your car you get an 8-inch Dell tablet for like $60 used on eBay. You load it with just MetaTrader, and you have a chart, one instrument, and you have just like this where you got the double clicks on the right, and you've got the chart on the left, and you zoom into 200%. And so you can just see it, and that's going to make the because you're going to actually take your finger as a touch screen. You're going to double click that, and that's why you want to create spaces. So the guy that wrote these racks, he created dummy orders, non-executables here on this thing. So when you go to hit it on your phone, you got two spaces, so you can't miss. If you're trying, you're afraid that you're not going to get it with your thumb cursor or your thumb. and then you'd be in your car, and you're on your way to your appointment, and you see the market's plunging, and you go, "Oh, I got to trade for that." But this is very specific niche idea that you've got a half hour to 50. You're trying to pick up a few more bucks. You're going to squeeze everything you can, because once you do that, I mean, any business you have, you're like, how can we squeeze another
wait a second. You know what? But again, I'm trying to get back to the quick analogy for the beginner, starter, never seen anything in their life.
It's tough to go back to that beginner's mind. I have to really think about that. Like if you just walked into the picture.
You've got to think, can I make my $5 today? The reason being is that if it's consistently doing it and it's rinse repeating on a 4 hour, 1 hour, whatever her lifestyle dictates, because I understand this is a lifestyle situation in terms of the approach, I believe.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, a daily trader, like, see,
Yeah,
if
well,
you
let's
only,
say-
if you
yeah,
only,
she-
did your, you only
yeah.
did your chart for a half hour day, that's the old. You've heard this before. Look at your charts for an hour on Sunday night, and you could be a weekly trader. You could set all these things up, but now you got to have a 150 pip stop because you never survive.
Yeah, that's
some
a
of these
different
things.
play. That's a different play. Gotcha.
A daily trader, end of day trader, you would call them, or end of 24 hours. So it doesn't have to be end of the day. It could be 3 a.m. when you place your tickets, and every 3 a.m. you place them, right?
Okay,
And if you're in Europe,
let's go through
it's going to be. It's going to
hang
be.
on. You've lived with women. They take forever to get ready. So once she decides she's about to start getting ready, she could look at the screen, spend 15 minutes, lay down her sand traps or lobster traps,
Yeah,
and away she
whenever
goes.
she does it. Yeah. I mean,
What
I
she
would,
calls it.
I would say,
Hang on. She's only trying to make $5. It's already got money management in there. She can't blow more than 50 because the idea is, simpleton, where are you going to cry uncle? I cry uncle at 5 Gs. I'm kicked in the head. I'm crying. I mean, you got to find that. Where are you going to fucking really cry?
right, but
Not
no,
oof.
you already chose your risk up front.
Well, this is
you know
it.
your risk
That's why I
going in.
like.
So you're risking
I like
$28
that.
to make
Right.
$45.
I love it.
I mean, that's
perfect, but
really
that's
what
the way
you're
it has to
really
be
going to
broken
do.
down.
And what you're also going to have to do is, it takes a little more work, but it's worth it. You're going to risk $2 to make $1, so you have to.
Eight.
So
I
the
only
order
need
placement,
5 of those.
the one
I
thing-
only need simpleton. You're missing, I think, a very important point, and I just want to point it out to you, brother. You're milking this puppy because you know how to. If I just don't know shit from Shinola and I just wandered in, I'm just gonna
But
make my
$5,
$5 and get the fuck out.
No, $5 is not enough. In other words,
I'm using it just as a number.
I
just
know,
as a gimme.
but
as a
I'm
gimme.
saying you can't. In other words,
Hang on a
you're
second.
making
It
it
only
sound
takes
like you're
100
luck-
days for
Yeah.
it to hang on. At $5 consistently, it takes her 100 days to double the account, 50 days to double it again,
Okay.
25 days to double it again because you're going
No.
to scale in, or you're going to get deeper pockets, or you're going
no,
to add new techniques.
how much you risking?
the way
How much you risking to
Go
make
ahead.
$5? What's your risk to make $5?
I have to ask her. I guess $50. She would really hurt if you lost $50.
Wait,
She
you're
would
risking
piss off the whole
$50 to
day.
make $5?
I'm just saying it as an example. It's
No.
it's not the
Oh,
right number.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
know,
the right
but
number.
no. You're making a really.
I'm trying to make a win target. Sorry, let me describe it again
No,
more
wait,
generally.
no,
'cause
no,
I fucked
no.
up.
I just heard what you said here. Let me say what's wrong with what you're saying is that
Oh, no, I picked the wrong number. It's not $5. It's
I don't care
whatever
if
the
it's
number is.
$20, dude. I don't care if
Yeah.
it's $100.
Right.
What I'm saying is that you're painting a picture that she always wins.
She's
You
not
can't
gonna
put a
always win. She's
50
gonna-
pip
hang on,
stop.
she's gonna win.
You can't put
Hang
a
on.
$50 stop to make $5 and survive
Of
these
course
markets.
not.
They're gonna
I didn't
fucking
say-
blow
I
up the
wasn't-
whole account one day.
Yeah, I wasn't intimating that at all, man. I didn't say it correctly. Forgive me. It's about what would she be happy with to make on a daily basis. This is gonna be different for everybody, man. You want to fucking milk that puppy, so do I. But sometimes
Well,
you're gonna be in a situation, maybe
Let's
she
be-
says,
okay,
"I'll be
let's-
happy to make
let's-
$20."
But you have to make it realistic for people.
Of course,
I mean,
you're not
you
gonna
have
make it
to
every
say-
day, honey.
Well, here's the thing. If they can't see the void, they can't trade. If you cannot see
Correct.
the vacuum, if you can't understand what's going on here, you can't trade
Forget
to
it.
begin with. But
Right
don't
on.
bother. Don't bother. If she has half a fucking brain, I could explain it to
She'll-
certain people. First thing you do is ask the person, You have to find out who this person is. What do they know? What do
Correct.
they don't know? How do they view the
Right.
world? You have to do an assessment of how they're visually orientated. Now, women are not visual people. It's
Right.
hard for a woman to see structure, although they're good at managing money, so to
Very
speak,
conservative money
unless they're on
management.
crack. In other words, they're really good at they're good at nurturing, they're good at raising children. So you have to, with a woman, I think you have to look at it like, I just had the worst analogy. That the void is the the no gun zone. How many kids do you want to have in the field? But how many pending victims do you want to put out here?
I mean,
That's the comedy version. But no, you'd have to be serious, and you'd have to say like you were saying about turning the chart vertical. You first have to get a clue of how can they see the river bend? Can you see
Right.
that the river is going to
Right.
go straight when it floods?
Right.
These kind of things, and then you have to say, I'm trying to think of it is difficult to take somebody that never seen a chart. They don't know what a candlestick. They don't know what a pip is.
No, nothing. They
So you
absolutely
have
nothing.
to really start at the crudest level
Correct.
because the enticement of making
It's got to be kinesthetic. If she's an artist, I picked up right away that
she
she
knows
plays
structure.
guitar
So she's
and-
an artist. She knows what drawing is.
So
And
she knows
what
kinesthetically,
yeah.
but again, she learns with feel. She feels touching. That whole kinesthetic connection is important because I believe it
Well,
allows
she
you
could print
to.
out the charts, and you print out the
Yeah,
charts
that's what
and
we
put
were
it on.
talking about.
Yeah.
Good call. We were
Well,
talking about
actually,
that.
you could
man.
actually, for
Print them out, spin them 90 degrees, and move your finger up and down to get a feel for what the hell this song
well,
looks
fucking
like.
A, just get an embossing printer and make them 3D charts.
There you go.
Raise
There you go. Oh,
candles. For trading for the
Perfect.
blind. Feel the
beautiful.
candle. Feel the candle. But once you print it out. So this is the contemplation state of trading. You print out a daily chart. You print out 4 currencies on dailies, and you take them to the coffee shop, and you look at them, and you mull over it, and you take a pencil, and you put in your entries, and you say, I could get in here, I could get out there. Would that be a winning trade? She's got to be able to see what's going on.
Correct.
Otherwise,
Correct.
she's going to say, "Why am I putting these trades in again? Oh, just buying the lows." It's not enough to say, just put your tickets on the outskirts of town on new lows and new highs on a daily. That's not enough because what you should be doing, looking at half hour and daily charts, half hour and 1 hour charts, but noticing the period separations. That's the end of the day. You have to look at all that drama, the lowest wick, the highest wick. That is the high and low of the day. You don't want to go to the daily charts because what you're trying to do is make money on that chatter under the floor before it engulfs. You need to have some money there. So to explain it to these people, you'd have to say, listen, you're not going to sell everything in your store, this big tickets. Sometimes you're going to sell little ticket items. And you didn't pay a lot for it, and you're not going to make a lot for it. But at the end of the month, this is accounting to pay for your electricity, and it's going to pay for your,
For the lattes.
your
Pay for the
lattes.
Yeah,
And
that's
I'm
it.
going to tell you what, if I had this person, and I had him dropping singles, I go, okay, this is $10. Write that down. And you want to keep a journal? I'm risking $10 here.
Hang on. How about just minimizing? I mean, you have so many sets that only someone that's a wizard could understand.
Wait a second, I got a dump truck coming up to my my house right now, so I can hardly even hear you.
Okay, no
These
problem.
guys are running diesel and big. I don't know what they're spending on diesel. I guess some of the cities won't. The cops won't even come out to rescue you because the gas is too high. It's like I ain't driving 100 miles an hour, getting bad mileage to rescue your ass. I'm gonna no pursuit. You getting 3 miles a gallon at $6 a gallon to pursue a criminal?
We're paying $7.02 a gallon in Canada, if not a little bit more. It's painful.
Holy Jesus! Let me fax you some gasoline.
All jokes aside, I'm looking at it from perspective that, you can find the pocket that you like to play in, especially if you're just starting out. You don't really know exactly what's going on, so you want to limit their exposure to all of these scripts. I think a lot of people are getting a little bit, they're just like, wow, their eyes are going fucking squirrely when they see all. I'm just using myself as an example, bro. I can't keep up to all the. I mean, it's just overload completely.
Oh no, I mean,
But I understand your
seriously,
techniques. Let me finish this sentence. I understand exactly what you're doing. You're interweaving, you're clustering, you're doing all these little tricks because You have the time to do it, and you understand it at a level that
Right.
this girl Gloria does not have. What are you fucking talking about, brother? Can you just give me 1 or 2 scripts? This one's going to
Well,
play a little bit closer.
I would give her like
2.
10 scripts, singles, 10 singles, and everything would have a 20 pip stop. I mean, she could change that, but it's easy to change. But in other words, if you think about a lottery ticket, this is my best way to approach anybody that's never traded. Like I
Right.
see somebody buying a lottery ticket. I already know they're a they're a gambler, right? In a sense. So I come up to them and I go, well, you know what? $2 is scratch and win, eh? How often do you win that? Oh, I win about out of how many tickets? After 40 tickets, they win. Well, how about this? Would you like to? How would you like to risk a scratch and win? You risk $2, you might make $1. You could play
Nice.
again. You know, you got some money to play again. Buy another ticket. It's $1 a ticket. That's how much a margin requirement is. You need $1 in the account. So, and then I say, well, how about would you like risk 2 to make $8? You're not going to make the $100, you know, a big lottery pot, but hey,
I
you know
know.
what? You're still making money, and then at the end of the week, you're maybe up $28. I think
Actually,
if somebody did that,
you're winning a lot more tickets. Your tickets are big. You're building your inventory.
well,
Two-
plus you can. I mean, if you do single drops, which I should do a single drop thing where you just like come in and you say, okay, well, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm
about to put on my putting on my makeup right now. Let me just drop
Well-
this right here for the next hour while I get ready.
I think it's better to actually print out the 1 hour charts and you have that period separator and you can see, okay, that day, if I would have put in singles like this, based on the fact that I like the term unfair prices for new lows,
Right.
because in other words, when it goes into the abyss, it's unfair for the sense that it's so out of the realm, and no, it's unfair. Well, fair value being that if crude oil is in a range of 120 to 100 and it's at 110, to me it's fair value. It's of the latest kind of price action. It's
Swings.
not,
The
it's
swing high to
resting
swing
in
low.
the
You're
middle of the road.
talking swing highs to swing low. Give me the midline
so
of the
in
swing.
extreme moves.
Yeah.
And so these the other thing I wanted to do with this beginner trader is I have a template that
Right.
has no closing prices. I would start somebody out like this and I'd say, listen, we're going to go into MetaTrader. We're going to back test strategy tester, but I have a template. I think it might have been here where it's just called breakout.
Okay.
Here is at the bottom we have ATR
Okay.
of 1.
Okay. Bar. Time frame.
So
okay.
this is another way to kind of like filter. This is what I did this because I was doing. What if you only took? I'm just going to step outside this limit entry thing for a second.
Okay.
What the ATR robot I'm trying to build is a 1 hour robot that only takes trades when the ATR is here. Let me change the color of that. That's kind of.
What direction? Or is there?
It's not directional. It's not
Okay,
directional
non-direct.
money making.
Okay.
So here
Okay.
we don't care about
Flat
the direction
state.
either.
Flat state.
So
You're
there's
looking for a
no
flat
and there's
state.
no real we also don't have the so we're just trying to filter out and keep ourselves from over trading hedges and stuff. So I think
Right.
the threshold here I had an indicator I had a template like this. I'm gonna set this one up because I'm gonna show you the. Now, when you go for the yen, you have to be careful because the decimal point. But here, if I ATR histogram, I built this histogram. I love histograms because I can see each session where the line. I can't tell how many days have gone by, how many hours.
Right.
So in here, I'm going to say, let me add a level, and this will be my threshold for entry. I'm not sure I'll get this right the first time because I can't remember if I put in
Things were. Yeah. I got
zero
you.
in front, but it'd be point.
We got hundreds of programs like that. What were the settings again? And you're looking for a piece
I mean,
of
if you
paper
get this
wrote it
wrong,
on.
you know, you'll
Oh,
not
buddy,
see
I
it, or
know.
it's going to be off the charts, literally. So,
When you collected as many maps as we have, you ever remember what was it? How many millimeters per foot now, or what was that? What was that dimension?
I think this
That's
would be
crazy.
10 pips. We're going to find out.
I know.
Oh, that's way too fucking low. Here, let me do that again. Okay, so I'm going to set this at 10. Let's see what happens. Shit. Still too low.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a
I
while
don't know.
since I got this right. I think 150 will be 15 pips. Oh shit.
I don't know what
I
you're
fucked it
doing.
up. I don't see it. Here, let me go to the 1 minute chart, see if I can find my. Oh, you know what? I think I set it too high. No, it should be. Let's see. How do you do levels on this? Anyways, let's just imagine that this here is. So the cool thing about this ATR histogram, I love it to death. You can see all the trades you missed. So here's
Okay.
like, this is high. Like,
Yeah,
I was trying to make the argument to this guy in Germany once that if you only took these trades, we did a walk forward.
Huh?
This is the 4-hour chart going back quite a bit, 4 months. Only
Least
enter
quarter.
if you're. This is the only trades you would have taken. Non-directional
Which-
entries.
Okay, so you're basically you're
I'm filtering the
identifying.
ATR
Hang on,
per
hang
hour.
on. I'll explain to you what you're doing in terminology that is customary in this field. The flat state. In other words, the ATR is in a certain bound range. That means it's not going anywhere. It's not going dramatic. It's just cool hand Luke for whatever 8 hours, 9 hours. It's not really going anywhere. So that means you've got a good opportunity to lay out those kind of trades.
Yeah, that kind of strategy works. So I'm marking off the low volatility when to put on a hedge, so to speak. So let's do a little back test here, and this is really going to be pip based because you're really going to say, okay, well, there's my entries here, non-directional, and so you're trying to make 20 or more pips, and that's your entry here. We didn't quite get, and here's a great, here's when it made money, more money than really anything. Now this could have been directional, but here's two chances. I get 8 hours to get in this trade. The next window of opportunity is there, and then and of course this big giant down move is. So this blistering down move is giving you that giant ATR histogram, just like this giant up move. So how often does that happen? Also, the ATR that I'm trying to, the ATR, not smooth. This is per moment. Right now, it's low. So, if you were going to buy it, you can run tighter stops now. When it gets to the screaming state above here, I'm out of anything. So if you got in on this very small thing and it goes ripping up, the cool thing is it's telling you that market moved to that's like 100 pip move. But all these price levels, I had them set where you could see, oh, this is about 70 pips up here, And what I was trying to do is get a clue that if I bought down here, that also might, not only are my entry things going to be pip dependent per bar, that this might take profits. I can expect to make this much if I get in down here, right? So on the way to that expansion of price action, I'm getting in here, I'm getting out there. So if I got in here, I'm getting out there. And you'd have that set, and I know exactly how many pips that is, because ATR is going to tell me, if I filled in these handles, I'll do it later, that if I put a 10 pip grid on my ATR, I can see that obviously that is going to be time to cash out. And then we put on another hedge here. He doesn't make his target until this, it's not a target, but the expansion of, so this is a winning trade. I wish I just had a fucking, but you can see right here, when you got in, then this one, This is when it paid off big time because that is a huge expansion in the ATRs to the target. If your targets are roughly in here, but see, you missed out on your big kahuna target here, oh, I don't have targets set like that. That's okay. You took a chunk out of that. Like I said, you're not going to get the whole movement maybe, but this is a cool tool to, and when you go to the dailies and the weeklies, it blow your mind. So this is like so many pips, and look at this super low ATR coming in. It's just fascinating as shit. I just love this indicator.
It's nice.
Look, look at these rock bottom ATRs before a giant move. It's just like crazy town. Like, look at this run up. This is the lowest ATR in the weeklies.
It's kind of like when you're pulling back on a slingshot. It takes about a minute for your brain to realize that you've pulled it a little bit too far back, right? So that's what's happening is you're getting that doldrum.
Look at these premium entries, regardless of direction. If you put a hedge on, a symmetrical hedge, look at these two entries. Look at that run up. That's 500 pips, dude, out of this thing. Now, for me, structurally speaking, I can see, it's coming back to this. But if you're going to clinically look at entry points based on volatility, ATR breakout, this is my version of ATR breakout per bar, that you want to be in here. Now, this wasn't a great trade, but if you held it, I mean, if you held that was the best kind of place to get in before she kicked off. The other two trades you had to take, and you got a week to put these trades on. You talk about stepping back from the market. You talk about little old lady trading. You put on a hedge here with amazing fucking ratios. You can't tell me these aren't glorious. And I'm cherry picking it, of course. I'm finding you the lowest ATR. This does not happen very often. Look at these two entries to make how many fucking pips? And there's not another chance to get it. There's no other lower ATRs. This thing is heating up.
You would take your profit when the ATR climbed, like if you go down a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You take it out. Your target would be
so your targets would have
there.
to be something in this range because you can't be that greedy. You'd have to take this one off and trust and believe that would be worth it.
Exactly. You have to take some out. But
you can look at this whole thing and go, "What if?" But nobody's gonna ride the train. So if
no.
Yeah. So if you get out here, you done good, right? You made 1,000 pips.
Right. How many pips is that? 80 pips.
You're gonna sit around for this chop for a week. This is a weekly chart. This is almost a half a year, 2 months of chop. I don't think you make that amazing crush. So the cool thing about this indicator is I go to the dailies and I zoom out and I find those windows.
Okay.
Look at the. This is just blows my mind. Look at the ATRs on this thing. Look at us.
That's nuts.
And
that's
forget volume. Volume is bullshit. Volume is such a bullshit indicator. Who the fuck cares what the volume is? I care what the price in the ATR is. In fact, this goes along with. Trust me. If I put volume, I'll put it on here right now to prove it. I'll put volume on underneath. Actually, this is more dramatic than volume could ever be. Of course, there's high volume here. Fucking hey, they're blowing up brokers there. But I'd
like to do that.
Yeah, let me see if I got just good old volume here. I'm sure I got it on my indicators. Let's see.
Well, Gloria's gonna do simple trades, and maybe
fuck is it? Indicators.
She just wants to stay in for a day or two. You have to figure out what the people want. I agree with you. I mean, everyone's personality is going to be a bit different. They're going to want to do different things.
So look at volume compared to ATR. Okay. Now, what's more dynamic? What's more useful? This is why volume sucks a giant. You know what?
Yeah. Well, what a lot of people do is they put the volume and they put it on. They put it on vertically.
It's not even giving you anything to go with.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't give you any
volume on the bottom. Here's volume on the bottom and ATR on top. Look at the spike. That's more important.
I think so. ATR is a big one because ATR is giving you the real time now what's going on in terms of volatility. So, yeah, everything's nice and calm. You know, it's about to go.
Here's a giant volume with giant. Here's giant volume with giant ATR, but sometimes the ATR is spiking. Volume is not necessarily some correlated.
No.
Look at no volume here, and see the spike there. Now, when you go down these smaller time frames, now you can start to see. Here's volume here. Here's ATR.
A little bit closer. Plus the granularity,
So volume,
right?
volume's
You would
drying
expect-
out. Yeah,
Yeah.
So is the range. Duh.
Sure.
So then explosion. But I love this because this is so much more dynamic. Look how deep and look how high, and it's giving you a better indication of, if you just like forensic kind of like clinical view of data here. So, I can imagine, market's getting quiet here, and all these are like in and out trades. So you're trading. You can use this for trading. I guess you could look at, but who wants to waste screen space and lose your vertical dimension of where this eight? So that's some people do equal volume VARs, and so the argument here is that low volume, big range, fake out move, but the move's already over. Did you trade the move or not? You can make all sorts of post game analysis that is
Sure.
useless in the real world as the market's coming at you. I mean, what are you going to do? So yeah, it's pretty fast. I just love when you switch time frames. It's mind blowing. Look at this ATR here.
Right.
Mind blowing on that 4 hour. This is it's a lot of fun. I spent a lot of time with indicators.
The volume's gonna trip the ATR. It's gonna push it up, right? If the volume increases all
I guess it
of a
could
sudden,
be a precursor to it, but
there's a lot
that you're-
of little things that are happening because orders are coming in from everywhere, kind of routine, or other people's are sending in orders, or they're doing it
Now,
mechanically. It doesn't matter.
This broker, I don't know what's the volume's so low here, but
It could be misleading.
I think maybe it's just bad data.
I think it is
This
too.
is good data. The 1 minute chart. Here's the ATR. Here's volume on the 1 minute. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I get a kick out of it.
There's something going on for sure, and that's how you discovered, new moves, new dance moves.
Yeah, the
That's
Asian
like-
session's typically dead, and that's low volume, low range, and this is a nice high res view. This is the 15-minute ATRs, and
Right.
you can see that if you can get into your trades here, those are going to be pretty decent. Try to find that in the chart now. So here's low ATR,
Right.
and then explodes down, right?
Sure.
I mean, obviously, you don't have to pick the direction there, and then giant move. It's going to quiet down, and now we're just dripping down. Looks like we're trying to take out the low of the year and just keep going. It's just unreal.
Wow.
But yeah, the ATR thing's cool.
Hello.
Uh-oh. Let's see. Uh-oh. Kids screaming. Children in the neighborhood. If you're 5 years old right now watching this stream, the world will change. So here's the retest on the 1 minute. 1 minute volume, 1 minute ATR. People like to see that at the bottom. It makes it feel safe to see that at the bottom of the chart. Feel cozy. Cozy and safe. God, this thing is just annoying as shit. I'm buying the plunge. It's plunging again. I'm getting filled. Look at that. Down $26 buying into the plunge, into the abyss. Pound's up there. Oh, look, I got filled on my Canadian. I think I got filled here.
I had to grab that call. Sorry.
I got filled on a little bit of my dollar CAD plunge. Just
Nice.
nicked the wick here a little bit. A little bit of a. I understand what you're saying about the $5. I think anybody would be happy to make $5, and I guess that's going to encourage them to keep
Wait a
trading.
second. If
but
it's going to,
gotta be
give it.
realistic.
You know what? I think we've gone through years, but people, the first month is like, what the hell's going on? So you got to make it as, you have to on ramp as easily as possible. Which is, he's going to guide her. He said, what's his name? The poker player guy. And that's it. I said, listen, you can have a quick 5-minute huddle over the Zoom or over the phone, and let her draw where she wants to do her area that she wants to canvas. Give
give it a once over, and just kind of
so.
help her.
Right.
You need training wheels at the beginning when you want to get into this.
Well, I'm
Okay,
trying to
buddy,
think that the best way to do it. The best way to do it is,
You know why I call your trading style Evel Knievel, because as I said to the Laugh Crime, I said, look, he's trying to blow up the accounts. You guys don't seem to understand that. He's looking for the ultimate edge that we can fucking possibly go, and he's going to store every single failure, and every time it broke, and every time it went down, he's storing all that information. So, watch out, because people don't seem to understand, well, this guy's simpleton, he likes to blow up accounts. Well, it's because that's how you learn. And that's something that people don't know, who are just new to trading or new to designing strategies, pushing the envelope.
Yeah, it's the old thing about, you build a car. I mean, how many cars blow up? How many light bulbs did the guy blow up building a light bulb? And and plus you kind of like the classic sense, you take it to the edge and you back it down a notch. So the sweet spot is about 70%. Your bias and amplifier. You take it up and then you back it down a little bit. The market's constantly, if you just trade one instrument, so far we're just talking about getting in on pending orders that the market comes to you, it hits your criteria, and then it rejects and goes the other way. That's how you're going to make money. The market has to reverse, really.
Right.
So with this person you're trying to train, what I would do is I would sit with them with the EA running on a 1 hour chart and go, this is a 1 hour chart. Just like I was doing last night until I fell asleep, putting my rectangles, where am I going to get in? Right. It's not as easy as the only thing easy is that is calculating your risk. That's the easy part. Now putting the premium areas, I look at it as real estate. Do you want to buy in the city where it's populated? No, you want to buy in the outskirts of town. So you buy and sell at the outskirts of town, looking for it to come back to the city. The price is going to come back into the fold, and that's the trade you're looking for. Typically in a retracement. Look, they're just going historical lows here. They just took out the low of the euro. Just went through the floor now, making a new. It's about to take out the low of the previous day. So here, let's zoom into the daily charts here. We just took out the low of yesterday. Now we could extreme. I think we're just going to dip in the window. I don't think we're going to come unwrapped, but I think we just nicked the wick by what? How many pips here? We took out the floor by a half a pip. The low of the year by half a pip.
Yeah, that's just the car skidding a little bit, right? They're never going to hit the actual line.
This really freaks people out here because they're like, holy shit, oh my God, oh my God, it's good. No, this is where I'm buying. So I picked up a few more K. I think I lost about $40 here. I got stopped out of some of my rack. So when this happens, I might buy at the market, but I wouldn't recommend that to a beginner. Just go with what you got, because then you're going to start getting emotional maybe and go, fuck them, I'm buy. So I do that. Like I buy here at the market going, oh, really? So look how we had to wait until 11:30 to bottom tick Bobby this thing. Here's the half-hour view. A half-hour meltdown. Got to get that last tick down there. Now, I would buy at the market. If it was a real money account, I'd be like, I don't think I'm big enough. Hurry up and scramble over and find. Can you get to these? The other reason why you don't want to trade at the market is because I get these tickets fast enough. It'd be like this. Hurry up, buy. Buy. This is 22 pip stop to make 60. I come in at the market now. So I am going to come in at the market now. I'm going to just furiously hit. I got 5 to make 8, 8 to make 12. These are good ratios. I'm risking 22 to make 66 here. I'm just going to hit this button over and over. Now I'm going to load the wagon now at the market.
Okay.
So once a day, I allow myself once a day to go full retard market.
You have to. You have to see if you still got the chops.
Now this is advanced trading now, but now I'm really going to load the wagon, and I'm really going to go serious retard now.
Let's get back to Gloria for a second.
So Gloria's going to have to. What I would do is I run strategy tester for her.
Don't go crazy with so many scripts with the first person.
No,
just one script.
No, I'm going to give her a risk $10 to make $10, risk $5 to make $5, something like that.
Perfect. Yeah. Listen,
and then she's like, "Oh, I can handle that," or I'm going to risk $5 to make $3. Those kind of things. So like, how you have to get a
You did a excuse me. You did
questionnaire,
a
I guess. What do
you
you
would.
perceive to be risky?
But you did a really nice thing for the girl Jay who wants to go to Belize, and I never heard from her. Maybe she's not interested in doing it. But the way I saw it was, it seemed it was a little bit complicated. Well, for me it was for sure, but for her as well, because you had a lot of different drops that all had their built-in performance and all the different statistics and logarithmics, and you're adding up here. I mean, I think you had a lot of things there that maybe she got blown away by just overload, like too many kind of drops. Let's just perfect one.
Yeah, I built her a Bitcoin drop, and
I mean, it's way beyond her brother.
well, no, she put them in. I was actually, you left it, and I was trading with her real time, so we had these orders in, and she got filled, and everything was going pretty swimmingly, actually. And she goes, "Oh yeah, it went up later." And of course, this is Bitcoin was down in the trenches there. I'm just kind of scalping it. So the Bitcoin script that she ran. Here's the thing: I don't think she went off and wrote 10 iterations of that with various, because that is not what
She doesn't have the capability.
Yeah, you have to be very ambitious to be a trader. So here's kind of, in other words, to be a professional or to do it seriously, I think you have to have some serious energy and ambition.
It's a war.
Because you're really going to you're like, well, I wrote all the scripts now, and then I got to drop them. I got to wait to get filled. I mean, this is not, if for an impatient person, that's not a good fit.
No. Yeah.
So that's why, the Vinny is going to get the snipers. The guys, they only trade for 2 hours on the NASDAQ in the morning. And I'm about to do some NASDAQ stuff with Hugo's Way. Because I'm just going to, if I spend the time to make, because I want to trade NASDAQ in the morning with my hotkey system. And I did it one day, and I was doing really good. I double clicks. I was putting racks in there, and that market is so vicious that I'd be willing to build that system, and then I'd say to people, listen, you want to trade? I built a platform. I built a system based on this broker.
They're not going to get
so
filled.
Come to this broker.
How are the fills at Hugo's Way? Because NASDAQ, the actual, if you're playing it on anything else, it's a thin book. It skips over many orders. It's kind of tough to get filled. From what I've seen.
No. I'm in a sandbox. Sandbox, guaranteed fill. No, I'm not. I'm not in the real NASDAQ. Here, look, they're taking out the floor now. Now they're going to crush the euro, so I'm getting crushed here.
Okay. Bye.
Look at this, making history now again.
This is going to happen. It was only a matter of time.
How far are we going to go, though? So you go to the 1 minute chart. Here's the ATR just kicked up, volume kicked up. No, it's 11:30 is what it is. It's 11:30. So 11:30, I'm going to buy more. They got
to get out of their trades. New York is taking over now.
Right. So Europe's closed. Yeah. So it's all New York now. So we're going to buy at the market again.
Let me ask you something. Let's say you're working in a New York desk. You're just a regular young guy, and you're working on a desk, because I know many of them. You're a guy in London. You're
30
working
seconds.
on a desk as well. But what's happening? You got to close all your trades by 11:30, and the guy in New York is not filling your orders because he wants to jam you. So you're going to see a lot of
there's slippage. Right, there's slippage.
Yeah.
That would matter to a high frequency. Yeah, slippage to a high frequency trader is a big loss, but to a swing trader, you wouldn't even notice it.
But you would crusher. But you're going to notice. Hang on, you're going to notice the size of the candles. ATR went up when the door was closing and they were trying to cock block each other. That's what I see going on. But that's just on a different.
So there you go. They just updated the half-hour chart. So we're going to find out now. This is the do or die moment. We just updated the half hour, so it's 11:30 officially under the floor. We took out yesterday's low. I'm pretty sure, just by a little bit, right? Just by I can't see it on here. I have to mark it off. Yeah, I have to actually fix the scale now. Every time I put a template in here, it's got to refix the scale. So let's zoom in and do a forensics what happened here. So we just nicked yesterday's low by, right at 11:30. We're trapped under the floor right now, so I'm going to buy at the market, and I'm going to risk the whole account now, I guess you could say. I'm just going to go with heavy now. I'm going to get about 150K going.
Okay.
I'm just going to buy at the market because, and then I'm going to put racks in there, down deep.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say we're trying to make 80 pips now with 30 pip stop starting right here. And these are going to be 6Ks in a 10 pip window, and I'm just going to go nuts.
Okay. Well,
I'm
you
going
know,
to
before you
populate
go,
everything to China.
gotcha. But you got a lot of players that are just, they want to just do one or two scripts that make sense to them, that intuitively, that they drew their box and they said, okay, let me take this rack. I got to use this gun for this area, this type of a net for this area. I'm going to be gone for 4 hours.
Yeah.
I need this.
Yeah.
So you have to break it up into fishing rods, or maybe let's call them, golfing. You need a wedge.
Yeah, I understand
this.
because fly fishing is the Vinny. I'm netting fish. In fact, I'm using depth charges to just kill them because I don't care. I'm doing unethical stuff. I'm using traps to catch deer, which is illegal. And I'm using lights to shine on them at night so I can see their eyes just before I'm a really unsportsmanlike trader. You actually have to be you have to be kind of a, because in actuality, I'm kind of hunting the retail trader stops.
You are in a war with everyone in that sandbox. It's either I'm going to take your money or you're taking mine. That's it. It's a war, man. I think people got to gird their loins and pull up their boots, Nancy, and go for it.
The 1 minute chart in a 20-year low right now. 1 minute chart.
Okay. What does the news say? Anything at all? No
It's
one cares.
crazy, man. Look at this shit. About to go down. About to go through the floor. Now here's what you're going to zoom down like 50 pip lightning rod or.
Right.
What's the pound? The pound doesn't even care about this. The euro against the yen is probably obliterated right now. I don't know what the euro. What I thought the American was the problem, the dollar, but the European dollar seems to be getting destroyed. The euro dollar is getting destroyed.
American dollar is getting really strong, if you haven't noticed, because people are hoarding
I think
dollars.
that CAD trade.
People are hoarding dollars.
CAD just hanging out there, but the euro is scary deep. Look, it's right. Every moment it's making a new low.
We're gonna have a rough winter.
Oh,
Looking for a rough winter this winter. There's going to be no energy. There's going to be no food. It's going to be a nightmare.
Well, I tell you, I was at the store the other day, and they're out of my favorite coffee flavor, and I was freaking out.
Of course. No, it's happening now. It's started. By the time the autumn comes, we're going to feel it. People are going to be like, wow, I should have really grown that little. Remember they were selling those vegetables, grow your own vegetables, in this little, looked like some kind of a plastic bowl, but it was a big one, and you could grow your own vegetables.
I'll be eating my chia pet pretty soon here.
Well, you can try that, too.
Chia, yeah, the Biden chia pet.
Oh God!
How to survive a famine in the wealthiest country on the planet,
in the universe ever. Fucked up. I gotta admit, it's really crazy. Clown world.
Yeah, it's something else, man. I never thought we'd see it like this, but it's not like if you go back to the 70s, man, they were fucking vicious violence. I mean, people just were vicious back then.
Yeah.
I don't think it's changed. People are the same. I don't know. I guess you get drinking. How do people get that wound up?
They were doing a lot of pills, and no one knew what the pills were, and they were doing all kind of contraindications to each other. I mean, who knows what's going on? They were just mixing and matching. Here, take this green one. Hey, what does this do? They were just pill popping all day long.
Remember those parties? They just have a bowl of pills.
You don't even know what the hell's in there.
Mix and match. It's like vaccine mix and match. Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm on my 5th blue pill booster.
Okay.
And I'm starting to see like charts in my head. I'm starting to see ATRs.
Finally. Awesome.
Yeah, acid trips for traders. Oh my God, I was attacked by a candle. A giant bearish candle.
He was running you down.
Pinned to the floor.
Yeah, one rack for the beginner. Let's call it the beginner rack. You're not going to go to Evil Knievel styles until you've had it for a while.
Baby racks.
Okay, whatever with the nanos. I mean, for $500, they have those nano accounts, right? Or those micro nanos, whatever they call them.
Micro is 1,000, nano is like 100, I think. And if you go to Awanda, that's a Canadian thing. You could trade $10 positions there. $10.
I'm gonna say she's gonna be a little bit uncomfortable losing $50, but it's not gonna ruin her day. She's gonna be like, it's gonna be
are you
one of
losing
those.
it all at once? Is the question. Like if you lose $50 in 40 seconds, it's different than $50 in 1 month.
Talking about a day, because you got to get that out of people's heart right away. What's gonna ruin your day? If you lost $50 right now, if I snap my fingers and $50 disappeared, would you feel upset? Would it ruin your day?
Well, the total risk on the day is $50 for everything you've dropped. So the person that can get to their platform every 8 hours can have a constant risk of $50 a day after the 8 hours delete. And this is the other critical aspect is how often do you drop and how close to the market are you when you drop? It's about how close you're to current price because we don't know how far the market's going to go up or down. We're just trying to net the edge of the market. So if you consider
So give me those what you call not so great ratios, not the greedy ratios. Give me the 10 to I'll risk 10 to make 12. You want to mix and match them. I agree with you. I think that's very interesting.
You have to have some good ratios. So here I got
and you have some good ones, and you walk away. You let her go on with her life. She's got to go record in the studio.
Here's a classic. Risk $5 to make $3. 18 pip stop with a 10 pip target. Now, if you can handle $5, I just dropped $15 of risk. Now I'm going to risk. Now this would be a good ratio. I'm risk 5 to make 9. Nice. I'm going to get in the same price area. So what you want to do is have a cluster bomb.
I got it.
Yeah, because you want to cover like a 20 pip window. So as the account grows, you're going to make more complex arrays.
Hang on. There's a point here that you weren't awake for. We were discussing last night. You're going to have built in it a couple of money management type of situations. You can have what simpletons make it take it, which means if I'm up $100 and I was happy with the $100, we're just going to take the $100. You can have a situation where it drops. Let's say your account goes from you've made $12 and it starts dropping down, and now you're at $7. Well, you know what? You're going to take the $7 because you only want to give back 25%. So you're going to take what you can get. But basically, if you're not there, you want the computer to do it for you. Or you can say, you know what? I'm very happy for you to pay for my latte. It's $5. And that could be her exit, which means she doesn't have to fill all that many tickets. Risk stays the same. And she's very happy. And
she's happy for the moment until she figures out what's going on. I mean, at some point, there's going to people are going to have to say, okay, that's great. We made it to the store. We got something, but are you gonna keep trading? Is $5? Well, that was a lot of work for $5. I mean, some people would be like, oh, it depends who they are.
You're learning. You're learning a new skill. You're learning a new trade.
If you want to learn, I mean, you got to really be that person too, I suppose.
Well, you have to learn listen, I'm going to give you a motorcycle, but I got to teach you how to ride it first. It would be great if you could take a course. Well, here's the course for you, right?
Some people are going to go. Some people, like I was saying earlier in the stream, you weren't here when I very started, like about 4 hours ago. I was saying that. So here's
I got a hard stop at 12.
Well,
so I'm just letting you know.
Like
I got a hard stop
buy a car, right? You're going to buy a car. Like you're going to buy a car, and you're going to drive a car. So is the girl going to be a gearhead? Want to open the hood, see how many horsepower? Is this thing normally aspirated?
Right.
And then there's going to be a girl that be like, I don't even check the air pressure. In fact, I was talking about self-serve stations back in the day as opposed to full service. Like you could, for 35 cents a gallon, like for another 5 cents a gallon, I think, full service.
Check everything.
40 cents a gallon. Yeah. They come out, do your windows. It's hilarious. That's what became cost prohibitive when people's minds are blown in about 1972, maybe, when the gas pump went from, imagine, 35 cents to like $1. And people are like, whoa, what? So once you psychologically hit this, we got to add a fucking dust. Nobody thought that the market would go higher, just like they calibrated these pumps for $10 now. Just in case, because I don't want to crash the pump when you go up there. So, this is just amazing that people are now, 50 years later, I dare say 50 years later, they're going, holy shit, but you should have seen it back then, dude. You just, if that was happening now, people's heads would explode. That's such a hard move. And this Nixon's in office, you can't believe the draconian fucking executive orders. Makes Biden look like he's not even doing anything wrong.
Oh, yeah.
What Nixon did was just mind-blowing. Dude, he put wage and price freezes in.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit they were doing.
Dude, I got a trading book that was, all these trading books I read, there was a section of there about when Nixon said that lumber can't go past 130 a cord. So in Chicago, they would bid it up to 130, and it was an easy short for months. It was a no-brainer trade because the government put a limit.
Right.
And what happened was, one day a guy bid it to 131, just like when the market goes into the vacuum, and they looked at each other and they go, 132, 133. They went fucking nuts. To 150 on lumber. So what do you think happened?
Everyone got blown out. And then they said you have to correct the price.
No, I mean, in the fundamental world, the guys that had just cut down trees, they drove down and did deals in the back alley of the Chicago Board of Trade and said, let's do it. That's a good price. Real markets happen. The government can try to stop a real market, and then real markets just appear. And all of a sudden, you got people bartering. If you have to barter, you barter. That's going on all the time now. I know a guy that has a restaurant. He made a deal with the guy that brings in his food. You don't bill me, I won't bill you. Perfect. No taxes.
Nice.
No taxes. They've made a private agreement. You bring me the bread, buddy, and I'll give you this shit, and we don't talk about that we're in business. And that's how you have to live. Because when they crush you at $5.20 a gallon, what are you going to do?
$7 a gallon.
Nature finds a way. Why do you think
5.20?
weeds come through the cracks in the sidewalk?
Huh?
Nature finds a way.
Put all the people down all the time.
This is like a historic crush. I'm getting mega filled.
You got here right on time. I'm going to have to book
Down
it in
300.
15 minutes. I've got a Zoom meeting with the crypto kids.
Cryptolicious.
Yeah, you know what? It's amazing, man. That whole. Yeah, I was talking to a poker player guy, and I said, listen, that whole generation is just completely like gamers, and they're just YOLO, and let's just go crazy. It's only look, the money came to them easy. They either got a check from the government or whatever. So for them, it was just a fucking gaff. Then some people actually hit it. The guys who actually made money are now filling in the blanks for themselves and saying, what is this trading all about? What did I actually really do? I mean, I understand I just followed whatever they said on the Discord and the Wall Street bets and all the Reddits and all that. I'm just following along because what the hell do I know? If the guy made a decent amount of money shorting GameStop or whatever the hell it was, he's now looking at that kitty and thinking, I don't really understand how I did it, and I want to understand how I did it. I mean, that's going to be some of the people. Maybe not all of them, but I'm sure there's a few of them, the keeners, are saying, wait a second here. How do I back engineer what just happened here?
Yeah. I mean, how did you know the stock market was going to crash? Remember when GameStop, those army guys were like, we're all buying and we're learning about, and I thought, these poor kids, these poor people leading them off a cliff, I think it was called, I can't remember the name of the troop of patriotic, we're buying GameStop to support it, and I thought, the whole market is going to crash, so you're going to be along with, all ships sink, theory.
Yeah. You hit my battleship.
And that was another sell signal in the last summer. All that talk about these guys doing these crowdfund, trying to support these defunct companies.
Right.
So I feel like moving my targets up now. I just bought a standard lot of euro here.
Okay.
I went hog long under the floor here, so I'm getting into these the low of the year just for the scalp to the floor now. That's the 1 minute chart. But I'm not going to move my targets. It's too much work. I think I got some good targets up here. Like this is my targets actually. So we got to come flying back. So yeah, the half hour. We just made a new low for the year again. This is the half hour chart, and we're just kind of sitting here. And by 1 o'clock or by 3 o'clock, I really do hope we take out. I'm looking to take out the high of the day. This will be a full auction day. Took out the low of the day. Go ripping north. By tomorrow, hitting all these targets.
Sometimes does that happen for you in the last 1,000 years?
What's that?
Does it go a lot like that?
What's that?
Does it do that consistently? Takes out the high of the day for the euro?
No, I mean, taking out the previous low when we're this close is a typical situation. In other words, you're so close to when this thing starts coming after the low of the day. This is really psychologically hard to buy down here, but this is the place to buy. It was the place to buy all day, is to buy yesterday's low. I guess if you're watching it on the 1 minute chart happen, you feel more confidence, like you're from Canada. So you're like looking at it like this. You're like, this is my entry window. And when you see this, you go, holy shit. Like the volume's drying up. Here's the volume argument. The volume's drying up. So let's get in, right? It's running out of, it's moving a lot and the volume's dying. This is the biggest volume participation in this one broker is right here. So if people are looking at volume, like here's a bunch of volume, which it means, here's the volume argument. This means distribution, right? All that volume. And then here, lack of volume coming into the bottom. Now, this is the 1 minute chart. We got to go crushing back, reject this floor. This is the low of the day. We got to go zooming up. It'd be a squeeze like you've never seen. There weren't enough people on the train. We didn't go, I guess in market maker theory, we haven't stop hunted enough people to grab enough tickets to rip their face off and destroy the retail guys that thought, oh, it couldn't go any lower, so I put my stop down here and they just stopped me out. Now they're going to rip my face off. Gotcha. This is the argument from the losing trade standpoint of this thing. So you're buying support. People go, well, that's not support. It took out support. Yeah, I know it took it out. It just tipped in the window. But if you're on the 1 minute chart and you got your sniper hat on, you're like, okay, this is capitulation. That could be the low of the year right there. You could be watching, like my buddy was at the Santana concert and Santana fell over. They had to take him off stage. He goes, I might be watching the death of Santana. He was kind of freaked out about it. You watched it. I was like 45 minutes into the show, Santana collapsed. He was playing here in Michigan. It's very humid. He couldn't handle the humidity. He's from, I don't know where he's from, but so here's the 1 hour view. We got to scalp out of something, and I haven't got anything yet. Let's see what I'm about to get out of. If I go for my targets. So here's my targets. I'm about to scalp out, and I'm only going to make like $1 here. So if we zip out of this trade, this is the stack getting, like I said, I wish I could move my targets to like 1,000 pips north and go, yeah, I bought the low of the year. Thank you very much. Sure, yeah, it started as a scalp, and I moved all my targets up. I should move some actually right now. Because I could probably flip this account to $2,000 today if I move my targets up. So I'll hold down my Alt key and I'll just start moving up. Unfortunately, I'm moving up targets that aren't that I could be moving pending targets that haven't filled yet. So that's kind of a difficult to say. Then I'll move some of them up for kicks here because it looks like a total engulfment. And then people are like, what the fuck just happened? So you're talking about this chick, this. She would have been long today, not because of anything special. Yes, that's a clunky beginner's trick is to put your orders at the very top of the previous day. Now here it worked out, session here, because the previous day is so far away. I mean, look at this. You can't do those trades up here. Like I can't even see that trade up here actually. I only see a couple of those. So you can't live off of that if you're trying to make some decent money. Here's the 30-minute chart now. So right on the half hour, they closed. New York took over right here.
Right.
Well, you're still a good buy. I wouldn't think I was chasing if I bought at the market here.
Okay.
But I'm seriously in, so I'm going to let it go. I don't want to. I want to
make the money,
safely
grab
make
it.
$500. So if I could get to 1,500 today, I'd say, okay, that's good. It was worth a Nestea plunge here. I took the Nestea plunge on that. I'll move my targets up to try to make up for it. make up for my since there's so many tickets, I can always grab a target. There's no dead spot in this chart, so I'm going to turn this into a swing trade.
Not.
Because I noticed all my targets when I did my little looking at my history. I noticed my targets aren't greedy enough. I got too many scalps in there. That's why my stack, when you say I was only making 20 cents on a dollar, I'm like, that's bullshit. I've got to be in the trade for 8 hours, so I would trade that manually, and I would look at my stats for manual trading like this.
Yeah, but wait a second. You misunderstood. I like to get 0.3 because it just makes the math easier for me for position sizing, for scaling up, like the poker player would call it.
Yeah.
Scalability factor.
But it's still linear scaling because you keep moving the same target.
You just got invited into trading. They gave you a piece of paper that had printed stuff on it, some and you're moving your finger. You don't understand what's going on, and someone's guiding you through. You're going to drop this particular, where it says ABC here, you're going to drop that. You're going to put it underneath the market. You may want to go here, try this, try that. She's going to try this out on demo, obviously, for at least a week to get a feel for the boxes and where to put what type of trades to put where. She's going to have to learn that over time. I don't think anyone can learn all those drops. I mean, you're blowing me out of the water.
No,
and I've done
I'm
this for
saying
30
$10.
years.
You risk $10, make $10.
No, I got it. But we have to understand the nomenclature.
Yeah, 2 scripts, and you have them run them. Now, here's there's the other critical aspect. Is that so if this person really wants to trade,
she wants to make her cappuccino money because she just put in.
I know that, but listen, let me just get to the meat of it. Is that
okay?
What's the frequency of your trading? Now, not every girl's going to be like, well, once a day I look at my chart for half an hour. That's probably not going to work for everybody. So I'm trying to include. Even the most ambitious person needs to get.
So you're targeting another person altogether. No, that's fine.
I'm including them all. That's my point. I'm saying this is for everybody. Like it's for the person who wants to do it once a day. But what if the guy wants to? I'm not going to not offer to that person. Listen, if you want to check this in 4 hours, drop a 4-hour expiration. Expiration and order placement is the only criteria. The first thing is trade location. The second thing, the first thing may be how long do you want to be in this trade? How much exposure do you want to be exposed to? If you're doing single drops, you have a daily drop, an 8-hour, 4-hour. Now they're all blended in there. It's up to you to keep track of what you're doing. There is no one way to trade it. So are you the kind of person that doesn't mind being down $5 on a trade that's going to make $5, you have a $10 stop, end of the world stop, you'd say, okay, I'm really wrong if I'm losing, but you're putting the 100 pip stop the $10 stop at 100 pips to give yourself this broad view, relax into maybe you're going to find yourself, you want to be a swing trader. You don't want to sit there and fucking babysit.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, you're right.
And maybe some of these girls, like, so in the morning, if this girl was ambitious, she like not just putting on a couple trades in the morning, but before she puts her makeup on, she double clicks a rack that's going to put in like some psychotic blend of bullshit, and then she's going to go do her makeup. Then she'll check that, and then she'll have her long-term pendings commingled. On one instrument, I hope, because I don't think a person could take in multiple instruments.
Only Euro USD, buddy. We're not doing anything else.
Right, so you're trading super close to the market. You're in Euro USD. You're gonna play around with experiment with some close to the market short expirations. Then you have deep orders. Now, not to say that person can't take that. I guess the biggest universal ticket has to be risking 100 pips to make 100 pips. Now, you could take that and drop it on any currency pair. Now it's about, is it a 2-hour expiration? Is it going to be 1 hour or 15 minutes? The news comes out. I swear to God, when NFP comes out tomorrow, I'm going to drop singles 100 to make 50, 150 pip stop to make 100. And as the market's rocketing around, I'm going to have my finger on the drop. I'll be holding it over the chart, and I'll be like, it's almost like throwing little traps out in front of the market there. I'll also have my left hand on the take all profits key, so when it comes zooming back, I can rinse and repeat, and I can trade NFP.
Yep,
I can trade any wild market because I'm basically coming in with a pea shooter on top of this. In other words, you adjust all your weaponry to the situation.
Yeah, you have to for the situation.
Is not a place to run a 5-pip stop
said
on
the most
NFP
important thing. This is a war, and you have to adjust your weapons accordingly, and you have to know where you're fighting and what how big the trench is and how far you're going to go back.
Right.
And,
so there's going to be
the big gun coming out. Right?
There's going to be a G.I. Jane, and there's going to be the girl that wants to be the radio girl. So you have to figure what's her personality, and you're going to see her temperament. Actually, what I'd love to do with somebody like that is put one of the lie detector tests or get some of those Scientology, tanks and have her hold on the Scientology cans and say, babe, I want to see what you on a demo because you're going to see she's losing. I want to see how much this is affecting you. And when you win,
absolutely.
Mark Douglas talks about the euphoria of winning, which makes you overconfident, and then you end up like going, "What the fuck just happened?" Like, so you're really up in the trade. Oh, I got this, man! I figured it out, and the market comes smashing back, and you can't figure out why it's smashing back. Of course, that's not going to happen to the person that's trading 5K with 50 pip stops. I mean, that's how hurt you lose $25 a day. So it's going to be a range, But if she marks down, now some people want to mark this stuff down. I was keeping score. I was keeping score for these hockey players one day, and they wanted me to write it down and put it on the fucking tote board. I thought, can I just put it on the tote board? Who gives a fuck? And if you give a fuck, just videotape the whole thing, and you'll see my scores that I'm posting. But no, they wanted me to write down for the records, So a record keeper girl I'm not that guy. I'm just throwing tickets out there. But for the person that's going to say, okay, well, what are we risking today? And here's my tally for the day. Here's my daily reports. People that like to write, that know how to do it and like to write daily reports, they could do that on this. I'm not that kind of person, and maybe they go, oh, look, this trade works out when I do this. And but I'm thinking about they're going to trade for the next 5 years. It's not like they just trying to make $5.
All those points are well taken. Yeah. Hang on. All those points are very well taken, Simpleton. I think that there has to be a personality kind of threshold that people can aspire to if this is something they really want to do. It's something that's passive income. I'm making coffee money forever. Like, the idea is that you will grow the accounts over time. And a lot of people are not going to be used to doubling the account in a week, man. That's really the secret, right? The people who really know how to do it know that there's always money to be found because they know how to pick it up. For everyone else. We go to this meeting. I'll speak to you soon, brother. I got to roll.
Yeah. Well, I guess Monday Data. I thought Monday Data. But you're impatient. Take the information. Yeah. I don't think I get as much slippage on a limit order as I would on a stop entry. But there's no timestamp on when this guy was talking. No, we're just waiting for the retracement of the euro dollar here. So people took the dead cat bounce here. Now we're going down again. So here was the exit on the 1 minute. That was your exit. You missed it if you were trying to scalp it, but I actually moved my targets up. I didn't add any more trades. I felt like buying at the market here when it came back, but I missed that, so we're just going to let that one go. Okay. Yeah, 2% risk, huh? 2% of what, though? 2% of $1 million? That's a lot of money. When you say 2% risk, is this based on the idea that at 2% risk, you'd have to really trade like shit for like 80 trades in a row to blow up the account? But how big is the account? That's the big unspoken It's like saying you're in a car going 150. Was that kilometers or miles an hour? Well, we don't. I was going 150. It's ridiculous. 2% of what? Okay, so it's now noon o'clock. Waiting for the 5-minute traders to come in and kick it over the goalposts here. We got to pull back. This would be the first beginning of wave 3. Elliott wave. This would be wave 0 down here. 1, 2. We're looking for 3 to crash us out to destroy the resistance here. We've fallen below into this currently trapped in a new 20-year low. Another new 20-year low today. Right at noon o'clock. The 1 hour has closed below. Not too late to buy that. That's still not too late. I moved my targets up into shelves up here, so I really expanded my targets up to at least 30 pips. Maybe more. No, that's about, yeah. We'll make like 40 pips on that. Here's a 4-hour chart. So we'll be cashing out into the high of the day. Here's the 1 hour walk down. $15-minute. Basically, you have to go up here, or we're probably going to end up with just $500. We'll lose $500 if it doesn't go up here. We'll be at $500. My pending start right here. So when you see the labels on the left side, that means these haven't filled yet. So I have plenty of exposure to buy more starting in this rack here. Let me change the color of this. Had to go crashing through this. We heavily loaded. I bought at the market quite a bit down here. It's my biggest position of the day. I'm down about $100 in the account right now. So we really used a lot of margin on that plunge. At the moment there, I only had about $300 of margin left. 501 leverage. I'm sorry, 1,001 leverage. So I'm actually sorry. I'm in 2.5 standard lots. I'm in two standard lots right now. I thought I was on the other account, so I'm in 2 standard lots right now. Almost all in the euro. No fills here. Nothing here. If the euro goes up, I'll start getting filled on my yen trade and my this one. Nothing there. Oh, I got cells up here. I can put some cell racks up there, top. Put these guys up here. Gonna sell up into that. This one. Oh, the gold trade. Look at this. I got filled on this gold stuff. So if I'd have held that sell from earlier today on gold, if you're here for the gold trade, I was selling the high of the day. That worked out pretty good, didn't it? I didn't stick around for that. Another unbelievable auction in these markets. All markets are the same. I don't care if it's Bitcoin. Look at this. You sold gold up there. You done real good. I got buy limits here. Starting to get filled on my buy limits that I just wrote this gold thing. It's a three banger, 3Ks. 4 hours. And I'm doing pretty good actually. I think I'm up 41 cents. I'm down on my worst ticket. I'm down $3. Running about 20K of gold. We're coming crashing back to the floor here. I feel like I'm going to move these targets, so I'm going to do this manual. I'm going to move my targets to 50 pips. So if you queue your change price like this, you can move real fast. So I'm going to try to get out in front of it here because I want to maximize my thing. So you go like this, double click the top of the rack, hurry up, change this. So this is real money. You're going to want to change this because you're in two standard lots. I'm trying to make $1,000, right? Because I'm in. It's like $500 if I can move 100K. But I don't think I can move these tickets fast enough. We're coming up on my targets now. It's not exactly where I want it. It's going to be right here, so I can just do... So normally what I do is this is going to be down here. My ticket change price is up here. So you're close to your ticket. Change it, move it. So you're moving it like this because I can't find them on the chart, so you have to be very fast. I don't think I'm going to get to it fast enough here. So we're within 10 pips of cashing out. You see these light up, so just moving really fast. That's pretty good. I've got cleared out. I got time to move them now. But I think this is going to be the most vicious engulfment. We might move more than 50 pips, but 50 pips is pretty good. So easily get the account up to like, we easily get it up to $2,000 today. So that was a surprise. That was not, we were doing little baby trades up until that point. And I'm moving these even though they're not flashing because I know these are too damn close. Right, we're going up at least another 40 pips. And I did drag some of these earlier, so we shouldn't have too much flashing. I'd even make these 80 pips, some of these, but 50 is good. So we're leaving the station now. It's almost 10 afternoon. We've destroyed the, it's just a complete fake breakout to the downside. When you take out the low of the previous day, you got to step in front, start buying at the market. Hopefully you got limits that you got in on the way there to the edge of the market. And this is just a classic beat down, rip back. If you hold this until Europe opens, you'd probably be insane. So I'm done moving tickets. I'm actually up $25 on the day. Coming in, all my targets I've moved up in here. This is Sellville. Even though I think in the end we could engulf this day. And if that's the case, then I need to make 80 pip targets on all of these. So you'd have to go take your nearest. It's really difficult to see the take profit here, but here's your closest take profit. Now you're going to set this to 80 pips. 88. I just hit because I don't want to look for the 0 key. So we'll make 80 pip targets now. Because this, I could probably make another $500 if I just waited until tomorrow to get out. By the end of the week, we could be totally. See, the thing about the end of the week, we could be up about 200 pips on the euro, because the euro definitely reacts to this situation of being so beat down. 5 days down, 2 days up. I wouldn't be surprised if you make up half of that smash down in retracement. So we're getting above, we're getting in a nice, okay. We're still not out of the woods though. We're in the, we're still stuck at that new low. This is a 15-minute chart, so you got to make a pretty healthy crush, then pull back and then run. So the 5-minute, that it's supposed, this should be wave 3, so we should see a move to this box. That looks doable. Crypto crew. Yeah, what about that? What about that crude oil, man? That is a bruiser. I got my crude oil chart here. That was a sweet buy yesterday, man. When that thing came down into the deep discount. Look at it now. It's still screaming north. Wow. Certainly coming back to that previous support. Don't think I'd sell that for some kind of trend ray, but it does definitely looks like I see this was the psychotic entry window. If you aggressively get in underneath these closes, you just plop a trap of tickets in there. I'm still retesting this thing. I'll put some more buys in here. It looks like it's going to take a lot of energy to. We got to pull back one more time on the 5 to get over the hump. So these I'm going to put in. I'm not going to change the targets. These are going to just be all scalps. Got by retest here. Looking for a crush into that stack. We get to like 2.5 standard lots for a little bit there, and we could still move the other ones, the other targets. My gold trade working at all? Gold. The gold trade's starting to make money. That was just a retest ranging. It's going to ranging now after that big beat down. It can't seem to get over the hump either. So we're stuck in this. It fell through the floor just like these markets do when they take out major supports. So when the gold took out this low, you had to know it was going to be pretty brutal. And it was. It certainly did not disappoint on brutality. Big jump between that 4-hour and 1-hour chart. So top tick Tommy, the high of the day there. And now it looks like a buy all over again. Amazing. Looking for another run. People are accumulating everything they can down here. I'm going to buy at the market. It's not too late. If I can get to my script, I'll do it. So I'm just going to frantically buy for scalps here. Get to 250K of margin. So I'm not going to touch these exits because it's just too much risk to... I already moved those 80 pip targets, so I have a blend of 12 pip targets, risk 5 to make 8, risk 12 to make 14. You know, bucks, if it was a mini lot, 10Ks, it would be $12 to make 14, 14 to make 22, 16 to make 24, 22 to make 44, 22 makes 66. This is my big target. Don't see a lot of those, but we'll put a few on the wagon. Now we're at 260K roughly. Waiting for the giant short squeeze. And the most hated currency on the planet this week. Despised currency. Look at this. Oh, good God, man. This whole week is just a bloodbath under here. I mean, this is crazy town. Boggles the mind. Beautiful divergence probably here on the RSI. I gotta get rid of these other guys. So you got some divergence here. 4-hour chart. There's probably a reversal in here somewhere. Here's a long-legged reversal. More overbought, lower price. That anytime it's more overbought, price is lower. It's a good trade. So this is outside of the realm of 5-period reversal, but here's your reversal. So this is more overbought, higher price than this guy, right? So you sell here, and also you have the structure where the top becomes a bottom. Confluence, I guess they call that. That's what they're telling me. Using that confluence indicator again. So that's that. This doesn't mean this can't keep tanking, though. Here's the last sell, and this is why I wouldn't take this trade, this reversal here. It's a pretty steep reversal. Probably the last sell you can ever take on this 4-hour chart. Right. More overbought, lower price, sell. You made money, but ruh-roh. How far do you think they got? How much further can we go? You got divergence here on the 1 hour, the 4 hour, the daily. Forgot about it. So no divergence on the daily, no signal, so to speak. My targets look like they're kind of like not greedy enough. I should move all my targets up to here, and I just count go to $5,000 if it plays out. The pound's not doing anything. Dollar CAD's ready to crash. Okay. It's 4-hour chart. I take a break here. I gotta get some go to the Grub Hub here. What's up? Euro-dollar's getting crushed. I'm buying the 20-year lows. 20-year low buy. Almost 3 standard lots long into the sell off of the euro. So here we are coming off the floor. 1 o'clock, the 4-hour charts are going to update. So go to the 1 hour, 4-hour charts, and we're seeing divergence on the, as you would after this kind of beatdown. I'm going to leave my scalps in as they were. We're down $100. We're down about $200 on the day right now. Coming back off the floor of this insane, brutal sell-off. Big bearish candles. The bears are in control. Who's in control? The bears are in control. So, time for the scalpers to exit right at this. Was the low of the year. We took out the low of the year today. There's a 1-minute chart. Okay. So we've been up above it. We're gonna have to get. We should climb back over the rail now. Got to get above that. We got to get above the highs here. Oh, look at this thing crawling out of the hole. Oof. The daily is like nuts. That's a dailies. That is a move, huh? Is that a move or is that a move? That's what I'm talking about. Wow. My targets are set here. I think I'm gonna let those go. I remember dropping this. This is gonna get out and make like 5 pips or something ridiculous. Yeah, it's just gonna take all day. So you'll close this 4-hour chart here. It'll be locked under the under the low of the day, closing under the low of the day. Good Lord, man. Severe sell-off. Yeah, 10 minutes. Let's go to the 5-minute chart. We should see 2 bars. So this is going to be, we have to, in the 5-minute structure, blow this top out. That's been the big obstacle. That's the current trading range right now. All right. Fibonacci pullback here is a 618 entry from this range. Another attempt to make a new low. You can't even see that structure. You have to go to the 5-minute to see these structures. Or just take a 1-minute and scrunch it down. Still waiting. If you don't fall asleep, Snorex.
Stream ended. Okay. Do, do, do. Is the stream over? No. Stream. Is the stream over? No. Stream. Is the stream over? No. Is the stream over? No. Oh wow.
Hey, what's up, man?
The rebel there.
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing, man?
I'm all right.
Rebel there. I don't know why I'm getting this feedback.
I'm all right. Because you're probably watching the stream while you're also in Discord.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I thought Simpleton plugged in his delay pedal into the stream or something.
No. You probably just had the stream open and you had that sound coming in too.
This is fun times. So how's the weather up in the mountains today?
It's fucking hot.
Oh, shit. Beautiful. I can't complain here. I mean, we've been waiting for a little bit of heat for a long time. We had a pretty miserable winter here in Toronto.
I thought Canadians loved that.
No, buddy, most of my friends escaped 2 years ago when they saw the Michigas going on, so they said goodbye. They went to Florida. They're done.
Oh, so they pushed all the Floridians out who now moved up here.
Probably. Oh yeah, the prices went up as soon as the snowbirds show up for sure.
Because now they live there forever. And then
I think so. They don't want to come back here.
they pushed out all these Sarasota assholes who now live up here.
Oops. Well, I was talking to Simpleton. He's smarter than the average bear, and he's probably smarter than he looks, which is his weapon. He's like the very casual guy that can do pretty amazing things. So that's pretty cool. Interesting fellow. I guess you've known him for a bit longer. I'm only a weekend, so
I mean, as much as you can know someone online.
Yeah, no, I think it's awesome, man. He's a good egg.
People do seem to treat me like I'm his fucking handler or something. I'm like,
God forbid.
I'm not doing that.
No, that's not your gig. I like what he's doing. I like the fact that he's helping people out, and he'll take people and show them, what he wants to show them. And that's about it, man.
Yeah, but I still get people messaging me that are like,
Really?
he's got to be more exact. I just don't get it. I'm like,
Get
no.
that all the.
I'm like, no, man, that's all there is. That's all you're getting.
Yeah, no. He's giving you all the scripts. If you don't want to spend the time to learn a little bit and watch a little bit, and you're not going to start out fixing cars, and then you're going to be the first day on the job, and they're going to throw a Ferrari in front of you. It doesn't work like that.
Well, people can't accept
Right.
like that his order placement is as arbitrary as it is. I'm like, no, it is. It really is.
That's what works.
It really is. It's just a feel for him.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's obviously structure there too, but it's not like, oh, this number is exact. Like, no, you got to get that shit out of your head, man.
Right.
This is a framework for you to build on yourself for what you feel comfortable with. He feels comfortable by autistically creating 10,000 scripts and then throwing them on a screen,
Right.
low or high, wherever he fucking feels like. That's it. The end.
Right.
I was like, no.
No, it's crazy. It's
There's got to be a different way. It can't be that way. I'm like, it's that way, man. It's totally that way.
That's so funny, man. Well, I guess it's a generational thing because he's an old dog, and
And he went to all the seminars. He met all these people, the real people that people now use their names on indicators that basically ran out of style in the 80s. But that's okay because people are looking for that one quick shot because they've been playing all these video games forever. That's my theory for this.
Well, it's also because he started doing this before the era of computer trading.
Nice.
And I've talked to someone, and I'm like, dude, well, try to imagine what that was like. You couldn't put some exact chart pattern when you're on these old systems like that. You couldn't trade like that. So people made money, obviously. So how do you think they did it?
Well, they had to know, they had to be in the pit. They had to know people who knew what was going to happen. There was a lot of techniques that were developed in the pits. For example, the pit traders traded differently than the retail traders. We always got the delayed data.
There was a difference. People have an obsession today with being exactly right. Exactly right.
Right. You're right.
You can't be exactly right, man.
No, this is a sloppy. It's a sloppy game. People don't like that. That was the first thing we learned. And I'm an aeronautical engineer, as was my partner when we at the office. But we learned right away that this is not math. I mean, this is sloppy. You got to think outside the box constantly. I'm happy showing people a method, tactics, strategies. I mean, he's showing people everything they need to know, but it's up to them to really run with the ball. He's not, he helped that young lady out, but I thought to myself, well, she's not going to be able to rewrite those scripts in a way that would be more suitable to her lifestyle, if you will. There's no way for her to do it. She just doesn't have the skill set. I don't either. I'll be the first to admit it. So.
The simple ones he uses, the double clicks and the drag ones, she can't rewrite. I could rewrite those. I don't know shit about.
Oh, I could rewrite those, but I'm saying I would have thought to come up with it. I meant to say like the invention of it is like,
yeah.
That's crazy shit. And it's overwhelming for people who are just starting out. And I told him he's got to just, focus on maybe one or two decent type of drops for our friend there. He's got a lady friend who wants to learn how to do this. And I said, you got to start off really slow, man. You go so quickly. Even a guy like me, I know what you're doing. I could never do it with, futures contracts because you can't get that kind of granularity, right? You got to go contracts at a time. So you need $1 trillion to do his kind of methodology, right? So.
Well, I think that is just the start point right there, which is. I mean, I'm not I'm definitely not trading. I do this as a hobby. I don't even fuck around with real money. But even I know, like, people that are, like, trying to do other markets, I'm like, dude, how much money do you have? You can't fuck around with futures with $500. And I keep saying this, is that the only $500 you have? Even if you're doing this on forex. I'm like, and I keep that's the thing now, which is everybody wants to get, crypto rich on something that's mooning or whatever the fuck they're going on about. And they're like, I can do it, and people have done it. They got rich off of $100, a couple $100 off some
There's
shit.
There's always a guy that hits the lottery, man.
Right, and that's what they want. But I'm like, man, you can't do this with that. This is not that. No. And it's also like, all right, I got $500 I can use. I'm like, well, first of all, is that your only $500? Because I know what that's like.
You better go buy a guitar and learn how to play if you're going to have fun with it.
Is that the money that, like, is that all the extra money you have for this whole month?
And do this, right? No,
are you making $10 an hour?
Yeah, no. I can be honest with you. We had this discussion yesterday. We were talking first principles. I think the poker player is right on the money with all that. You got to understand money management. You got to understand at what point do you cry uncle, man? I mean. You take a hit for 5 G's, man, you're crying. I don't care how tough you think you are. You're in trouble, right? That's a big hit. But some people take a hit for $50, it'll ruin their day. So, again, that's what we were talking, me and Simpleton and I were talking about that being part of the personality. You need to jump a couple of hoops in terms of your own risk profile and the way that you approach maybe the world. I mean, there's all kinds of... I remember I had a questionnaire on my original site 20 years ago. It was about 5 or 6 questions, and depending on how people answered, it gave a pretty good idea of what their risk tolerance was. So I could tune out the signals I was sending. I could tune them in and tune them out based on what their risk profile was. So some people would get 4, and some people would get 3,
signals. It was different, right? It was a different time. SMS messaging. We didn't have any of this shit. This stuff is craziness already. I mean, I can't get over it. I think it's amazing.
Well, I think you found out doing that, right? Most people have zero risk tolerance, actually. They're looking for a crystal ball, and they have none. They're like, I don't want to lose any money ever, actually. Ever. It's fucking nuts, man.
Well, then they're not right for this business, man. You know what? I can't be Paul Bunyan and chopping down trees. I'm not built for it. I don't have the energy. I don't have the strength. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe this isn't for you, and that's probably the answer that most people should be hearing. It's not for you, right? The ones that are going to stick through it, you know, they're going to learn something, and Simpleton's showing them really good techniques and ideas, and they can build on that.
That'd be fine if they just walked away from it, but as you know, they don't just walk away from it. Half of them go off to become fucking gurus themselves in one form or another.
Listen, all those
Parroting.
I believe all those guys will be out of business once the robots take over. And what I mean by that, the PAM account is an interesting idea where people can put in $100 and, you know, and back a horse. The copy trading is, I mean, I'm all about that. I'm all on that. I think that's like the next wave. You know, may the best.
I think you underestimate people's ability to follow a crowd. Those things will never. The YouTube guru thing will never go out of business until YouTube is gone.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
People love to be part of a group, man, and just, you know, put their arms around each other and root for a team, even if their team sucks.
Right. Oh yeah, that's the home team mentality, right? Yeah, I'm not going to argue that point. That's very valid. I guess, you know what? I guess the problem that Simpleton is addressing is these guys that literally are starting cults like the ICT and all.
Yeah, it is crazy. It blew up in the last few years. Like, I remember it I'd say like 5 years ago, right? 5-6 years ago, you'd see a forex like the big time forex guys. Like even ICT was like the biggest at that time, right? He'd rarely have a video with like not even 100,000 views on it, right? All the others would have far less than that. Now there's so many of these forex and crypto gurus at the same, like they're doing all of it, right? They're doing all the markets, and they easily have 300K views on every video all the time, and they're so blatantly, obviously scammers. I mean, I keep saying this. You see a thumbnail.
Well, you know what? Buyer beware. You know what? People are going to get burned, and money has to. You know, they're asking for it.
You see a video. It's pretty obvious. You see a video, a thumbnail with a guy's face in it, and he's like pointing up in the corner, and it's like in big text, "How to make $10,000 in forex" or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's all. You know what? It's pitching. Most of the people that follow this nonsense don't have an account. That's my indication, just my gut feeling about that. They don't even have an account. They've probably been playing demo. They just want to just be around it, like you said. They want to be part of that. Oh, I'm part of the Lamborghini Raoul team, whatever the guy's called. I get it.
So where the fuck is he? Does he have hemorrhoids today or what?
I don't know what happened. He had the stream going, I think.
Yeah, he's got the stream going.
He left. Well, I had to take a Zoom call, so I left him in the middle.
He's just got a
sentence.
He's got hemorrhoids or something. I don't know. He's got old man problems. Yeah,
I like the poker. The poker player's got. He's really. I think he understands the. Like you said, the approach and the type of personality, and you know, it's not for people who think they're going to win a Lamborghini on their next trade. This is not what it's about at all. And I think you're right. People are mesmerized by all the flashing lights and colors and you know.
I'm not trying to win a Lamborghini. I'm just trying to win a Honda Civic on my next few trades.
Buddy, I'm looking to make coffee for her for the rest of her life. I said that was the plan is very simple. We'll use one of Simpleton's simple racks. We'll talk about it with them. We'll put her in front of it, and you'll help guide her and let her make her $5-6 every day. What does she care? You know? It's not going to change her life, but if she keeps rolling with it and she scales up, it makes a difference at the end of the year for her.
I'm going to have my own forex channel. It's going to be in the same format as like all the guys with the Lamborghinis and
Oh no!
Except I'm going to have like a busted like '94 Honda Civic with no rims on it, and paint's all fucked up in front of my single wide trailer.
Nice. Hey, yeah, whatever works, right? Whatever works, man.
I said, you want to be a trader like me? Come on and subscribe to my channel.
Come down by the river. We got living in a van down by the river. You can do that whole thing from Saturday Night Live. That's funny. I guess he's gone for the day. I'm about to break for some lunch. Yeah, it's not for everyone. This technique is not for everyone. I got bombarded yesterday. A young man was wanting to understand what's going on. And I'm like, you have to watch it, man. You have to spend the time. Well, he's not explaining it very well. He's accused of not explaining it well because he's just a stream of consciousness, right? He's just talking to the air. So
he doesn't. Also, and I'm trying to explain this to people too. It's like he's not really like trying to be a teacher. He's just journaling his own insane thoughts because because if he doesn't talk to someone, he's gonna go mad. That's all.
Probably part of it. Well, the idea I think is also that he feels that he's challenging himself. He's putting on the gloves every day. He's getting in the ring every day, and that's important to him because that's part of his appeal. He's a warhorse. He's just going to keep going. I think it's commendable. I think it's great. I think people who can follow along are going to be 5,000 times ahead. He prints all the scripts. You can get anything you want. And then it's up to you to learn how to modify them to your particular concepts. But like you said, if the people don't ever want to lose $1, then this is not a business for them. Just move on. And go follow some other guy.
He must be taking a shit or something. I don't know.
That's a long time. Maybe he's having lunch.
And he's 63. He's one of those old men that every time he gets up, he goes like that, So he's old. He's probably eating slow.
Right on. It's nice to hear the war stories from the olden days. I can relate to a lot of them. But he's older than I am, so it's fun to hear about all these guys. That you read their books, you met them in person. That's great. That's pretty cool. Okay. So are you now right now you're trading or you're just relaxing and just?
I'm just relaxing.
Yeah, cool. I guess maybe you'll probably come on later on in the afternoon. I'm gonna go grab some to eat, and I'll catch up with you all later.
Yeah, it's my stream now. I'm the host. What y'all gonna do? Gonna get this stream banned. Here we go. Watch. Ready? Ivermectin. Dominion voting. Oh shit, here they come.
Dr. Revel.
I'll come back later.
Incoming mail. Incoming mail. Incoming mail.
Buying the euro. I guess he's. Taking his target.
averaging. Yes. You are correct, sir. Yes, so I had to take a nap because I started trading at 5 a.m., so...
I told everyone you were taking a nap.
This is the only way I could really scale in and out of the markets. Yeah, so I decided to trade on 1Ks because then I could swing trade it and scalp it at the same time. So I turned this scalp into a swing trade. I actually scalped the bottom of that. I couldn't believe, I suspected they were going to tip it into the window there, and it just not enough momentum to apparently crush it into another historical low today. Plus it's the end of the week, and everybody's when crude oil sold off there, there's a big sector rotation going on there, and then when gold caved in into its vacuum, that was like the final domino to fall, and then I think we're all flat now. Unless you're waiting for, I don't know. Looks like we're gonna tread water for about 2 years now. It's called stagflation, as I recall. I think it's stagflation.
Does that have something to do with deer?
Beer?
A stag.
Billy beer. You mean Billy beer?
No, a deer.
Deer, go a deer.
You
Billy-
said you called it a stag, so stagflation. So.
Yeah, no, a stag party.
Right.
What is that? Like hookers or dancing, lap dances? I think.
That's men only, basically.
Oh yeah, gentlemen's club. I'm a gentleman. Can I
Well,
please
not
come to
necessarily.
the
I mean,
club?
maybe starts out that's what they tell the women, and then it turns into not so gentlemanly.
Right.
Playboy Mansion, anyone?
What's that?
Playboy Mansion?
Oh yeah. Hey, don't laugh. I was with a girl that she was really cute, and she took her top off and had a bunny tattoo on her chest area. Yes, I was, because she was with an older guy, and so I was the swap out guy. I was telling you about the international felon. So it was exciting. I was one step from Most Wanted, being on the Most Wanted. It was very exciting. So I decided to turn this trade into a giant swing trade. I'm going for the long haul target. It's kind of conservative, actually. We just have to try to retest near the high of the week by the end of tomorrow on the euro.
Think they're gonna crush it
I'm
over?
trying to make it to $3,000 now. I got real greedy. Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Well, I'm at 900, and I'm holding almost 4 standard lots. That's pretty good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty
And
good.
somebody asked me, well, why don't you just get in one ticket? I couldn't have survived the pullback. There was a cushion here, and I started buying at the market. When I told you I was going to start trading at the market, that's when I'm like, oh, fuck this, right? So I let all the limits fill, and if you can kind of not, if you just cruise around in second gear and make a little bit of money, and then when the time comes, did you see that window? Of course, it's the pip window that matters, I think. If you're going to do 100 pip stops, you better be not putting too many tickets in. That's a math skill. Like you're saying those guys can't do math. Yeah, most traders couldn't. A visual trader can't, myself. So I didn't do the math until I looked at the grids. Until I looked at how many pips is that? How much is that going to cost me for that trade? Just the cost. So you get $5 a trade, like 50 cents is going to be. So if I was looking at some brokers here, 1 pip brokers, right? And if you're counting on that, a 10 pip target is 10%. Think of that 10% clean, commissions and the spread. And the rest is up to you. If you go to the 20 pip targets, now you're paying 5%. The further away you get from the spread, the more money you make, the less they take. So 100 pip targets with a 5 pip spread are almost unnoticeable, although that is a percentage. It's not as bad as
Well, they murdered the kids on the crypto kids are paying 20 to, well, I'm going to say 25% for all their trades when you add in their fees and spreads.
Here,
It's a It's a chunk.
What's
They
so
take a
funny?
nice chunk.
People don't
Yeah.
realize if all of a sudden gold started to crash. In other words, say the world came to an end. This is the gold hoarders or the silver stackers' dream, is that the world comes to an end and the price of gold and silver go up because fundamentally the world's coming to an end. Well, try taking your gold down to the pawn shop just right now. And you think that's bad? You think that's slippage? You think that's a spread?
Oh,
Wait
man. They
till
give
the
you-
slippage
they give-
kicks in, and it's like wheelbarrows of gold coming in, right?
Yeah.
Food's gonna matter, right? Water's gonna matter. So yeah, your gold's not worth shit. I'm sorry. In the end of the world, gold is a representation of like life's gonna go on. If it's the end of the world,
Yeah.
the most valuable thing is gonna be food and water, or a gun to blow some zombie away. Some fucking welfare zombies coming after you. Where's my money?
Yeah, the metal
I'll tax you
specters
to
are.
death.
If the world comes to an end, the preppers are going to be the ones that are laughing their asses off. All the food preppers, the bunker guys.
Yeah.
Finally, I've been waiting for 30 years. It's going to happen.
Shiver me timbers. No, it's going to be crazy, man. Does anybody remember the cartoon with Va-Va-Va-Voom? The Va-Va-Va-Voom character that would blow a mountain out with his voice? Sinister Bar Sinister. Anybody ever see Master Cylinder? Everybody watch those cartoons? I guess so. You gotta check it out. If you probably find it on YouTube. If I played it, it was copyright infringement, but it's some of the best. It's like Clyde Crash Cup or Felix Cat. Okay. I guess I'm too old. Way too old. But yeah, I got a big stack in here, dude. I load his wagon. I'm almost up on every ticket. I could get out now. This is like, let's make a deal. You can take door number 1 or you get out now.
Right.
That's the hardest part of a trade, is when you're up on the trade and you're like, okay. But if a giant swing trade like this, you got to count on it being kind of crazy, right? It's going to be crazy.
Can you walk away from it? Can you start doing something else when you know you're locked and
I could
loaded?
trail my stops, but that's I already got tendonitis moving my targets. So I moved my targets.
That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work.
Oh, I put on about 150K at the market with targets of like 10 pips. So I moved those all up about 20. So I moved those up considerably to the big 20 handle here. So in the big picture, if I zoomed out on the daily, you'd say to me, well, you better move your stuff up even more, because here's the 4 hour. And when you zoom out and look at it like this, here, let me take all this shit off here. So if you look at it like this, you got to ask yourself, that's a 4 hour chart. You think it's going to keep going down? I mean, you got divergence on the 3 period RSI. We're coming into Asia. You got 1 day left. You've been going down for how many fucking days? You think this thing can't retrace to the floor? Like scream back? Dude, it's only going to go up.
They have reports coming out.
Yeah.
I believe they have reports coming out in Europe.
Oh my God.
If I'm not mistaken.
It's crazy. That is insane. I'd say at least it's going to go and take out yesterday's high. And I'm getting out on the way to yesterday's high, so I don't think I'm that greedy, actually. We just closed. We got an inverted hammer. So I don't think it's that bad. So actually, you could probably, here's the thing. I think the girls would like the candlestick trading because you could tell them stories about the small bodies. Yeah, you got any other girlfriends that have a small body like this? I only trade small bodies.
I think the only impulse you're going to find in Euro, if it decides to crash again, will be tomorrow at 7:55. Lagarde is speaking, and she's going to probably lay down the law of what's going to be inflation and bonds rates and everything else in Europe. So they're in for a nasty surprise.
I think on the dailies, like this is a 100 pip grid. Look at the dailies. There's a 100 pip grid. You got to ask yourself, could this come back to the floor? Now, if you got the time to hold it to here, I don't, so I'm actually getting it. I'm getting out on the way there. But even if I walked away from this trade right now, I guarantee that's worth about $3,000 coming back That's 4 standard lots. When you get to here, you start peeling off these. I would come in and lay limits below. Now that's work. Come in with limits, counting on a slight pullback, a retest maybe of near this
they're
price.
going to retest it,
and it'll always retest. And you're either going to have to ride the equity swings and watch, or you're going to dump half the position when you're up to like $3,000. And you can reload on limits if you really think you're so right about this trade. Then wouldn't you just go with the flow back and forth? But if you scale out in chunks, or earlier I could have got out. I was at 1,200. I could have dumped the whole thing and re-racked. So when you're carrying a big bunch of tickets like that, and they stop you out. See, my balance is 600. I started with 900, so I've taken a $300 hit today in my balance. And right now, the only reason equities is exactly the same as this morning is because I'm in big profit and I'm in a giant position. So I'm kind of like, in essence, risking the whole account. From a risk of ruin, if I post this account right now, risk of ruin's like over 1,000%.
right?
Right, because if I'm wrong tonight and it keeps melting down and dripping down into the opening of Europe, then the account's cooked. But that's with any trade. So. But I'm kind of betting. I'm betting that the retracement starts tonight because we've been going down for how many days? 200 pips, and I mean, just an incredible rate of change. And the 4-hour looks pretty juicy as far as if it does.
I see them plunging further down.
Yeah, this closing floor fails right here, so I'm marking the closing prices.
That's failing. That's for sure going to come down again.
So I'm counting on this. The sellers are supposed to come in here if you believe that tops become bottoms, but I don't think that they're going to be able to do that. Just because you can't even see any prices to the left.
They might be able to do it.
What's that?
They could use the news as an impetus.
No, I just think you ran. It's just ultra capitulation. I call this. I mean, think about this. If you're going to do Fibonacci, see this. Compare that ratio to this, right? It's the same. It's looking left into the vacuum, right? Or not? It's instead of the vacuum in front. This is the momentum trail behind of the wick punch. So you have this. Think of it as, like you said, it's not the price. It's the area around the price. So the area around the price becomes this giant vacuum, and this is unfair value. This looks like bad data, but it's not. And that's the 4-hour chart. It's a 4-hour chart. It's very steep. And then I would do stuff like this to give myself confidence in this trade. I would draw a trend line, and I ask myself, do you really think on this, where in the wild world of sports can you hold this trend line? Honestly. It's a completely insane price momentum. Is it going to touch here? If you believe a trend line, you should sell right here, right now. You got a top. You got a bond becoming a top, and maybe it is going to go down. And you'd be right, but it just seems inconceivable at this point. Because after you break that trend line, then of course I would cash out if we touched. And this is just an arbitrary place to. The whole reason people do this is so they can speculate further out in time that, yes, if it came to there, I could get out there because it would be coming up on this bottom, right? And maybe I could see the market wheeze. Can the market make it there by there? Yeah, it could weasel along. It could make it there by there. It could also make it into touching this trend line, so to speak, when it comes up to this supply zone, this little triangle. So, yes, I could see it punching and drifting and getting to Friday, just coming back to the high of this smash. I don't think we're going to take out the high of the week by Friday, but I'm happy if it takes out this peak on the 4-hour, this hump. And I got a big crop of
Where's the
exits
beginning
there.
of the week? Sorry, where's the beginning of the week?
This vertical dotted line.
Sir?
Yeah, the vertical dotted line.
Okay.
This period
So
separation.
it could come back halfway, or at least a third of the way. So if you got your targets a third of the way back up, you can see that kind of a pull up.
Shit, I fucked that up.
That's about it. I don't know if it'll come halfway.
So the other trend line to break, the internal trend line, if you're going to do, I got this idea from Cardwell because he's doing it on RSI. So here you see the reversal in RSI here. And when these fail, it's brutal. So it's a complete. It's like when you go out on the surfboard and the wave curls over you, like you're too late on the wave. So the curl, here's where it just crushes. Now it's just smash up. And I suppose if you waited, we'd end up by Friday's close. I think you would probably safely say we could make it to this price level at least. I don't think you could take out the high of the week. High of the week is too high. So, or you can make it to the floor here. So if you look at this floor, I'd say this is the logical exit for anybody that's looking for pure structure trade. In other words, when it took out the low of last week, the final destination could be that, but there's so many places to dump and reload. I would probably do a total dump based on equity. If I made $2,000 tonight, I'd dump, and then I'd just say, you know what, I'm just not gonna trade because I don't feel like re-racking. So that's also the thing with the our thing with trying to get somebody to place tickets. Yeah, if you made $25 today and you didn't think you were going to make that much, you probably do want to get out and say, let me just think about this because I don't want to go back in and over trade it now. But I said, girl would not do that. If you told a girl only do 20 drops a day, and if they last 12 hours, you could do 2 drops a day in different places because now you can have your exposure kind of fall off after the first 12 hours of drama. There's no exposure. There's nothing to look at.
Sure.
Or you can have somebody drop 4-hour things in the morning and see what happens. But I guess they got to figure if they're going to check it on their lunch hour. So every 4 hours, there's people that would do the 4-hour banks. But I think you'd have to find people that the interview would have to say, how often can you get to your platform? Right, if you're going to hire somebody to drop these for you, teach somebody to trade better than a robot. It shouldn't be hard to do if they can show up on time. But who can show up? So my idea was to have somebody in Europe take over the PAM account, and they're going to drop. They're going to be on that thing when it's convenient for them. So everybody takes a round, a segment.
Sure.
The guy in my millionaire guy was trading gold. He was looking for people in Europe to trade the European session so he could sleep and trade it the way they trade it. They trade some kind of they get this, inner they actually do hear these things from the real banks and what they're going to do, but some of those things don't kick in till later. In other words, they position themselves, and I don't know if they're in and out. Sometimes they're scalping, but this guy sued the brokerage firm because of a bad fill on gold. And it was a big drama because I guess you can't, right? Well, he owned or he had some kind of big stake in it. So yeah, it's weird, man. Talking to people like that, you would never think this guy's that rich. You just wouldn't. He's so casual. And then he was talking to me. It
baffles the brains, buddy.
Dude. I've got some streams I recorded with him on it. It's just funny because he's so laid back. He said he gave the car to this one girl. He goes, I gave the car to her because I almost wrecked it. Too much throttle, he said. So then he wanted to know what kind of screens to get. He'd ask me questions about RSI. I swear to God to you, this guy would tell me that again. Like, what is divergence again? I thought he was trolling me for a minute, but then I thought, no, this guy is like, he thinks it's more complicated than it is. He thinks he's missing something. In other words, he's like, I think part of his brain's going, yeah, but where's the, well, it is what it is because it's a closing price.
The riff. No, he's looking for the riff. Where's that magical riff? Where's the magical riff that's going to put me on top?
I showed them reversals and inversions. I did explicit. So I felt I was kind of freaked out at this point because I was trying to help these guys out. So I was doing private videos for them and posting them on YouTube. And I said, this is going to be for this guy. And I try to be very clear to him because I thought, well, maybe he's going to, he'll get it finally. And I'll be like, yeah, see how that works? And so he just, he didn't watch the videos, I could tell he didn't watch them because I said, well, did you check out the video? Because I kind of took you through a trade that happened tonight, just what a setup would look like. Because you're trading setups, and it's a momentum setup for real. And momentum trades do exist. I mean, Genesis doesn't think they do, but momentum trades do exist because the market dies out and it dojis out, and it's going to go the other way or it's going to continue. It's either going to retrace or it's going to continue. So you don't know if you're in the which side of the auction you're on there, but when you look
I
at
don't
the
know if
big
you're in
picture.
flat state or if you're in an up state. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I
you're
get you.
guaranteed right now. It's always flat state. So if you assess the 4-hour charts at this time of night, you've got 6 bars a day on the 4-hour charts. And if you are looking at the pound and the yen and the euro, you've only got a few setups there, and you're really not over trading it. I think you have to. Also, you'd probably be trading with 20 and 40 pip stops in those instances because you couldn't trade the pound without a 50 pip stop to make 100. I mean, it's just too brutal. And do you really want to micromanage your entry and go, "Oh, I'm getting in 1 pip apart"? No, you can't do that. So you have to put it in the most high probability stop hunt things. You trade with only. So you would tell this person you're allowed. As the count gets to 1,000, you're allowed 50 drops a day. When the count gets to 2,000, you're allowed 100 drops a day. You have a linear. You don't do that. I say you never do that. You never build on what you made. So you just go to when you got $2,000, you're doing 200 drops. So for every for every 2,000.
Can you drop
for every
deeper?
$1,000, you're
can
allowed
you drop deeper?
50.
Wouldn't you want to drop deeper?
Well, I mean, I'm saying how many drops? How many tickets
you're
going to
doing
drop?
a number of drops. Yeah, you have enough drops to. Yeah, I got it.
No, because then you've got this constant number. I'm talking about that's your starting point, and so when you decide to make them 2K drops instead of 1K drops, then you can ratchet in this way and say, well, I'm doing same amount of drops, but the account just got to 10 grand, so let's go and make it bigger, and there'll be a shelf. And then when you get to the 3 grand level, maybe you trade 3Ks on 50 drops a day. You know what I'm saying? So you're not really.
Right.
In other words, you're not overloading because you have extra money. You're treating it as if you have the original amount all the time because.
Because it's the same. It's the same drops in the same areas of interest and same clusters. Yeah. It's the same thing.
Well, I mean, there's a tendency to think, well, why don't I do 200 drops? There's so much fucking money in the account. But I wouldn't do it like that. If you had to live off that account, if you were a professional trader, you'd probably and at that point, you're probably managing a giant fund because you're not really stressing the thing out. It's like a high-end 300-watt, amplifier.
You're looking to make $5.
You got to turn.
You're looking to
fairly
make
turned off.
$5
There's
again,
headroom.
right?
You got to have headroom.
You're looking to make $5, my friend. People can't wrap their minds around that. If you can make $5 every day, you'll have 5 Gs at the end of the year, guaranteed. That's just math.
Yeah, but you're presupposing you can make $5 a day.
I can presuppose that with a 20. If I can make 20 cents on every dollar item, I can make 20 cents.
But you can't. You can't guarantee to make $5 a day.
No, death and taxes, my friends. That's all we got guarantees for. Agreed.
Then why not? I mean, then there's nothing magical about $5.
No, I'm just using that as the lowest. Yeah, it's like the lowest denominator possible. Get you into the headspace of growing your account over time. That's all.
Right. Well,
for the newbie, because the newbie
really,
wants the Ferrari on the next trade.
How many trades? How many trades do you think? Or how many fills do you think people can handle? We don't know. So we have to create systems that are. So I just wrote a script bank based on what we talked about this morning. So here's a starter kit. This will give you 8-hour scripts. I wrote the 50 pip stop. I call this the 50 pip. So this little package gives you the 50 pip stop, which looks like $5 a drop. So you're either going to make $7.50, you're going to make $5, you're going to make $2.50, you're going to make $10, $5 to make $10, your best ratio.
Uh-huh.
So this is your greedy ticket. This is your bad ratio. Risk five to make $2.50. This is a break even. This is a medium, but this is a starter kit. So
nice. These are nice.
And this is 8 tickets in total because if we drop it above, it is now a sell. We drop it below, it's a buy.
Gotcha. Nice.
So this is you would tell that person, of course, you'd have to make a day pack. D1 is the notification that it's going to last a day. So I would just create that rack. And you can I can make 4 hours. I could go down a rabbit hole to you can see I can go from M15 to a monthly. All
Right.
these same ratios, all the same
Sure.
thing. But now this
Sure.
is really not acceptable for the pound or the guppy because they're going to crush you out of that. In other words,
Correct.
Sally's not going to get to her
Skill.
computer for hours. The guppy can move 200 pips while she's not seeing it. So she's going to have to. I'm sure you've seen. I know you know what that's about.
Seen
So
it. I've seen it. I've
been there,
seen
done that. So when it's down 400 pips, and you're going, well, but that's $40 for a 1K. Like you know, blah, 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 blah. You go, what? Fuck? How the fuck is that even possible? When I was in a 1K in the Euro, it would have to. They'd have to kill that Bubba when he comes out of that loony or whatever the fuck. How do you like to call the Canadian dollar the loony? That should have told you everything back then.
Yeah, that said everything for me. Yeah.
I'd said it all. I was like, holy shit, that and Moosehead beer. I'm like, no wonder they don't have an army. That's why they don't have an army. So the nice thing about this is that these are not double clicks, unfortunately, but it's just very economical.
It's a start. It's a starter kit, and it's an economical drop for people who are just learning.
So what I would
just
recommend,
taking
though,
the first baby steps.
what I recommend though is if you go to the chart here, let's imagine I'm going to place these trades right now on the pound. So this is the daily chart, and Wendy and Lucy are over, and they're sitting on my lap, and I said, Wendy, Lucy, what do you think about this trade? They go, oh yeah, you're a good trader, you're the goat, right? So on the 20 handles, we're just going to put all 4 tickets on the 20s, because now we'll have different ratios and different stops, but a common entrance point. We won't lose any. I don't think we'll lose any of these tickets with this monster stop. All 3, we'll just stack them up here. It doesn't really matter. I feel like I'm doing a magic trick. Doesn't matter. Pick a card, any card. No, it really is that fucking stupid. So, and we'll do the buy side the same way, and we'll have them get in. Let's say this time we'll do a different trade plan. We'll put in the greedy ticket at the bottom. We always want to put the greedy ticket at the bottom because if the market should come whiplash bash, is that a perfect trade or not? Comes down, doesn't take out your stop, and we'll put another one down there. It's $5 a drop. So far we've risked. We're into $20. Now we're into $30. Let's put it. We got another. How much we got left in the account?
500 in the total.
We could drop. Let's do 3 more drops. I'll put a bad ratio scalp, high probability right here. Just underneath, right at the round number on the British pound. I could take some big punishment on that. I got 50 pip stop to make 25, and I'm going to put on the 20s. I'm going to put the same ridiculous trade plan. Unfortunately, here you stretch it out to see the actual drop. So that's the trade plan. We got this big. Everything's got this common stop, 50 pip stop, but targets are different. I don't think it's a good trade myself.
Oh, I wouldn't put it on top.
I'm saying that this is an example. Like I don't like this trade because I think the euro's going smashing up. I think the pound, you would have to for this to be a realistic trade, you'd have to get in right here. This is right where the floor fell out. And this will be the big controversial thing. So you have to, if you could get the girls to candlestick trade, I would tell them put all your tickets at the small bodies. So even here, it would be a retest of the small body. So we've seen this a million times. And I actually, that's a better idea that, like, because the body width is...
You take off the cells. Take off the cells for now. I want to just concentrate on the buys for 1 minute. Yeah.
This is I'll just delete them. So here's the body is a 20 pip body here. And if you turn the... Well, here's the cool thing. Let me just do this one little trick. I had a template that has no wicks. A wickless template. You got to see that shit, dude. It'd blow your mind. Just think, all you see is ding, 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 ding. You don't even see these wicks. You just see the delta. You see the open to close. That's what candlesticks are worth it right there. It's like the ATR chart I was showing you. So what did you want me to do? Oh yeah, I'll delete these tickets here. Let me clear up.
No, just delete the ones on top because I want to get an idea for what her trade plan would be for tonight when she cuts on before she goes out and does her set.
No,
she's about to do a set. She's about to do a set, so she's got to put a little trade plan on.
Instead of redropping them, I'll just move them.
Okay.
Unless you're gonna journal these arrows here.
Who's got time?
I'm just going to. Yeah, I mean, who's got time for that?
No.
These people got time. I don't know if I'll be able to get to this in time. Before it looks like I hit it pretty hard here.
Okay.
So I think I'm moving the whole stop. I hope there, but yeah. All right, yeah, we should be up. Yeah, we should actually be above the rooftop of the opening of. So the true place, the real place you need to get in is up here. If you're really going to sell that, and those are just scalps, by the way, because it doesn't mean that if you get in here, it's going to come back because you're
going to take the money and run.
So I mean, those are kind
she's
of
happy
fictitious.
enough that she looks at her phone. Hang on, she looks at her phone in 4 hours. She sees she's up $50. Hallelujah. $20, $30. She's buying around. In other words.
So at this point, I'd have to, I guess. So this is the daily chart, and at the close of the day, we had a small body, and that's a market order. Unfortunately, it's not a limit order. So she'd have to have a market order in her toolbox, or she's going to miss out on that trade because unless she had the,
I thought she's going to get the market
foresight to put in. Like this is the daily chart, so this means that this made almost a monthly low, and if you had a crop of tickets in the 60 pip window, you're rich in one day. Yeah. But if you miss it, you miss the best price you could get down here. You could have taken 60 pips off the table.
Who gets that price?
So at the end of the day, you pull the trigger.
I can tell you how to get that price. Not on the daily, but you'd have to zero in on a 5 minute and look at the ATR on a 5 minute.
No, I mean that if she didn't put her limit starting here, then
right. She would have missed
at the end of the day, it closes down, right? Closes down, and she pulls the trigger here. She just misses out on that juicy 40 pip wick. That's all. So, but she needs that in her toolbox because she could have put a hedge on here.
But she's not sophisticated enough. You're going too fast for her already. Well, you're already going too fast, brother.
No, I'm not because she should just start out there. In other words, there is just because I'm trading on limits. I mean, that actually is more complicated in a sense. I'm thinking Gooberlicious. I'm thinking.
Yeah, but she has never.
Let's not insult her intelligence. We don't know. Maybe
but she's not. She's not the girl who's trying to hit the target in one shot, kill shot. She's not that person. She doesn't have that personality. She's a female. Is not interested in hitting the gazelle.
His girlfriend.
Interested in lay out the little trap.
You mean this guy's girlfriend?
Yeah, I don't know if it's his girlfriend. It's his friend.
Oh, you know her that well? What she's into?
No, we were talking about it. You were asleep. We were talking about the first principles, her personality, what's important to her.
Right. So is
it growth over time? I mean, she doesn't have that headspace, buddy, that she's got to make a Lamborghini Raoul by next Thursday.
How do you know? Who is this?
And that's important. So.
But how do you know that? Who said that?
Because he knows her. That's what he knows her. It's hearsay. You're right. It's hearsay.
No, I mean, that's what he told you about her. That she's not a geekhead. She's not a gearhead.
Not at all. She's an artist. She wants to play music. I mean,
he's
thinking she's more suitable to your style. No, that's what I'm saying.
Can't you have both? I mean, I don't think wouldn't put anybody. I mean, Jethro Tull had a fish business,
Right.
Or Ian Anderson, I should say. Jethro Tull.
That's right.
The guy that played the flute owned a fucking ship, and he was hauling salmon because music don't pay. Come on, man.
Oh, not for them. I think she'd probably do the 4-hour drop before she goes out and does a gig. And
right, but I'm saying at the end of the day, if you're there at 5 p.m. for the people that want to just get in no nonsense forex style. No, it's about execution because I'm just writing scripts for execution. There's nothing magical. I chose the limit entry because I thought I can I can kind of take advantage of the broker there because I'm going to get tight fills. When the spread tightens on my limits, I'll get the best fill.
I was thinking of a good little starter litmus test for people who can trade. I think here's a starting point. You ask someone who's got a job, right? They got a job, they pay taxes, whatever. You ask them, would you be willing to do the same job you are now, but be paid as a private contractor and you have to do your own taxes? If someone says, oh, no, that's too risky, they can't fucking trade.
Probably right.
Well, it's so there's two things you could be. You could be trading your own account, or you're a broker, you know, and you're filling other people's tickets. I guess if you're making money either way, it doesn't matter.
Look, you've
Some
got
people
to
want to drive their own ship, though.
That's right. Some people are going to want to do their own scripts.
Right.
I don't know if you ever heard back from Jay and what she's been doing, but
No, she's probably out of her mind, I'm sure. But
yeah, I know.
You know,
She's trying.
she's a girl.
Listen,
So,
she's looking to make money. That's the problem
Yeah.
with the. If your first line is I just want to make money. What are you coming to trading for?
right.
You're in
Well,
the wrong business if you want to just make money.
Yeah.
Go sell crack. You know,
well, it'd be like the
you
same
know.
thing if you came to the music business. I just want to make money. Okay, you want to be a rock star? I got you. but
What are you
do
going to be?
have
The
anything
hairstyle
that makes
guy?
you
I don't
rock
get it.
starable?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
right.
the truly authentic people, I suppose, don't look at themselves that way. They're not going to say.
Never did.
What if your goal is I want to make money and I don't want to wear pants ever? Could that be a good?
Well, is that pre-op or
Yeah.
post-op?
That's- we
You're talking
opened up
about pre-op or
E-Trade for you on
post-op?
that.
It really is.
Okay. I'm just saying, I'm tired of wearing pants. I think pants should be illegal.
You're tired of wearing the pants in the family? Well,
Just tired of wearing pants in general.
you want to wear shorts or just a
Why
thong?
don't you wear those?
How about one of those
what do they call
weightlifter
them?
thongs and like
Yeah,
spandex?
the thongs.
Glitter spandex.
I just want to make money and walk around bare-assed, but with
Really?
a T-shirt on, like really unattractive
like
looking.
a true caveman. And you go to your
Sure.
man cave and growl, right? You just go
Correct.
and grunt.
It's got the homeless look going.
Well, look at
Not
look
just
at
homeless. I want to
Twitter,
look like
yeah, I don't know the
homeless,
Twitter
but I'm
guy.
also high on oxy all the time. That's the kind of homeless look.
Oh, you want to be
I'm
like
looking
totally
for.
sedated. Put on that
Right.
song "Sedated" by I Want to Get Sedated.
24 hours ago. Ramones.
Yeah, I suppose that's the only song
Good
I
guy.
like of theirs.
Yeah, probably me too.
I don't really like the Ramones. The whole idea of that whole thing. People, punk music, I'm like, when I see people destroying gear, I cringe. So I could never do punk music. That's a perfectly good bass guitar this guy just, destroyed. For what? I guess it's chic to destroy shit, I'm assuming.
Who started that? Pete Townsend
I don't know.
started that. Next.
Yeah. No, there was this big rebel thing back in the day, and I think people crossed the line and they've never crossed back.
So,
I mean,
let me toss
they used to
the
hijack
garbage.
jet
I'll be back
planes.
in a minute.
Dude, they used to hijack jet planes and show you film on it. I remember watching the Israeli wrestling team get abducted by fucking terrorists. See this big reversal here. All this stuff here in the long-legged view of momentum. And now we're crossing over, I think, drift up tonight, smash up into NFP's coming out, so maybe we're going to have to do a short squeeze into NFP, into this floor. So I'd definitely get out. If by the time NFP is supposed to come at 8:30 in the morning, we're here, I might dump out. I just moved my targets up again. That's going to be the sweet cash out zone. Let's see structure on the 1 hour. It makes a big difference when you look at the market like this as opposed to this. Like this, it looks like the market's barely even. All those doji bots are feasting on the hourly small bodies. We got the 4 hour giving us only one doji. Oh, no, one doji for you on 4 hour chart. So here, if you put a hedge on right here on close, that was a good trade. Here, not so much because they kicked you out a little bit. Here, good entry. I guess you'd have to, an artist would understand undercuts, that's for sure. I could explain it to her very easily because I do sculptures and stuff and been doing art for years, and I've been making teeth that you can't have undercuts, and there's draw, there's angles, there's, if you're looking back into the market here, but I would never use market profile. I just look at the blatantly obvious child's play of the daily chart. Look at that thing. It's just blisteringly smashed to pieces. How is that not going to retrace after 4 days of obliteration and the dumbest fucking motherfucker running in the United States you could find on a bicycle. The weekly. Are you going short today on the weeklies? I don't think so. Look at this fucking weekly chart. Come on, man. Dude. Oh my God. That is a beatdown. If you can hold it to here, you're going to make yourself a tidy 250 pips. So if I held the whole position, what does that come out to? Like $15,000. If I move all my targets up to that line right now in this account, it's a 1,001 leverage account. So it's going to be $4,000 per. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of money there. So 4 times 4, 16. Be 16 grand if it made it back to the orange line. We haven't had any hot weather this year. I'm just getting so old that I like the hot weather. I'm like one of those old people. Turn up the heat. Grandpa, it's already 99 degrees in here. I know, but turn up the heat. Did you ever see that movie, 100 Degrees? Above 100 Degrees? I thought I was sharing the screen on here. What happened? I'm still sharing it? I don't know. I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Yeah, so, did you see that movie? It's on YouTube for free. It's called, I think, 140 Degrees or something. And there's a guy in a room, and he's got these lights above him, and some guy goes over the speaker system and starts asking him questions. If he doesn't answer right, he's going to keep turning the heat back on.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's a real setup, you know. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's intriguing. He's sweating to death, so he starts to call people that he knows because he's kind of a broker that sells stuff that, you know, penny stocks. And he's on the phone. He's going, I got this great invention. Jay, are you there, Jay? Meanwhile, it's getting hotter and hotter in the room. He's trying to close a deal. I got this new thing. You won't believe it. I'm going to send you the paperwork in the morning, but I just need like a down payment of 10 grand tonight. Oh, I guess so. You usually have good ideas. And then he gets all this money. He calls 10 people. And he says, can I get out? I got $1 million. Can I get out? And the guy goes, well, I don't know. And he starts coming on rap. But it's pretty bizarre. It's a bizarre.
There's a similar scene in that movie, Escape Plan.
Yeah.
Except it's Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's like they're in a jail. They put him in a box like that for prisoners, and they're like shouting at him, and then he starts crying and shouting in German, which is funny because it's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, yeah.
They just keep turning on the heat and these bright lights. He's just shouting in German, and they're like, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
How'd you like to be his girlfriend spitting all over you when he talks like that? Like a fucking, like a boxer dog.
I think I'd get over it when I look at his bank account. I'm sure most girlfriends do.
I don't know. Wasn't he banging the maid or something? That's a hot idea.
He did.
You know, when she's bent over to dust, I'd be like, babe, like, you're killing me. Like, come on, let's go fuck. She's killing me.
Well, I mean, that's worked out because, like,
stop dropping the broom.
His kid with his wife is like, he's like a pudgy fat mess, but the kid with the maid looks like a Spanish version of him, basically. He's all in great shape and shit. I guess he's planting seeds, you know? He's cultivating.
I guess that's what we're driven to do, whether we like it or not. We find ourselves banging some, some amputee or something, for God's sakes. That's kind of hot, though. Forget what I said. That's a hot idea. How dare you? Don't you? That's in my profile. Hey, listen, if you're missing a limb, call me later. I put that on the bathroom wall.
That's very hot because she's dependent on you.
If you stumbled into this stall, call me. My number's on the bathroom wall.
I can get a hot
it's part of a rock song. I'm working on this hot rock song. It's kind of like the Pussy Melter from that band. They make a guitar pedal called the Pussy Melter.
Oh.
Based on that metal band.
Yeah, a lot of those metal bands. Everyone wanted to be in a metal band with the metal hair and the outfits.
Right.
Just crazy.
Like glitter all around your eyeballs.
Yeah. See, now that's the thing when I was a kid, but now those bands I used to like when I was like young teenager, they're all old fucking men and they just suck now, but they're still going.
They have to. They got to make the money.
really
They got a
getting
lifestyle they want to live.
I know, but it's just there comes a point where you just see there's like they're in their late 40s or 50s,
You're like,
but they're
why?
still wearing the same like shit they wore.
Why are you doing this, man? Why?
Well, at least they don't pull one of those Madonna tricks where all of a sudden they just go full retard.
Yeah, that's true, but it's awkward to see.
People try to adjust.
You know what? You'll be impressed, Rebel. Billy Idol sings "Rebel Yell" with Miley Cyrus, and
see that modern crossover thing. Talk about
gay, right?
Yeah.
Listen,
you know what? He looks really good, and it's probably one of the best versions of the song. Steve.
There's nothing you could convince me that has Miley Cyrus in it that could be good.
This girl can sing, buddy. I don't like her personality. I think she's a complete skanker, whatever you want to call it.
Skanker,
but that girl can sing, man.
Can she?
Of course.
Yeah,
So
she
can Lady
Can
Gaga.
she sing, or is it like what is
sing.
the Ashley Simpson with a fake voice?
No. She can sing. The
So
girl
can
can
Lady
sing.
Gaga.
All jokes aside. I'll ask Simpleton what he thinks, but it probably doesn't know.
So can Lady Gaga, but I'm not stealing her doggies away from her.
Correct.
But Madonna, I don't like Madonna's voice one fucking
Madonna
bit.
could never
So
sing.
Madonna's
She was-
nothing
I
but
like
like
Madonna.
she's like an icon. She's not really it's like
I worked the pit at her concert, like right in the front row.
yeah.
I was the smallest guy there. You should have seen the goons that I was sitting beside. She's like, get up and dance, and the whole crowd rushed. It was like, oh God, here we go. It went bananas. So, yeah, that was the first and last time I ever worked the pit.
I was dragged to a Cher concert. That was alright. I was not impressed. You know, she's just too yodeling too much, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the
I don't know
yodeling.
what you
I don't
call
like
that.
the modern female singer where it's like they're all just kind of yelling
Yeah,
and
it's
not
like
singing
it's like she's got a big boulder of cocaine stuck in her nose.
It's like like she's got a big dick. That's what she sounds like.
somehow she overindulged on dick somewhere and bruised her nasal. I was just saying like, hi,
No, she's sounds like she's got a big dick
I'm
between
Cher.
her
What's your
cats.
last name, Cher? What's your first name, Cher? Sharon Like. My
I
last
think
name's
Cher
Like.
is the first tranny
Middle
ever.
name's And. I named my
Like,
kid
it-
Sharon Like. I named my kid Cher. That's her first name. And is the middle name on
Oh
Like.
God! And how
I
fucking
called
old
my
wasn't
kid's
she
name
old when you
Sharon.
were a kid?
Identify as clickbait. My parents named me Sharon Like. That's not change our last name
Jesus.
to Like. We spell it with like a fancy Y, so we got away with it.
Why?
Sharon, like
Like Lyft Ride.
my brother's name's
Put a
Subscribe.
Y in there. Yeah, the world is just out of control, man. Can you believe where we're at? Boris had to resign. Oh my God, it's too funny. If we could only get Biden to do
he
that,
looks so
I would
happy,
literally
too.
have. I would actually jump for joy. Probably go right through the floor. If Biden said,
But he
"Well, I'm
looks
going
so
to join you,"
happy
that sounds
in
like a
his
good idea.
resignation. You have to wonder how much money this guy stole.
Oh God.
Can't even count that high. He was so
parties.
happy. He was leaving. He's like, I got my money. I got my paycheck. His face said, I got my pay. See ya.
You notice how
That's exactly what his
you
face
notice
said
how
to
you
me.
always had that JBF haircut going, just been
Yeah.
fucked by his mistress.
Something? Yeah, that's a Montreal look. The guys from Montreal all look like that.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
just put a little bit of what do they call
They
it?
look like bedhead. They call it bedhead. What do they call it? Bedhead.
Yeah, you take a little
They,
bit
they
of.
perfected it. When I was growing up, we'd go
Yeah.
to Montreal, and we'd go to you have really good bagel stops, and all kinds of Montreal style bagels and
Yeah.
all kinds of great meats
It's-
and whatnot. If you're into that. And guess what? The guys would roll in total bedhead. I'm like, how do they perfect that look?
It's the artfully disheveled look.
Yeah, that's the word. That's the word. That's funny.
It's my dad would say it looked like you combed your hair with an egg beater. But they sold me
mechanical
stuff.
egg
I used to
beater.
put that
Mechanical.
stuff on my hair. It was called balm. It wasn't called it was called, and I had this other stuff. I used to have hair in my head, so when I saw that Wall Street movie, you know, with what's his name, that guy's son, and so Wall Street, you know, greed is good, and I had my hair just like his. I bought this stuff called Stiff, and I put it on my hair, and if you touched my hair after it dried, you could get like a cut, like a little bit of
cut your fingers off.
Yeah, because the crustiness of this gel, it's set up like crazy glue, and your hair became like a unified front against. It was a helmet. It was a helmet. It was called Stiff. You couldn't get any stiffer. I bought it professional grade at the hair salon. No, they said it's a warning. They made me sign release papers. If you use this, you could lose your fingers. If it dries, if it dries on your hands, we're not responsible.
Right.
And I was so into it. And then one day I looked I was combing my hair after I got my hair cut one day, and I go, well, I'll be a motherfucker. I'm going bald, you know? So I decided to go full. This is right when the skinheads were like the biggest kind of like Nazi group in the United States. So right after the skinheads died out, I thought, well, it's time to shave my head. Nobody's going to accuse me of skinhead. So I did shave my head, but I noticed the first problem is I was walking in the basement, and I had no warning that I was going to hit the beam. Because when you have hair, you actually back away instantly. Its early warning system is hair. But since I have no hair, I started banging my head, and then it was freezing in a room. I had to wear a hat for a while because I wasn't used to being furless on my head. It took a while to get used to it. Now I'd never go back because I saved so much money on getting my hair styled. I just shaved my head. I gave up on hair about 20 years ago.
Both my buddies have done that. They've given up. So
I mean, what's the point? I mean, that's another thing. You try. It's like getting breast implants when you flat. You know, something happens. You can't be that person anymore. You can't, like these chicks that inject their lips. Like, what were you thinking? It looks like a lumpy fuck. You look like a lumpy fuck.
And they look like cockatoos. Look very stupid.
You look like a zombie.
Well, they actually look like cockatoos. They look like fish lips or something. I don't even know. So
what's going on? It looks like your anus. Yeah, it looks like an anus gone wrong. Angry spider got too angry. Hemorrhoids. It looks like hemorrhoids in your mouth. It's just another orifice. Yeah. It's like forced hemorrhoids. You're causing it on purpose. Yeah, you think these lip implants are bad? When you see my roid implants, and they got a big bulging, look like a baboon back there.
Sure,
like a baboon.
Oh, no.
That's where people are going, though. You notice it's like, I'll outdo you, and then they got the ass implants. I'm like, they want to look like this chick from the what's his name? The Bruce Jenner family. And I'm like, dude, stop.
Oh, Kardashians.
Yeah, they want a Kardashian ass implant, probably taken from a mold from her ass, scaled down to your body frame. But let's just, can't we just zip it? Like, how spoiled are you?
And those people have a body image concept that they want to look like the Kardashians. I mean,
absolutely, that's the pinnacle of beauty. But it looks like it's like trying to look like Mr. Unitas, or looking like these extreme cartoon characters. Actually, it's like an action figure. The action figures that they came out for kids, people try to look like that. So they go to the gym, they eat all the protein shakes, they drink raw eggs, and they can get themselves built up like that. And my question to my Tai Chi guy was, is that even healthy? In other words, your heart's having to do all this shit. What are you fucking? What are you picking up buildings for a living? What the fuck do you need to be like? So my view is, you can muscle bound, you can't wipe your ass.
They have an image in their head. You know, a lot of guys are looking. You know that little statue that you win? It's like a mesomorph type of individual with just it's totally out of proportion. Yeah, so they want to look like that statue, I guess. I don't know what they're doing.
They wanted to outlaw Ken and Barbie because it was giving these women an unrealistic view of
for sure
beauty,
long legs,
extreme. Yeah, I mean, a waist of like in their size. So the funny thing about women is that I was with this girl and I looked at her clothes size and it said 0. I go, well, is there a double 0? Because she's not. I mean, she's small. She's 100 pounds or 120 pounds, but Jesus Christ, it's a 0. So they prime these girls to think, well, at least I'm in a 0, not like you. You're in what, a 29-inch? I mean,
30.
Translation, you know, but I mean, what guys 36. Don't have those kind of sizes. They have like inches. It's like reality. Women, it's like, it's a size 8. So I went to, I had my starter wife. You know, I wanted to get her something for Christmas. So I go to the mall, and it was closing, and I was working late. So I was like, I got one day to buy something. So I go into this place, look, they have really cool shit, you know, and I'm looking at this thing, and I'm looking at the sizes, and I'm like, yeah, this is crazy. Like, is this like men's clothing? I was in this place just for giant women, apparently.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Lane Bryant.
She wouldn't have liked that.
And I'm like, oh gosh, I don't want to break up with her right now. We'll get divorced later for sure. I couldn't do it. I don't know how people in a relationship. I'm too picky. I just can't. I mean, it's just too much. And then their family.
Women are
they're
very hard to contend with. They're hard to contend with, no doubt.
Well,
you have to have the energy for it.
Yeah.
You have to have the energy for it. That's all. Most of the women nowadays, especially, I don't know about your generation, but my generation, they're pretty much challenger broads. Right?
Oh, okay. Like New York style babes, yeah.
Yeah, they're all challenger broads all the time.
Power women, yeah, power babes. What about to get?
Listen, you know the old joke with Jackie Mason and why all the Jewish men are so successful, because they don't want to come home. Their wives making them fucking
absolutely.
nuts. So they're in the office till 9, 10 o'clock at night. I got to work late, honey. Yeah, I love you too. And that's it. They don't have to see them. It's beautiful. What a fucking setup. Right?
Stop hocking me at China.
That's right.
I want to hear it no more. No, it's a brutal thing because, that's what I felt about how my mom would just go to the hair salon, not really to get her hair done. It's a place to go for 3 hours so that.
Yeah, they're chilling. They're all yapping away.
Who's getting their hair done?
Live for yapping.
My mom lived to be like 94. Who's getting their hair done at 90?
She was
at 90 because you go there and you just have to go there and talk to people.
Speaking of hair salons, my mom was in the hair salon. You know, I'll of them go once in a while, and she's yapping away, and one of them says, "Yeah, we heard Nady, he's going out with a Chineser." My mother turns to her and goes, "Well, at least he likes girls." You know, so that's what's going on at the hair salon.
I'm more
the beauty parlor.
I find it more funny that they called her a Chineser. Never heard that before.
A Chineser. Because she plays.
That's like it's not even slang. It's kind of like slang. It's not a slur at all. It's like saying a Chinese person, but you're saying it in like German mixed with Hebrew mixed with English.
All I know is if I'd said that, I would have been called racist.
For sure. No. It's not a nice word. You shouldn't use that word. You should say Oriental girl or whatever, something like that. But
yeah, slant eye, got it.
Is that why they're playing mahjong? They're playing mahjong, right?
Well, I don't know what they're doing, man. I don't ask. I don't want to know. Don't care.
Well, it's either mahjong or Benoit. So pick your. The Benoit balls are Chinese, right? Or is that Japanese?
Yeah.
That's a low tech. Maybe Gloria would like a set of those, and she could place orders with those.
You know what, man? Thank you very much for putting the small simple rack for people.
Oh, I haven't posted it yet. Well. Yeah, don't get too excited. I gotta put it in a zip file right now. But it's a starter kit. I mean, you can branch up or down. So you're in the middle of this big giant choice levels. What is a stop? How many tickets? Yeah, that's going to be the hard part for anything. But that's the same thing with anything. You know, how many kids you're going to have? Are you going to get married? Or are you just going to rape her? I mean, there's a lot of forks in the road every day. But once you say, I think I dropped about, if you say it's $5 per drop, I have the $5 drop scripts that are engineered to put a 1K in with a 50 pip stop, put a 2K in with a 25 pip stop, and on 17.5 pip stop for the 3K. Already. You know what I mean? Well, no, it's not, because it's guaranteed $5
remember, you got to put your newbie hat on. You've never seen a chart before. You don't know what the hell anyone's talking about. It's all gibberish for at least a month. So
imagine you're that person.
Wait, you're not learning how to read music right away. Someone's going to show you a chord, and then you're going to spend a week trying to put your fingers in that spot, and then you're going to show you another chord, right? So,
but I want to make it so that it's. They'll always say you can never have enough of the basics. So if you're always on the basic level, the crudest, most robust algorithm or system or method possible, you'll never.
Right.
So see, the reason why Vinny is doing 5 trades a day at $100 per risk, and that's his limit, is because
That's right.
he's not going to blow up the account. So he's going to he's going to cruise along. He's
Right.
trusting his signals. He's a sniper. He's actually probably anticipating his indicators, but the people that get kind of keen to anticipating the indicators probably make more money also, right? Because now you know what's going on rhythm-wise. And he's trading at the market, I'd say, almost exclusively, and it's a shoot and kill. But he's got at least 5 shots in his revolver, and they bring it in, man. Go to his Discord. People are making $5,000, $10,000.
Of course they are.
Oh yeah, because that's NASDAQ. They are.
I'm not going to say a word because we did those kind of numbers in minutes, so I'm not even going to start going there.
Well, you don't think those are real numbers in Vinny's Discord?
No, I think I absolutely can, depending on how. I haven't watched any of his videos. It's too complicated.
Why would it be real?
Well, if you're putting in a 5-lot, hang on, a 5-lot's going to pay you.
What's so funny?
On 1 point, it's $50 a point. You're going to get $250 per point.
Nothing. Someone's tickling me.
You can get a few points in a day, no problem, buddy.
Right.
No problem.
So, but I understand.
You can pull up 20 pips anywhere, anytime. Can you not? I believe you can. Personally,
I don't know. You have a lot of optimism for people's ability. I think that they're guaranteed me $5.
Maybe, okay.
Me
I think you've been doing it long enough.
No, but I'm saying that. I guess I lost who we're talking about, but I'm curious why you think Vinny's
Oh, it's doable numbers. It's
the numbers in
absolutely doable
Discord.
numbers.
Why do you think those are fake numbers in Vinny's Discord?
I don't think they're fake.
Oh,
I think it was the other gentleman who's
No,
on.
he-
it.
It's me. I think they're fake.
Yeah, I
now
don't.
what
I don't
do you
think
base that upon? How do you make
Just hearsay and what I get from my own gut feeling. That's all.
hearsay?
Yeah.
Oh, people that signed up for his course.
People that claim to have signed up for his course. I'm not going to say they signed up for his course. Stuff I've read on the internet and just the vibe I get from him. I trust my gut.
All right. Well,
When someone's shouting at me like a crazy car salesman, I think that car might be broken.
Yeah, no, the guy's got mental issues, no problem, no doubt.
no, that doesn't mean that what he's doing isn't making money. Those are not connected.
I think it's very connected. The source it's coming from.
Yeah, you don't want to put your faith in someone like that. Is what you're
Well,
basically saying. I wouldn't put my faith in anything.
the guy that claims he killed 200 people. The Iceman, it was in New York. He was a hitman for the mafia,
Right.
and he was a family man.
Right.
He was worried about Christmas. That's when he killed that guy in the car, and he went blind from this gunshot and went deaf for a little bit. And how do you put that together? He's got a family guy. His wife thinks he's got a good day job, makes good money for 3 years. He's killing people, or supposedly, and at least he killed a couple people. And so how is that not possible that somebody is bifurcated like that? That they've split?
I'm not saying it's not possible, but I think that guy's the exception, not the rule.
Okay, so where is ICT coming in and going, these are all fake, like sock puppet postings? Like, why wouldn't he tear him apart then? If ICT...
Again, to make himself money.
No, not why he's tearing apart ICT. Why doesn't ICT come after what you say is really happening with Vinny?
I don't know. Maybe
fake?
that's just not ICT's style. He's never done that before. I think it's a marketing style.
Yeah, but how...
I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. So
It's
how are those
marketing.
people...
It's all marketing. It's the drama that's selling the show.
Well,
Right.
maybe. I don't know.
No, it is.
But
They're young.
you
They're-
said-
And
You
remember,
can't
it's
make money
not just
trading
ICT he goes after. It's anyone who
Okay, so
criticizes him.
is there a Discord where people are really making money that it's real? Does your guy,
I
this
think you,
deep
so
throat
far,
guy,
is
they
the
call
only
it
one
deep
I've
throat
met.
back in Watergate, does your deep throat guy know?
No, I think maybe, I'm sure there is, but I think people who tend to make money doing this are very antisocial people. They don't want to be known.
I don't know about that. So people have this all or nothing view, I think. I think traders have that. It's either buy or sell. I don't think. I think everything's on a spectrum. I'm not going to say that you can say you're half girl, but there are guys that are. Dude, I met guys with wife and kids with a lisp, and I'm like, I swear this guy's gay as fuck. He's got a limp wrist,
Sure.
lisp, And if he's not gay, then I'm just fucking. But see, I have no gaydar, and I've been with people that are gay, and they I find out later I find out years later, 20 years later, this person's gay. I'm like, I would have never guessed. And then come to think of it, I never saw him with a boyfriend or a girlfriend, so I figured that he was so into his music. He was a musician, and I thought there's people that are so deep into their project that they're just asexual. So.
I don't care.
Yes, there are people that are in the wait state, in the neutral zone, the doji, and I suppose they're just pushing the finessing of this identification because they want something to complain if you get it wrong. In other words, they're setting traps of bullshit rules, hoping you get it wrong so they can haul you to jail, whether the fuck they want to, or haul you to social court. But in the end, everybody knows the score. Everybody knows the reason, like that song, and so. In the presence of the Lord, right? Blind faith. But, what are we going to do? So we sit back and we try to, but I think the reason why you think it's a scam is because, it's a big promotional vehicle, and we kind of have a Tom Vu feel about it. Like, oh, we don't trust some guy how can he have all these hot chicks in a Rolls Royce? So are we going to have a Rolls Royce like him?
Rolls Royce.
Yeah. And fried lice at night. Are we going to have stuff like that? And we probably won't. I eat fried lice in the back of my Rolls Royce.
Oh God.
Well, it's a Tom Vu feel, but it's also the aggressive come after everyone who talks bad about me feel too.
Yeah.
So that screams guilt.
Well, that's nutty case, and I almost have to believe him that he did hire private investigators because he literally stalked this guy. You wouldn't believe the extent that he went to.
I believe that.
He saw ICT drive his cars around, and he had this private eye take pictures of the cars, and then he filed a lawsuit against him because of the threatening phone call where that guy called in and claimed he was going to rape his wife and rape his daughter and then kill him.
Oops.
Yeah, so that was on tape. And so he's got all this documentation. He called the FBI and all that stuff. But the FBI is probably trying to get Jussie Smollett's noose off his neck, right? It's still trying to get that off his neck. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think all that's real, but I think what it's used for is to sell his garbage product that's not going to make any money.
Well, no, I think here's the thing about it. It's gamer based. It's cheesy in my opinion. I would never say we're going to do the dog down dick leg pattern today, people. Now step up to the plate. Now get your tickets ready. Okay, the VIX is X by 590, standard deviation 2980. Get ready to pull trigger. I just don't know.
Well, remember what he's selling it for. Too. The fact that he's selling anything is like the biggest red flag right then and there, to me.
Why?
Because if you can make money just sitting at your computer, why would you
slow down.
something?
Because
I'm going to counter that argument
dude.
because I've heard that my whole life.
It's work trading.
And I'm going to give you a nice counter argument if you give me 1 second.
I will listen. Yes, sir.
If I can actually duplicate my results, let's say 10 times, I'll make much more money duplicating my results than I ever would by trading my own money. Because the amount of money that you can make by just duplicating your results, i.e. selling your platform or selling your concept, is going to be tenfold what you're ever going to make with the money that you put aside that you wanted to do this with. So there is some merit to selling systems.
Some merit, but again, I think that falls into the exception, not the rule. You have to know most people out there selling a product, they're making their money from selling a product. They don't give a shit if it makes the customer a dime or not.
You have a very
that's being a fraud. Yeah, then you can sue someone for that.
And the number of frauds that are out that YouTube has created a way for people to, like the number of frauds out there. When's the last time you done a forex search on YouTube now?
I just did one this morning.
There's so many of them now.
I did one this morning for Live Forex, and there's this black dude out of New York, and he was putting on trades, and he was calling them out, bing, bang, bong. This guy was a fucking great trader, dude. I've never seen anything like it. He had 13,000 people watching him this morning.
Nice.
If you go and search Live Forex, do Forex search, just word Forex, and then pick Live. This guy does a New York session, and he just goes chart to chart. He's like, that's trade over. He goes, it may not. He talks about ranges. He doesn't talk about. I didn't see no Fibonacci. He just blows through the charts. He's leaning into a microphone. He's got 1,300 people watching Live Forex. That's a lot.
That's
That's
a
like
lot.
Tim Pool numbers, dude, for forex.
But you know, it was a big indicator of that he was legit. He actually had a fucking chart open. You know how
Plus,
rare
you
that
had to
is now? You
subscribe.
see?
Yeah. So he was leaning into the mic. So what he had was him on the thing, and then like it wasn't MT4, but it was just a clean vertical chart. You just want to see the fucking market, dude. You don't want to hear about anything. No indicators. I don't see many. I don't think I saw many. I saw my I subscribed, so I'll say I'll put the link in here in the live stream. So this guy was legit, of what I could see. I'd only spent about 2 minutes there. But he was calling out trades. He goes, "There's not much, it's this, it's that." He's just saying, we're just sitting here, chilling, and as you do,
That's a rare thing now, though. Yeah.
I want to ask you something though, Revel. This is just for me because I'm asking for a friend as well.
Okay.
Why do you think this happened with the whole, especially when we're dealing with forex? There's something unique about the forex that I know Russians that like to do robot trading forex, and I know for some reason the forex captured the imagination in a big way. What do you think it is? Like, is it because
You're talking about why there's so many people trying to sell products and scam other people now? Is that?
No, I'm talking. Why do you think forex in general became such a big hit?
Oh, because regulated.
Okay.
Small trades, not easy to get into. So low barrier of entry.
Okay.
Very low barrier of entry compared to any other market.
$50.
Okay.
Put $50 in your trading account. You're good to go.
That's kind of the big reasons right there, I think. And you could just boom, you download MetaTrader. That was like the first time.
Okay.
Like for someone at their, it's the dream. It's simpleton. You put it like trading on your computer. Wow, when that came around. But now you can trade at your computer, your fucking Chromebook, in your pajamas if you want.
Well, you don't need to. The thing is, here's the other thing. It's spot forex. It's real-time data. You used to spend $300 a month to get all those instruments.
Yeah.
If I had to get these instruments from the exchange right now, I'd be paying $800 in exchange fees for all the symbols I have on my platform. Can you imagine that? I'm saving $800 a month. I could trade gold. You couldn't trade gold unless you had like fucking 10 grand in your account for margin requirement, dude. I'm trading in a sandbox on spot forex base. They're taking the spot price and they're giving me an in-house sandbox derivative. I don't give a fuck. They're giving me a lot of leverage. I'm able to make money.
A lot of leverage, what you just said. Huge leverage compared to any. Oh my God, it's not even close.
Dude, I can get 3,000 to 1 if I want. I could turn on 3,000 to 1 leverage tonight if I want.
So the impetus is, how do we get everyone's money as fast as possible in chunks of $50? Because basically people are going to go 1,000 leverage with a $50 account and blow it up in 15 minutes. Is that what we're supposed to be doing?
What do you mean, how fast?
I'm saying in general, the brokers are in it for what? Pro bono? Who's benefiting from everyone jumping onto the forex?
It's such a cynical view, man. It's a business, okay? The broker doesn't. This whole bullshit about the broker's just trying to blow up your. No, they want you to succeed.
They're not trying to blow up your account. They want you to play as much as possible. They get money. They get money for selling you the picks and the shovels.
But they want to have you be a succeeding customer, so you keep trading. They don't want you to blow up your fucking account. You do that.
No. Of course not. They want you to make it. They want to make as many trades as possible. They want you to make as many trades.
They want you to stay with them.
Right.
And be a producing trader that does a lot of trades. Yes, they don't want you to blow up and then get discouraged and stop. That's why they offer educational shit.
Bullshit. Yeah, those stories are bullshit. Those stories are bullshit that they're after everyone stops.
I know that.
Right. It's only because the beginner guy thinks those motherfuckers, man, they don't understand it. 3,000 to 1 leverage, 30 cents controls $1,000 position, which means you can.
That's right.
For $30 in your account, you have a $90,000 yen position. $90,000.
That's a lot, man. That's a lot.
So if you got $1,000 in that account and you have 50 pip stops, just because you only have a $30
looking for a car accident to happen.
What's that?
You're kind of looking for that car accident to happen almost when you have that kind of
I guess
those egregious numbers.
Well, listen, it's like riding on it's like doing 80 miles an hour and putting a brick on the accelerator and climbing out under the hood of the car and mounting the hood ornament, wearing a greased bathing suit and asking, "Could I hurt my nuts?"
Yeah.
So your question, why forex is so appealing? I would rather say It still is, but the magic has died down, due to Dodd-Frank, as you know. But it's the same reason. So crypto's come along, and crypto trading fills that. That's also
kind of
even more so because the crypto is like, I would say, where forex is like a card table, right? Yeah. The crypto is like that giant, bright slot machine with like 10,000 lights on.
It's more like a flea market, dude.
That has a giant, jackpot. It's a 10 billion, number.
Taken over. It's taken over.
It is, yeah. It's taken over the.
Now they're blended together though, because you can deposit with crypto.
And it happened fast too, didn't it? It's crazy how quickly they became blended, and I love it.
Because Frank Dodd created a vacuum. Actually, Bitcoin was there before Frank Dodd, but when that happened, people pour in real quick. It's like real estate crashes. When the real estate market crashed, I bought my house for pennies on the dollar. I could never afford this old house, if it wasn't for the crash of the real estate market 10 years ago. I came in when you could literally you just have the closing costs. That's it. So
it's great, and it sucks because all the first educational material, all the mainstream education stuff, and not just like from reputables. I'm just talking like what people say to one another. It's just the fucking nonsense. The most common one I see, which drives me nuts on every forum you read, is forex is not for beginners. That's for advanced traders. You should try a different market for. It's like, are you fucking serious?
What would it be?
If they would have just put a little like a let's call it the simpleton forex test ahead of everyone who wanted to get into any field of trading, and they just went through the personality thing, you would be able to determine who's really good for forex and who isn't pretty quickly. Right? If you're not prepared to buy inventory and get stuck with it, things like that. There's a lot of little simple concepts
that's the other
that
thing.
will allow you to determine whether or not this is a field for you or not.
I'm sure there's money management robots that actually close all and open and pendings if nothing's happening, which means they're just going to reset. Now, granted, if that turns out to be a good trade, unfortunately, you'd have to buy it back and spend the commissions and spread all over again. So when you let go of a trade, in a sense, it does cost you if you didn't ride it for another 2 hours to see is that going to make enough money. So the structured traders have a precise level created by the drama in the market. So some of these vaults, this guy just posted in Discord that in the stream, he just said that he put a rack of orders in, 1 hour trap, lasted a few days, didn't work out. How he put micros on a 1 hour chart and they lasted a few days. He must have had wide stops, or he's trading something that was very quiet market. I don't know how. It didn't work out. See, now that's the thing. If you're slightly up and you're in structure, it's not like the scripts are written in stone that you have to stay with this trade plan of a 40 pip stop to make 80 pips. If you put a bunch of tickets in, you see the market is doing something structurally that says there's sellers coming in and you're long, you got your chance to dump. A lot of people don't want to dump because they've been told to plan your trade and trade your plan. And they misinterpret that as, I'm just going to be like an investor now in this idea that I'm going to get into this fucking thing. And some people, I can imagine this right now, people ride it out and they go, it didn't work out. Those scripts don't work. Yeah, it's not the concept. The concept is convenience. Do you really want to right mouse click and place every fucking limit and then add a stop and a take profit? You don't have time for that. So this is a convenience tool. It's a labor-saving device. It's like it's not about some magic potion. If I were to do it manually, I have to right mouse click on the screen, place a limit, a naked limit. There's no stop yet. You got to come back and add that and dial it in and pick it and scroll and type the number in manually. So this is all pre-formulated. Granted, these are canned stops and everything, but it doesn't mean you can't move your targets up, which I just did recently here because I think we're going up to take out this shelf. So everything I'm going to move is going to be where the sellers are going to come in. So it's a revolving door. You should see the other guy's trade. Just because you're long, you should be rooting for him to take this trade off your hands when it gets to the sell window, which I believe is above this peak on the 4-hour chart. And I can see us getting there by 8 o'clock in the morning. because when the news comes out at 8:30 in the morning, that's going to be a big deal.
Okay.
Right, that's like the biggest piece of news we've had. And after crude oil getting smashed, I don't know, there's going to be a reconciling. I think the dollar is going to get beat to shit. The euro is going to go zooming up. But I'm basing that on the 4-hour chart. This unbelievable pattern of capitulation into a 20-year low. I mean, 20-year lows on these charts. If it's not going to keep tanking, it's time to retrace back, go back home. Home is almost 300 pips north.
Wow.
Yeah, I put 100 pip handles in this puppy, so this is like crazy amount of pips. Yeah, it's crazy. I just can't believe this market. I couldn't believe this week. Gold just collapsed today. So I did some gold trading. I didn't even check on that trade. That was running in the background. Really? I traded gold this morning. I wrote gold scripts and I traded them. Oh yeah, right here. I sold the top in gold here. I'll show you the trade I was doing. You weren't here for this one. I've been trading all day. So I started about 7 on the stream. So here's my sell window. I did not hold that. I scalped it. It's just an example. That's the 1 hour gold chart. And here I put a cluster of buy limits and I got filled. And I also got filled before we took off. Here was my lonely wick entry. I had a stack in here earlier. Because I kind of did the stream just to prove it. So you can't fake this because I'm calling out the prices. If anybody watched the stream, if anybody was really going to be that oh really? How can you prove you did those trades? But so currently I could take off the winners.
You know what? If someone's worried about you actually doing trades, what are they doing here? Let's just go on to the next guy.
So here's the
Lamborghini Raoul.
Here's the gold script I wrote. So this is I think it's I want to say it's a $4 stop. Here, when you drop it, you'll see. It's putting in a 3K, and the stop is like down here. So I was dropping these. These last for 4 hours, I think. So here's a really aggressive trade plan. So we're just going to buy all night long if it spikes down. Pretty good ratio, 40 to make 60. So that's the kind of stack I was running today. And I just got filled on a partial fill, and it zoomed up, and I got out. So here's the thing. I did get out of everything before we went. I dumped everything here, which I consider to be fair value of all this, because up until then, all we knew was this much drama. I'm going to count this as being my my range box, right? Something roughly like that. So when it came back to the middle of that, I dumped it, and then it went a little higher, and then I put to show the sell side, I put some sell limits, and I captured only like 5 tickets up here, because I had some above and beyond just in case. And tonight, I think that if it drips down or smashes down, this would be a good bounce area. It's going to be a real... there'll be a feasting if we get to this lonely wick. This whole thing will be crazy, because that is gold. Looks just like the euro dollar. Although it's a delayed reaction, and that was the floor I was talking about on the daily gold, how I thought this is going to be very fragile if we ever take out this thing. So about 3 days ago, I said, look out. Look out below, right? Because it's a long way down. Look at it's here, see? This is the vacuum crush. And then when you got to this super shelf, forget about it. You know, this is where the buyers are coming like feeding frenzy, because this is going back to November, October, right? October of last year. My God. So people are going to say they're manipulating the gold market. No, dude, it's a crowded market. It's an overrated instrument. It's bullshit. If at the end of the world came, it would be going for $700 an ounce at the pawn shop.
Right. If
not
you're lucky.
$1,700.
No.
I mean, the market's gonna. You know, the market looks like when that stuff happens. It looks like.
Tammy's. I remember here people were doing the whole gold shtick for a long time.
Oh.
We're advertising on TV. It was crazy.
How about that guy? I love that guy from Knots Landing, that actor. Get the gold fund. I can't remember that guy that was just the smoothest, most suave and debonair motherfucker on Knots Landing.
Right.
I can't remember his name.
You need a good pitch man for that kind of stuff, right?
Oh, I used to watch Knots Landing with my girlfriend. I go, I like this guy. He's such a get her done guy, and he had that hot ass girlfriend. Can't remember her name. What was it? What's that guy's name? No, it was William something.
Excuse me.
Yeah, the dollar. Yeah, this is going to be something else. I loaded the wagon on this, so I really got in heavy on that. I did get in very heavy.
I can tell you what
lots. I went full
I got
retard.
in. I got it. Yeah,
I'm at $1,200, dude. My $1,200 This is my highest balance. So if we the vacuum starts to impale to the north, I think we're gonna make a ton of money on this trade. It'll be the biggest swing trade I've ever done, really.
Okay.
I must tell you. These are epic. I mean, 20-year lows. It's pretty epic.
Yeah.
Even gold is a smash and grab here. So when you look at this weekly chart on gold, this trade looks great. I mean, this is almost too close together, so I'd stripe it like this. So this girl we're talking about, or anybody that's coming to the market, would be like, okay, it's like, feel free to, since it's a demo account, just feel free to experiment with, if you know this costs $40 every time you drop it, say, well, I want to buy, if it comes back down into this wick. I think if people, you do have to, I think, have that void indicator on there to show people, okay, what's going to happen. Let me see if I can put the void indicator on this gold chart. So when the market starts to move, it's actually going to cut into the void, and it's going to take out that indicator, So you're going to get, it's updating all the time. So it's going to show you the current vacuum. And it's good for people that don't understand market structure. I get it, so I draw it manually, but this would probably be a great indicator, so somebody to run. It's showing you the shelves, the next shelf to be destroyed here, without me having to draw all the rectangles. All right, so at one point, this was up here, and the current vacuum is stacked. So if you go to the time frame, it depends. I think we have a... So this is a 10-pip grid. This is a $10 grid on gold. So if you're going to trade gold with this indicator, before the market crashed, we had this blue line, just like the blue lines on the top now, looking to get crushed on the way up. These are all the trailing stops from all the bearers.
Okay.
So the vacuum is showing the current vacuum is to the north. That there's a high probability we're going to come after that blue line, so to speak.
Okay.
Here is the deepest vacuum we're approaching. See, now we were crushing.
Yeah,
it's a fascinating indicator because it's showing you that if gold ever was to take off, holy shit. Now, gold coming down to here would mean that I could see a situation where the November elections looks like Trump's going to win. If Trump comes back to town, everybody all the hedge funds that have jumped on one side of a train on gold, if they dump, could you imagine gold coming back to a healthy 1,500, 1,400? I could. So there's this abyss to look out for. This is the abyss indicator. Like, this is critical. But for a guy like this notch, so it's kind of showing you that. So if you go to the daily chart, this blue line, it's gone now, but it was here. It was marching here, right? Marching. Got to the delta. So the head of the snake. It's like the head of the snake, but this is better than envelopes or Bollinger Bands because this is dead. This is Bollinger Bands with no Bollinger. You know what I'm saying? This is like just highs and lows. Look back. It's better than, I think it's better. And this guy wrote it based on what I did what I described in the video. So this is the perfect fucking. I don't know who wrote it. I can't remember. Maybe it's listed in the thing. So that's the highest high of gold right there. It's calling out the highest high. Here's the giant vacuum on the monthlies that we left behind. So yeah, I could see.
Right.
This is available to backfill. Certainly, there's going to be buyers galore on this double monthly top. I mean, it would take a lot to get gold to go below that. Yes, in the long run, if your grandkids own gold and all that, you can see, oh yeah, I mean, this isn't an uptrend, sort of, kind of, right? It's drifting up. But if you're a range trader, why would you care? Your view of the world is this. You're in the 4-hour chart. You're like, okay, dude, what are we going to do tonight? Let's see.
Right.
Go to the... So your structures here are easier to see. Like that's the daily high. That's the high of the day. High of the day is pressure building up, and the highs of the day is this vacuum here. So I would tell these people, yeah, maybe put a rack in here, which means you're counting the market spiking in and ripping back. Or you have a sell rack here.
Okay.
That's if you're going to trade a pop into... So it kind of calls out the shelves. This is a real deep one. If we ever get up here, this will be sell scalper territory. But we don't live that long because this is the 30-minute chart, and that's every vertical line is opening range. So we already crushed. So so you're really going against the wind. So this is the Bob Seger strategy.
Sure.
And here's the head of the snake, and right here you knew there was a blue vacuum here. All this, so you would have captured these things, and this would have been your biggest winning limit order entry, because when they crushed through the shelf, there was a look back. Remember, there was a blue line here based on that. So this would have been your biggest winning trade on that one particular day. I don't think people. So it depends if people want to wait that long for a setup. Here was the other deep vac order placement was here. This started to form. That's worth a couple bucks. I mean, that's at least $10 grid there. So that's. But yeah, for the most part, it's going to be how often do you want to get in these things on a 5-minute? Take this indicator to the 5-minute level. I guess you can almost trade it as a breakout indicator. Once you get down to a 1-minute chart, you're like, okay, it's a breakout indicator. And it's really looking for a breakout strategy. I don't think you look for vacuums in the 1 minute too much. So you're trading against the. When you get to a different time frame, you're just trading the wake tips on a 4-hour maybe, but the trend traders,
Oh, there's a different world in every bar, my friend.
Yeah,
there's
so
a 50-minute bar
because
world.
there's some
a
guy.
bar world.
Yeah, there's a scalper handing it off to a swing trader. So
Sure.
it's just a revolving door of 1 million tickets, and it's a giant market. So this is max zoom out on the. I'll fix the scale. Maybe that'll rectify everything here. Here's max zoom out on the indicator. So these kind of crushes here are like really quick, and you have to. I can see the spread now in the 1 minute, so it's costing you that, which makes this trade almost impossible to say that you're going to buy this crush zone to cash out there. That'd better be a pretty big size trade. It's better to buy this crush on the 5. So in the 5, you're buying this crush of the blue line just to make that blip, or you're going to do the top tick Tommy and go short here, which I did earlier today. And I could have done the earlier one here, so actually you could be short on big swings from here and still be hoping for a meltdown tonight. And gold's on the edge of the. It's perspective. Like here's the half-hour chart with the abyss kind of looming below, off a cliff here. You take this out, it'll be new lows for the week. That'll make a new. So gold could actually finish all the way down this week. And
I got news
stock
for
market,
you, Simpleton.
Yeah.
They're forming the annual ranges here, which is the biannual range, but they call it the annual range to misdirect everyone. So the first 2 weeks of July, they're setting
everyone. They're not trying to sinister people, dude. They're not trying to misdirect
they just
anyone.
misdirect you the way they talk to each other.
No. Well, maybe they talk to each other like that. Maybe they're trying to manipulate each other personally.
No. They talk in their own little pits talk, whatever they want to call it. So you got till
each other on the phone and they
Friday.
say, "I'm going to go along. You want to go along with me?" Or how they do like that? You mean they text each other and say, "Dude, are you going to put They say let's all
No,
go
no,
along.
they no, you know, they used to drink. Do you remember you don't remember Trader Vic's, do you? You were around when Trader Vic's was big. That was big in Europe. It was a big franchise, and it was a lot of traders would show up there.
Trader Vic?
So
The guy named Trader Vic?
No, I don't know if it was a guy
You
named
mean the
Trader Vic, but he
stock
opened up bars all over the place. Go to
Oh,
Thailand, Philippines.
right. You mean the store. You talking about the store you buy food
No,
at?
it was actually a bar. It was actually a bar called Trader Vic's.
No, I don't.
Okay.
It's like a
Okay.
franchise. You mean? It's like Chili's
I think
or
so.
something. Okay. No, I didn't know about that.
Oh, what do they have? They have something else up here. What do they call them? The Unicorn Pubs. They're part of a full franchise of
Oh, that
Irish
sounds very-
type pubs.
Very.
Yeah, they do that.
Sounds renewable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I forgot what we were talking about there. You're using that as a example.
I'm just looking at gold, and I think that we have another week to see where gold is going to create their. I think it's a bit of a range for them, and that'll probably stay in that range for a while. The only thing it can go up to is the 2000, 2100 range. You know, that's the only thing I could see if they're going to make a run for it. But that could take fucking 6 months, 7 months, no problem.
Yeah, I figure that all these markets are connected, and the wealth effect theory that when markets crash, they all crash because people are getting margin calls in every instrument they're long on. And when the volatility kicks up, the margin requirements, even if you're shorts, you can't hold a winning position because the margin requirement's going up, see? So it's based on who sets the clearinghouses, how they're going to... like some of these Bitcoin people didn't understand that, and they went bankrupt because they were over leveraged themselves. They were upselling. So that's what the sandbox brokers do. They are trading with another person to cover their offset there. In other words, hedging against the retail guys. They're really not trading against you. They're protecting themselves. So everybody is so fucking cynical, and so everything's a scam. No, some things. Okay, it only takes a couple bad seeds to spoil like a good rape, you know.
Sure.
So
the bushel.
Yeah. And so I don't have that view because I'm an optimistic person, because that's how I got this far. You know, I've had people write stuff for me by giving away my stuff. I don't look at the world like that. But if you see the world like that, then you're probably bitter because somebody ripped you off and burned you. But yeah, I have.
Oh, buddy!
I mean,
listen,
you
can't even think about joining the Gloria Fund unless if you have never traded in your life. We've got the Gloria plan for you. If you've traded and you've been kicked in the teeth about half a dozen times, then sit down and watch the videos from Simpleton.
Well, you got emotional baggage. There's emotional baggage. Just the word trading might trigger you to start drinking. Who knows?
Right. You got to be careful. What happened to your tequila, buddy? You still drinking tequila?
Oh my God, this guy he's like Gonzo, you know?
Right on.
He's like, what's his name? He's like, he wants to be the, what is it? Loathing and living in Las Vegas or something.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
He wants to be he's a country version, just a crude version of that.
Okay.
You know, he's a free spirit, so, and I get it. You know,
God bless him.
Yeah, he's a real patriot. He was in the army, so that really set him up. So I go to his house sometimes, and I'm kind of a clutter. There's clutter in my place, but everything's right where I can get to it. You know.
Well, you know
So
where it is.
he's got everything tucked away like military style, shoes lined up. I'm like, you can. He's got gun collection. He gets drunk and he gets the guns out.
For me.
Yeah, it makes me nervous. Yeah. I said, dude, you know, there's not a lot. I said I have nothing against guns, but I am Jewish, so we don't usually have too many guns around unless there's a Remington. But he's like whipping out the guns and he's drinking, and I'm like, he's telling me it's not loaded. I'm like, I love you to death.
Yeah, please
don't point it at me. And he keeps saying it's not loaded. And you want to hold it? Yes, I'd rather hold it actually, so because I can put it to the ground than myself.
Okay.
You know, he likes to get loaded. So risk is. Risk is actually. It's not risky to trade forex after that for me. So when I hung out with him, I'm like, well, he could kill me. So this is not a risky trade at all compared to.
Oh, this is an easy trade. Yes, it's an easy living for sure.
It's easy. You're going to get your foot blown off because your buddy wants to show off his AR-15.
Thanks. Oh, it's funny.
No, everybody's different.
Oh, listen, it takes everyone to make the world go round. It's not.
I went to a party once, and I'm not kidding you. This is like, gosh, I would say it's like 8 years ago or something like that.
Right.
And I'm at this party, and my buddy, they had a computer there. And I loaded MT4.
Okay.
And I said to this girl
Wow.
at the party, yeah, so she was like into it. She goes, what's going on and stuff? And there was one out of 8 guys, there wasn't one guy that was curious. But she was curious. Maybe it was her. Maybe it's not because she was a girl, but she was curious. But she's kind of a guy. She's kind of a rough and tumble girl.
Tomboy?
Well, yeah, kind of. In other words, she hanging out with the guys. She didn't mind if she just hung out with the guys, And so she was really into it. I was in the middle of showing it to her, and like, how's this working? So I had the MT4 loaded because I've been running MT4 for so long. I just loaded Cedar FX. So Cedar FX is an unregulated broker in St. Vincent, and that's a good broker. I noticed that they're actually going to plant a tree for you too, a cedar tree maybe. But it's a really nice. I just reinitialized my account there. 501 leverage, I think. But I'm gonna be writing scripts for them to see if I can get. It's very tight spreads. Very, very, very. They got 5 stars on forex Peace Army. Forex Peace Army is the final distillation of truth of whether a broker's good or not. It's like the consumers, yeah. So if you go there,
Consumers report.
yeah, no, it's legitimate. So I had to register, and people register and say they're from there, here, and there, and they say, oh, the broker's great. So that really is the cutting edge right now. It's people like that, and because after all these brokers and all this stuff, you have better servers. Everything's really getting better.
On the cloud.
Things are getting better. I mean, it's not. I don't have the. See, I can't go with the this guy Ravel because he's a little too cynical and pessimistic. I just can't be like that.
Yeah, you know what? I got news for you. There's a lot of what they call them negative energy people.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's negative energy, God forbid. He sounds like a decent guy. He's up in the mountains. It's hot, whatever. He doesn't want to wear his pants anymore.
Maybe the air's thin.
So and he doesn't trade. He just hangs out.
He trades demo, I think. He's afraid. He's afraid that. So he doesn't have enough money to trade. So he's biding his time. He's learning. So he's here trading demo with us. There's nothing wrong with that because I don't want to buy a whole guitar amp. I'm going to play in a practice amp with headphones until I'm good enough. I'm not going to fucking drop $1,200 on a boutique amp unless I can play the fucking guitar first, right? So,
right.
That's what he's doing. He's taking that choice. So he's very skeptical of anybody's bragging rights about winning. And,
well, you don't do that though. That's what I think I think he recognizes. You know what? This is a straight shooter. He's calling balls and strikes. He blows up accounts. He's trying to push for the amp. He's always pushing to make as much for as little. And he appreciates the fact that everything's cut and dry right in front of everyone. Now, there's people that, for whatever reasons, don't understand that, and that's okay, man. I mean, it doesn't affect your life. It doesn't affect your lifestyle.
Far out.
It's all right.
Like far out. That's okay, man. Hey, you sound like you're at Haight-Ashbury right now. Far out, man. Cool.
No.
Here's a flower. I'm a Mooney. Here's a flower.
Here we go. You give me another one.
I'll give you something so they feel guilty. You want to give me something. You want to join the church, right?
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, I became a Scientologist.
Give me the Shriners. The Shriners with the hats. They give you a card. You just paid $5 for this card, and then they stand there with their hand out. You got to give them $5 because you just took the card. It was just like these guys were just great. They were amazing. But you know what? They raise money for all the sick kids' hospitals and all that stuff, man.
We got
no problem.
Got Sinai Hospital over here. A lot of stuff is children's. My dad was a. I was kind of creeped out when I heard that it was bad to be a Mason. My dad was a Mason. He became a master. That was all donation stuff. It was ritualistic procedures for for the pomp and circumstance of donating money to make it a little bit more fun.
Oh,
I
yeah,
suppose.
listen, all men always want to be part of a hunting party that's making money.
Yeah, it's like the
or
Elks
making
Club.
food.
It's like Elks Club for Jews.
Okay.
Thirty-third degree Mason stuff. Knights of the Round Table. Knights of the Round Table.
That's what we need. Another docudrama.
Yeah, no, I guess it's a rough and tumble world out there. We're doomed. Is what you're saying? I just know it. We're all gonna die. Glum from Gulliver's Travels. I just know it. We're all gonna die. Resistance is futile.
There's a lot of, you know what? I told all my friends to stop watching the news a long time ago, and those that stop watching the news are living a much more mentally healthy life. You know, so if you're trapped in front of, if you're in a, if an old folks home and the CNN is blaring all day long, you're going to be stuck in that miasmus. There's nothing you can do about it. You're kind of kiboshed. You're kiboshed. There's nothing you can do.
I don't even see it as doom and gloom to me. Like I feel like it's a return to how things should have been.
Well, the reset. It is the reset, actually. They keep.
Right.
I love a reset. Please flush out these losers already.
Like 100 years
Expose them.
of a boom, basically, in this country.
This is the great Enlightenment era. We shine the light on all the corruption. We're horrified when we pick up that log and see all the bugs in there. But when I was a kid, I rolled over a log and I was just horrified. Those centipedes came out. I'm like, what the fuck? These losers coming out of the woodwork. Oil made it back to the floor perfectly today. Wow. That's a big scope. All the way back to that. I think oil's done. I think it's going to drift down. Commodities are fucked. Look at the vacuum on oil. Look at this. Look at there's a lot of hell to pay in oil all the way back to fucking $72 a barrel. This is all overreaction. Everything above here are bullshit prices. Unsustainable. I say we come back to the bottom of that box. See the rooftop back here.
Bitcoin gave a little bit of an upswing today.
Yeah, it's just drifting sideways, but the problem is the abyss below is going to be a big.
Sure, it's going to get big. It's going to get serious. I agree.
It's got a potential danger. It's like a cave-in, It's like these sinkholes down in Florida that just eat a house. There goes your house. What happened? Yeah, see, Bitcoin's stretching and touching. It's stretching up for the highs of last week now. It is on a tear.
Huh?
Bitcoin's ripped up for at least 2 days. It did a little pause here, but it's trying to get above that 21,000. It's certainly a good trade here on this. So buying under the floor here would be the ultimate entry, but you have to wait about 8 days to get paid on that one. The big smash down just before the end of the month. That's the 30th, July 1st. And then this little baby, this is the only time your breakout system's worked.
If you draw a line at 20,000, what is it? I'll give you the number. Very first trading price for Bitcoin was $20,650. And in that 1 week, they dropped it like by 2/3 or something ridiculous. Just hammered it. So they're back to where the original price was. It's kind of strange, right? It took 2 years to do a roundabout, kind of like a song by Yes.
Yeah, that's a cycle. I guess they call it a cycle.
I think so.
Yeah, here's the box. Here's this yellow line is the 20.
They got 2 waves.
20,650.
They got 2 waves of idiots out of this pump and dump. Because when it got to 30, 40, 50, people were jumping on for 55, 60 to 100,000 to the moon. And they sucker punched everybody again.
Well, I know it seems like that, doesn't it? They went after these guys. You don't have to be in that trade though, but sucker punched them. I guess all the bulls, right? I mean, but then they sucker punched themselves because they overloaded the wagon. They created a crowded market where they ran out of buyers. And to some extent, it's a real market, and you just run out, you know. So if you're gonna buy this, and this is gonna take it back to 30,000. This is $10,000 handles on Bitcoin. So you can make 10 grand here, and you leverage in. This is not a bad trade, but I would just dump it out. It's really a range trader's market at the end. If you look at this, these are $10,000 handles. If you bought on the 10, sold on the 10, buy on the 10, sell it, you know, or you can see what it would cost you here, and then it's really a trader's market. I don't think it could really be, and I don't think it's going to $1 million. Remember when people are saying it's going to $1 million of Bitcoin? Do you remember that bullshit? It's like when in the first oil spike, was it 15 years ago when gas was $4 a gallon here? Last time gas was $4 a gallon, they said it was going to $10 a gallon. And I was in the forex market back then, and I go, bullshit! I saw that right on the newspaper. When you see that on the newspaper, you go, time to sell. Like, just time to go short. Like, if the news is projecting these crazy prices, you know it's inconceivable. Bitcoin's going to be $100,000. Oh, really? Stalled out at 68 grand. What a reach. You know, trees don't grow to the sky. Not everything's Jack and the Beanstalk, you know.
Right. The dream never dies, right? Just a dream.
Hope springs eternal to the incurable romantic, you know. Hope springs eternal to the incurable romantic. They're always looking for the next. That would be me. I'm an incurable romantic. I always think, right, this is it, man. It's not Robinacci, but I'm almost
pretty
there.
close. Yeah, I like the anger.
I'm afraid if I dial too close to Robinacci, he's going to knock on my door. You making fun of me again?
Uh-oh.
And then I'll be like on the news, you know. Man was assassinated.
Well, I don't think he
house.
exists anymore. I think you guys satirized him to eternal damnation.
Oh, I think he's in a rubber room with a straitjacket because of us. I feel very guilty.
Probably.
Poor thing. We sent him off a cliff. He's mumbling to himself, looking through charts. He's drawing Robinacci's on the wall of his insane asylum, his padded cell.
Boy.
We gave him a crayon so he could scribble out the latest projected extensions of Robinacci extensions.
It takes a lot of balls. Call it Robinacci. Just bottom line.
Oh my God, it does.
It's a lot of chutzpah.
Yeah. Because I was going to come out with Tonanacci.
It would be a Japanese character. Go on.
Tonanacci, yeah, very good trader. He is gold.
The one fist guy. One punch man.
He has one tight trader.
That's it.
Tonanacci indicator. I only use exclusively Tonanacci indicator.
You know what? You may laugh, but I can imagine that they're doing all kinds of cartoonish type of stuff and anime type of, clip arts and whatnot to appeal to the people in different parts of the world. They really are into that stuff.
Yeah, it's custom fit. It's tailored.
Yep.
I know they do. The advertisers do that with this new metadata they get. They certainly know whether you're a boy or a girl because, the ads come up. Do you identify as a forex trader? We've never heard of that. I think it's
license to drive. Hang on, do you have your license to drive this?
Exchange. What's that?
Have your license to drive this forex machine, sir?
Oof! I left. It's not a real license. They have real licenses now in the United States. Real ID. You're not a real person. Mm-hmm. You have. They were giving out essential worker status here.
Okay.
If you're an essential worker, we need you.
Okay.
Except we don't need the forex traders, so.
Okay.
You have to stay home and trade. You're in lockdown. It's a stalemate trade. Nothing
How many
changes
people?
for you.
How many people got into it and got crippled? Plenty.
What into the
Into the scamdemic lockdowns. I got to stay home. What am I going to do? We'll go on Reddit and we'll fucking YOLO all the way.
Well, the thing is some people started to see their kids get indoctrinated in the schools, and they blew their mind. And then some people ended up probably fighting with their wife because they'd never been home so much. And some people probably ended up becoming heroin addicts. And some kids probably ended up getting an AR-15 and going out and killing people after the lockdown was over. We're starting to see that. So post-lockdown, people are fucking losing their mind. These 20 years old are just amped up, ready to kill people at a moment's notice.
Right.
For some harebrained. I can't believe it. I can't believe a 20-year-old. When I was 20 years old, I was not into politics. I think it wasn't until they started taxing me to death that I became political. Or politically aware of who was taxing me to death. So that's how that comes
And what
about.
I feel sorry for those kids because they were helicoptered from event to event. They never. I don't think the generation that's about 20 years old now ever really spent time outside throwing rocks at each other. Legitimately.
Right. Yeah, we used to throw
Or
dirt
playing,
rocks.
playing that never-ending hide and seek where you don't even bother looking for anyone after.
I started to play games where I'd walk out in the neighborhood and a car came by and I'd try to jump in the ditch before the cars saw me and like act like they were coming after me. And then I would go out to this construction site and take rocks and they would explode like they were boulder rocks of dirt. So we'd play throw dirt rocks at each other and they explode just like bombs.
Yeah, it's like
hilarious.
like a bomb.